안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 너무 오랜만에 만난 느낌.
오랜만이죠, 저희.
3주 됐나?
어떻게 3주 동안 롤 좀 열심히 하셨나요?
저 진짜 열심히 하긴 했습니다.
벌써 한 70판 넘게 했어요.
그래도 많이 하셨는데?
그쵸?
네, 그래서 티어는?
왜 그러세요?
아니 뭐라 순수하게 진짜 궁금해서 물어보는 걸 수 있잖아요.
아연이.
아이언 1. 이야 2. 실버가 생각보다 높은 곳이었네요, 이게. 제가 가본 적이 없어요.
아니 근데 점수가 진짜 너무 조금씩 올라요.
이제 중간 결산이 이제 다음 주니까 숙제를 좀
네.
세게 더
알겠습니다.
해보는 걸로.
브론즈 다시 가야죠?
브론즈는 다시 가죠. 에이.
어떻게 실버라도 한번 찍먹이라도 어떻게.
가야죠.
그렇죠, 가야죠.
말고.
네, 가야죠.
오늘은 저희가 이거 연습실이 아니라 CG 롤팝으로 하는 이유가 있습니다.
네.
숙제를?
못했죠?
제가 첫 번째 숙제 못했어.
그 벌칙인가요?
그래서 오늘은 은비님이 1대1을 무한으로 할 겁니다.
무한으로요?
네, 이름하여 악기 토끼를 이겨라.
악기 토끼를 이겨라!
토끼를 이겨라.
오.
저 너무 하고 싶어요.
후배님 하고 싶으세요?
은비님이랑.
저랑요? 왜 그러세요?
아, 제가 약자를 좀 괴롭히는 거 좀
와,
좋아하는
진짜 나쁘다.
어쩌라는 거예요.
네, 이거는 은비님 벌칙이고.
네.
근데 선생님도 벌칙 받아야겠죠?
선생님 뭐 하세요?
뭐 하는데요? 뭐죠? 뭐야 이거? 아, 제가 매니저가 되는 거예요?
후배님은 오늘 이제 1일 은비님 매니저가 되셔가지고
네.
오늘 이제 은비님의 상대를 직접 섭외해 주시면 되겠습니다.
아,
진짜요?
제가 섭외하는 거예요?
대박.
저희가 빈손으로 하면 좀 섭외가 안 될 수 있으니까.
커버리 있어요.
뽕을 있네. 이런 거 혹시 괜찮으세요?
뭐 해본 적은 없지만
네. 죄송하고 잘 부탁드릴게요.
네, 시청자분들은 참가만 하셔도
네.
이제 로지텍 장 패드
참가만 해도요?
그리고 만약에 은비님을 이기시면 로지텍 마우스.
감사합니다, 로지텍.
그래도 좀 뭔가 목표를 좀 잡고 시작하면 좋지 않을까?
약간 승률?
승률 몇 퍼센트로 잡으면 좋을까요?
제가 바라본 현실적인 승률을 말하는 거야?
네.
이상적인 승률을 말하는 거예요?
그래도 오늘은 좀 이상적으로 해주시면
이상적이요?
좋을 것
그러면 한 50% 정도? 간파장만 해도
제가 다 이겨드릴게요, 여러분. 가보시죠.
일단은 한번 가보시죠.
네.
와, 시즌 1
뭐야?
보셨나요? 제가 비슷한
네.
자리에서 했는데 와 진짜 커졌어요.
작았어요?
아니 근데 이게
네.
진짜 나쁘다.
공개쳐요.
1대1을 이렇게 보게 하려고.
제가 뒤에서 잘 보고 있을게요.
마우스 세팅도 해주실 수 있나요? 여기 앉으세요.
여기요? 네?
저희 매니저님이 너무 든든해요. 됐습니다.
네.
앉으면 될까요?
괜찮으세요? 높이 괜찮나?
너무 괜찮아.
오케이.
감사합니다. 매니저님 어디 계실 거예요?
헤드셋 쓰시나요?
사람 오면 써야 돼. 되게 친절하시네요.
저희 은비 씨랑 하실 분 어떻게 그 티어 혹시
바로?
티어 혹시 네.
브론즈 3입니다.
브론즈 3이요? 네.
브론즈 3이면 저 완전 가능.
가능?
네.
어떻게 한번 붙어보시겠어요, 은비님이랑?
아, 네, 너무 좋죠.
어떻게 그럼 바로
바로 브론즈 3. 안녕하세요. 제 첫 상대시군요.
제가 한 수 알려드리도록 하겠습니다. 브론즈 탑 라이너로서.
브론즈 3이시라고요?
네.
바로 갈까요?
네, 좋죠.
바로 할까요?
방 만들어 드릴까요?
떨리는데?
셰프 뭐 하실 거예요?
비밀이죠.
옆에 다 보이는데.
어떻게 가려드려요?
좀 알아주세요.
저와 이게 알려드릴게요, 뭐 하는지.
너무 견제하시면
아, 떨리는데?
떨리셔요?
네, 떨려요.
가시죠.
캐넷?
클레드? 진짜 이겨드릴게요.
맨 처음
이거 뭐야?
맨 처음 때보다 확실히 훨씬 좋아졌어요.
다른데?
좀 힘든데.
아니 이거 이렇게 긴장감 넘친다고?
그러게 브론즈도 싸움 안 끝나네.
아니 죽이고 싶어 죽겠어.
죽이면 되잖아 그러면. 이거 캐면 죽었다.
축하드립니다.
와, 브론즈의 벽 높다.
일단 은비님 물론 아이언 치고 잘하시긴 하는데 브론즈에 올라오시려면 상대방을 찍겠다는 그 무서움, 살기가 부족해요. 살기가.
아, 살기가 부족해요? 그럼 살기를 느낄 수 있는 1대1 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
감사합니다. 처음을 패배로 시작하다니.
걔 막 권총 막 쓰고 막 이제 밑에 게이지 차고 하잖아요. 게이지가 차면 다시 타요 스카를.
네? 저 지금 준비가 덜 됐는데 벌써 다음 장르 갔어요?
반갑습니다, 은빈 씨.
언니! 언니 나의 꿈이야, 골드.
그걸 할 수 있어. 은빈이 포텐 있어.
너무 부럽다. 바로 갈까요?
잠깐만. 안 하면 좋겠는 거 있으면 그거 안 해.
아니에요. 근데
아니에요?
1대1 하기로 했는데.
1대1이니까? 알았어요.
언니 하고 싶은 거.
아, 나 뭐 하지?
베인?
저 잘 못해요, 근데.
언니 근데 그거 알지? 나의 오늘
뭐?
진짜 경쟁 상대는 태기 PD님이라는 사실. 1대1 하면 근데 무조건 이겨요.
땡스님을요?
네, 탑 무조건 이겨요.
나랑 1대1하고 큐 챔피언 선택하기 전에 죽었다! 3번 복장하고 시작하는 말이야.
비웃으신다.
아 진짜 너무 기분 나빠. 저렇게 하고 여태까지 제가 다 이겼거든요.
할 말 없어.
그래도 태기 PD님은 이길 수 있어.
은빈이한테 좀 미안한 일이지만 어제 태기님 1대1을 좀 알려드렸어.
와 연습을 하셨다고요?
연습을 정말 맹연습을 하셨거든요.
진짜 진심이에요.
그러니까요.
아프지 아프지?
아픕니다, 아픕니다. 오!
아!
미안해요. 많이 아프죠?
아 진짜.
이를 그렇게 쓰시면 어떡해요, 은빈님. 욕 나왔다.
아니 너무 잘 숨어 있어서 맞출 수가 없어요. 저 오늘 다지면 어떡해요? 골드는 진짜 벽이 높네요.
감사합니다.
빠이.
쉬웠나요? 어려웠나요? 솔직히 쉬웠죠. 눈만 마주쳐도 이 쓰고 뒤로 가더라고요. 하지만 이렇게 부딪혀 보면서 이제 내가 이걸 아껴야겠다, 내가 사려야겠다 이런 거를 좀 깨달으면 골드 갈 수 있다고 봅니다. 언제까지 해야 돼요?
저희 5월 말.
5월 말?
고민돼. 태기 PD님 상대로 뭐 하지?
오, 고민해요. 할 줄 아는 것도 몇 개 없더만.
PD님도. 오늘의 메인 매치. 태기 PD님도 아이언을 엄청 오랫동안 계셨다가 지금 브론즈 4 한 자리 쓰신데 진짜 메인 매치입니다. 와 진짜 떨려. 뭐 하실 거예요, PD님?
뭐 할 거예요?
저는 비밀이죠. 잠깐만요. 제 모니터를 훔쳐보세요.
빼면 안 됩니다.
네, 빨리 선택하세요. 제기를. 나 너무 긴장했어. 저 죽이고 싶죠, 지금.
지금 엄청 죽이고 싶어요.
오세요, 피디님. 어허! 어우, 궁 빠지셨나요? 어느 때보다 행복해!
저 담배 하나 피고 왔어.
피디님 저희 같이 파이팅 할까요? 하나 둘 셋 파이팅!
파이팅.
피디님 나오세요. 아니 너무 조심하신다. 피디님 저 뭐 할까요?
아무거나 하세요.
뭐 하실 거예요?
뭐 할까요?
하나 둘 셋 파이팅! 긴장되시죠 지금?
아프죠?
아니요?
좀만 일로 와봐요.
아니 그럼 큐 맞추실 거잖아요. 어차피 6렙 기다릴 쓴 거 아니에요 지금? 아 근데 이거 죽을 것 같은데? 공 돌면?
진짜? 안 끝낼 거냐고.
아니 끝내실 수 있잖아요. 왜 안 끝내세요? 공하고 저만 하면 저 죽잖아요.
저마도 돌았어요. 이제 연습해온 비장의 기술 있어요. 저 이런 사람한테 첫 판을 졌다고?
급한 제가 진짜 못했는데 지시더라고요.
탑라인을
야! 야! 잘했다!
나이스! 비장의 무기!
너무 분하다.
저는 중급봇 정도로 생각하고 왔는데 스킬샷이 잘 쓰더라고요.
그러면 골드를 갈 수 있을 것 같나요?
아니 무슨 저도 못 이기는데 무슨 골드를 가요. 확실히 롤보다는 방송 쪽에 좀 더 소질이 있는 것 같고 그냥 머리를 좀 더 써라 이렇게 제가 화이팅 하시라는 그 얘기 꼭 드리고 싶어요. 화이팅입니다. 화이팅.
보실래요?
이 레오나가 탑에 가면 그냥 백핑을 그냥 머리에 계속 찍는 거예요. 그냥
아, 왜 거기 있냐?
제가 한번 도전해보겠습니다.
진짜로요?
도전.
와, 끝까지 좋아요. 그래도
마우스가 이게 근데 이거 전 이걸로 해야 되나요?
버티컬 마우스 해보신 적 있으신가요?
저 진짜 살면서 한 번도 안 해봤는데
그래도 쉽지.
살짝 긴장되는데. 예.
거짓말하지 마세요.
아 진짜 좀 긴장돼요.
진짜로요?
제가 처음 잡아본 그립감인데
네.
잘 해보겠습니다. 파이팅.
원딜에서 탑으로 포변한 거에 대해 어떻게 생각하시나요?
탑의 소양 중에 하나가 뚝심이거든요.
네.
근데 또 포변을 이렇게 쉽게 또 하시는 거는 탑의 소양이랑은 조금 안 맞지만 한번 해봐야 알 것 같습니다.
가겠습니다.
네 시작.
아이언의 무서움을 조금 보여드리겠습니다.
아이고. 이거 제가 클릭이 안 했는데 이렇게 자동으로 움직이는데요?
어,
클릭을
어떤-
안 했는데 자동으로 뭐지? 이게 왜 이러지? 따라가는데요 커서를? 잠깐 퍼즈 좀 하겠습니다. CS를 먹으려고 이렇게 하면 그냥 커서를 따라가요. 마우스대로 따라가요 이렇게. 뭐야? 안 되는데요?
아닌데요?
아까 뭐지? 아까 아니라
우 프로가 추하다. 우.
저 좀 살짝 억울합니다.
알겠습니다. 믿습니다, 저는.
지금 들어갈 각을 보고 있는데 각이 잘 안 나오네요.
그쵸.
플래시를 쓸 거면 자막부 쓰지 말고 맞기 전에 써야 된다니까.
참 클릭.
실시간 피드백이 들리는데요, 미선가?
쉽지 않은데요. 살짝 자존심에 이거 스크린 쓸 때 지금 5분 안에 못 끝나는 거. 이번 라인은 제가 죽이겠습니다.
네.
감탄했어요. 이게 지금 거리를 좀 굉장히 잘
그래요?
짜시거든요.
진짜요?
프로 선수가 지금 결단을 내렸어요.
까비.
까비!
이거 집 다니면 큰일 나는데 이거. 뭐 집을 안 가신다고요 여기서?
같은데? 아니
시가 잡은 것 같은데요? 아 근데
어때요,
저 가망을 봤어요.
저 가망을 보셨어요?
가망을 봤는데 아직 그 챔피언에 대한 데이터가 없으셔서 스킬이 다 빠졌는데
네.
이제 더 들어올 딜이 없는데 이제 플래시를 쓰셔가지고
쫄은 거죠.
지금
그렇죠.
여기는 브론즈 아이언에 대해 전혀 모르고 있어요. 네.
모르잖아.
저는 좀 부담 없이 말씀드릴 수 있으니까 실력이 안 되면 그때님 책임이실 것 같은데.
그러면 킹갱이가 성적이 안 나오면 강코 탓이라는 건가 이거?
아니에요.
그런 말인 건가 이거? 나를 못
진짜요?
가르칠 감독 코치의 잘못이다.
어느 정도 책임이 있다.
어떤 대책이 있다.
그럼 골드 갈 수 있을까요?
원딜보다는 쉬울 것 같아요. 왜냐면 탑은 소위 말하는 날먹, 챔프 이런 게 좀 있는데 원딜은 좀 그런 게 없어요.
알겠습니다. 진짜 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
마우스 신기한.
또 시우 선수가 와주셨어요.
안녕하세요.
아이언이랑 1대1 해보신 적 없으시죠?
아이언은 처음
오빠요? 저 완전
처음인-
리버스 챌린저거든요.
희귀한 느낌 합니다.
제가 최선을 한번 다해보겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 어떻게 챔피언은
저는 제가 자신 있는 걸 꺼내보겠습니다.
걔네를 할 줄 아신다고요?
저처럼 저티어 분들한테 좀 추천하시는 챔피언이 있으신가요?
레넥톤?
레넥톤이요?
네.
왜요?
쉽고 세잖아요.
세니까.
네. 일단 시작할게요.
네.
지면 어떡해요?
에이 설마요.
저 아이언을 이제 인터넷으로만 봤었고 실제로는 처음 보는 것 같아요.
아니 잠깐만요. 방금 왜 웃으셨어요 근데?
저 맞출 줄 아셨어요.
아이언도 큐도 맞춘답니다. 어때요?
잘하시는 것 같아요. 재능 있는데요.
진짜로요?
확실히 원거리 딜러 하시다 오셔가지고
바이브가 있어요 살짝?
네.
탑에게 중요한 덕목은 뭔가요?
라인 관리?
라인 관리?
근데 내가 못하는 건가? 정말?
저 나쁘지 않죠? 시우 선수 저 어때요?
걔네 몇 판 하셨어요?
이번 시즌에 70판 했나?
잘하는데?
나쁘지 않죠?
아 빡센데?
가능해?
아 졌어.
이거 받으신 거 아니에요 이거?
제대로 했습니다.
진짜로요?
네. 아, 아이언 아닌 것 같은데요?
저 한 손으로 해주시고 마우스도 저거고
그런 건 다 핑계입니다.
진짜요?
네.
그러면 저의 목표는 사실 골드인데 갈 수 있을까요?
플래티넘도
플래티넘도 가능해요.
아니 근데 생각보다
플래티넘은 택도 없고
우리들 잘했던 것 같아요.
고맙습니다. 같이
감사합니다.
해주셔서 감사해요. 시우 선수였습니다.
아이언 그런 이미지가 아닌 것 같은데 사실 플래티넘까지는 모르겠고 골드까지는 충분히 롤을 좀 많이 하시다 보면 찍을 것 같습니다. 포기하지 않으시고 계속 열심히 하시다 보면은 충분히 찍으실 거라고 생각합니다. 파이팅!
이게 생각보다 어려운가 보다.
그런가 봐요. 안녕하세요.
반갑습니다.
너무 영광이에요. 요즘 아주 롤러코스터가 장난 아니게 올라가고 있더라고요. 한 수 배우겠습니다.
아, 네, 저 지금
한 손으로 게임 해보신 적 있으세요?
옛날에 친구들이랑 할 때 한 번 해봤는데 그때도 힘들었는데 마우스가 이번에 더 다른 거에서 쉽지 않지 않을까라는 생각이 듭니다.
그러면 헤드셋을 한번 착용해 주십시오.
아, 네.
가보겠습니다.
왜 이렇게 긴장되죠, 이거?
긴장되셨나요? 제가 참고로 말씀드리자면 시우 선수의 가렌을 이겼습니다 방금.
아, 토끼를 사냥할 때도 최선을 다하기 때문에 최선을 다하겠습니다.
배우겠습니다. 퍼펙트 선수.
저도 한수 배우겠습니다.
저한테 뭐예요?
와드박즈 기분이 되게 있으신데요?
그래요?
오. 날카로우시네.
놀라신 거예요 지금?
놀라고 있습니다.
마우스 어때요? 진짜 불편하죠?
이런 막 그립감 마우스를 처음 써봐가지고
솔랭을 잘 이길 수 있는 방법이 혹시 있나요?
탑은 좀 고집이 있어요. 내가 불편하면 정글을 항상 불러야 된다는 마음가짐이 이제
내가 지면은 정글 탓이고
그렇죠.
이거는 다 탑 라이너들이 비슷한 생각을 가지고 계시네요.
오,
왜요?
쉽지 않네요 이거.
저 근데 아이언 치고 나쁘지 않죠? 아니야! 역시 방심하면 안 돼.
아이언 강력한데. 어.
같은. 네! 저 이겼어요! 저 이겼어요, 저?
이 아이언이 확실히 남다른 것 같습니다.
왜요? 예상 범주를 넘어서나요?
제가 예측할 수 없는 패턴을 가지고 있으신 것 같아요. 잘 쳤습니다.
저 세레머니 2개 알려주실 수 있나요?
아, 네.
이거랑
네.
이거였나? 포인트가 뭔가요? 약간 썩소를 한번 살짝 지어줘야 되나요?
네, 섭수한 다음에 그냥 딱 이렇게 딱 하면
뭐 먼저 할까요? 이거 먼저? 이거 먼저 할까요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나 더. 이거의 포인트는
그냥 스냅 살짝만 넣으면
스냅을 넣어야 되는구나. 하나, 둘, 셋. 감사합니다. 저 어땠어요?
골드를 같이 진행해서
진짜로요?
진짜인지 모르겠는데
감사합니다. 오늘도 화이팅입니다.
보니까 어떠셨어요?
이길 거라고 생각하고 갔는데 이범하신 것 같아가지고 실버 이상의 티어를 가질 탑라인이라고 생각합니다.
그럼 다음에 가르쳐 주실 의향이 있으실까요?
저는 근데 스파르타식이라 가지고 다른 탑라이너들한테 이제 먼저 이제 자존심을 구하는 게 낫지 않을까 생각합니다. 탑은 많이 하시면 많이 넣으실 겁니다. 파이팅!
저희 나갈게요.
어디에요? 너무 거대한 거 아니에요?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special Saturday showdown here at the LCK. It is Hanjin Brian up against the reigning world champs, T1. Welcome, everyone. Degon here alongside Ox and Wadid to get you ready and sent over to Inspire Arena for the first LCK Roadshow. It's going to be great.
I mean, I'm sure you're excited to see your bros go up against T1 and in the arena as well. Going to be very hype.
Yeah, I mean, always good to have this big stage event, and for the players and also for the fans, glad to have them here as well.
All right, well, let's dive into some of the key points as we go into our first roadshow of the year. It is the T1 home ground over at Inspire Arena in the city of Incheon. right next to the airport. A great venue where we had LCK finals last year and 2 of the matches for T1 last year during their first home ground of 2025. But it's not the first time that they've done that. As we take a look at the standings from the season so far, T1 not going as swimmingly as they have in the past, 3-3 in the middle of the road there, and Bros still looking for another win after the surprise victory over B&K Furex in week 1.
Yeah, I think both teams definitely could do with a win here, could take as many wins as possible, not in the positions that they'd hoped. T1, obviously, we're used to them being top of the table, and Bros, even though they tend to be further down in the standings, looking to exceed where they are now, currently on a 5-loss streak does not feel good.
For these two teams, I think they just need some victories. I think that's the solution. I mean, you are asking for so many solutions for these teams, but I think some victories can definitely fix them eventually.
It's always a big win when you get to play in front of a crowd, let alone a home crowd, as this is not the first time that T1 has done it. People remember the matches from last year, but that was the first time they did it. It was at the Goyang Sono Arena. And Sky Gunners for the Basketball League play there. It was the surprise defeat as KT came up with a huge upset there, but then they righted the ways, defeating that indomitable Gen G roster and then taking care of business against Nongshim later on.
Yeah, I mean, that win against Gen G was huge because they were in crazy form at that time, so that was a super hype performance from them. But obviously, that first one against KT, a bit of a struggle.
Daph Burial in the roster?
Yoshik?
Good names, good old names.
Did you see how young Perfect looked?
Oh
like
yeah, he was so young. I mean, he's young still, but he's even younger.
I don't know, right now we're thinking, KT, top of the league, but at this time, they definitely were not in that position.
No.
And this was a big upset.
Yeah, look at that big grin on BDD's face and the T1 boys of 2024 having to figure it out. Then in 2025, last year, you know what helps? A little bit of Doran, and they went to Doran's undefeated in home grounds.
Oh, yeah? I mean, I think at that moment, it was literally the same. So T1 was struggling in the regular split, but I think after this moment, them beating Gen G on the home ground, they got back on the form, and that was the moment where they actually got back on the track.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I was there for this specific game, the Gen G match. It was the loudest that I think I have heard a League of Legends crowd ever, and the cameras can't do it justice. Everything is red. It is a sea of red. I took a video, everything was red. It was crazy how big and impactful the fans play a part when you have a home ground. And then the second matchup that they had up against Nongshim, who had those great throwback jerseys. Great jerseys there. But T1, after that victory against Gen G, they just had a show here.
I mean, you saw how cool is that arena, and just imagine the pressure, but at the same time, imagine how the adrenaline comes in. I think it's such a great experience for the players here.
Yeah, the T1, they're no strangers to big arenas, to that pressure, and we've often seen them thrive in those environments. So definitely a scenario I think they will get a big benefit.
So at the end of last year's show, there was some big news from T1. It was Faker re-signing back with T1 until 2029. This year, the news that came out recently was that Easyhoon will be coming in as the coach starting from round 2. So if you saw this news earlier, he's not there yet, but a storied career for Easyhoon as a player on T1 and then continuing coaching a lot over at LPL.
It's really cool seeing so many SKT or T1 alumni come back to the organization in roles as coaching staff or as streamers. And Easyhoon, obviously a name that those who followed SKT during their older era will definitely remember. Now, he isn't going to be with them for this home ground. He is joining a little bit later, but an addition that we are very keen to see.
Yeah, I mean, in a recent interview, he told us that it didn't feel great to lose against Faker when he was in BLG, and now he's trying to working with him, and it feels great to see him together, like Faker and Easyhoon again.
It's also cool seeing the track record, some of the teams he's been part of, Weibo and BLG, big names in the LPL.
Yeah, one of the few players to win both in the LCK and in the LPL. It'll be interesting to see what he has in store. Now let's dive into this matchup specifically as we move towards the home ground. And we'll start first with the bot lanes, because that's how Hanjin Brand have gotten their wins. It's been that Ezreal for Teddy, 3-2, but not a lot of success. On the opposite side, Paze has been lane dominant with the Lucian and the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I think Paze working with Carrier much better when they're playing lane dominance pick. And I would say Paze is just one of the options for T1, but for Hanjin Brion, Teddy is one and only winning plan. So whenever he plays Ezreal, he won't be nice, but other than that, it's not working out.
Yeah, we've seen Ezreal priority rising a good amount. I wouldn't be surprised if T1 just don't let him play it for the entire series. He's really been on phenomenal form with this pick. I think Paze, we've seen the pairing with Carrier getting better and better, but I still think that sometimes there's been a little bit of struggles, hasn't quite lived up to the hype he had during Casper Cup. But we know that both these two players, Paze and Carrier, have insane potential, and when they do fully click together, they're on another level.
Now, if we flip on over to the opposite side, to the support pool, we've got the youth in Namgung up against the experience of Carrier here with it.
I mean, I think we don't want to see some normal picks from Carrier at this point, because we all know Carrier's performance right now is just on another level. And when he's playing Camille, Lux, or those kind of unique supports, he always brings great idea in the game. And I think him soaking up a lot of bans from the draft helps T1 to have advantage in the draft. But for Namgung, we're gonna mention him as well, because I think he's also one of the reasons why Hanjin Brion had such a great lead in the game.
Yeah, he was able to really get the ball rolling in some of their games. I also think that more than ever, this support meta is so wide and vibrant and interesting. We've had support metas where it's like, okay, do you want Rel or Alistar, or Alistar or Rel? And it's just the same thing again and again with these engaged supports, but you have a mix of range supports, you have your melee supports that are still playable. You have such variety, and especially with it being fearless, it allows our best supports to flex their muscles in the draft.
Yeah, so again, I feel like both teams are aiming for literally the same thing on the bot lane. So it's all about the lane dominance. So I think it's all about the draft. But starting from T1, they are playing Caitlyn Lux. I think it's only T1 can pull this off, I feel like, because Kara is such a good Lux player. But at the same time, when Paze is able to pull that off in the laning phase, I think it was much easier for T1 to play the game.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think ultimately bot lane priority has been such an important factor. In the recent meta, we've seen teams adjusting to going for these level 3 ganks early on to try and disrupt it. Karma is one of our highest prio picks because of the priority she can get. And you can see, instances like that insane Pyke game that Carrier had. If you get him free from lane, if you get him the ability to roam, he will just take over the map. It's still insane that they lost this game, but definitely it was Carrier's Pyke that got them so close to a victory.
Oh yeah, that was inconsistency from the laners, not Carrier. I think he was consistently looking for great plays with Pyke, but not only the Pyke, but just saying, he's always getting banned 3 or 4 supports in the draft, and I think that helps a lot for the T1 once again. And now we have one and only option for Hanjin Brion, who is Teddy.
Yeah, I think for fans of the LCK for a long time, you'll have seen performances like this from Teddy in the past. He is a legendary status as a player who in the late game could just define games, and we're starting to see a bit of a return to that form. The Ezreal has just been insane. It's such a mechanically difficult champion that has such a high limit, and yet he's just been popping off on it. And he is the main carry factor for this team. It kind of feels like you need Teddy to carry you over the line in the late game. The struggle has been getting to the late game a little bit, though, for the bros.
Not only Teddy, but also Namgung helping out the team with great ultis with Nico. I think that helped the team to get the great win. And I think both of them have to kind of decisive about their calls on the bot lane, because I think whenever they have the pressure, they should be able to expand those advantage towards the mid lane, towards the objective. That's what we need from Hanjin Brion.
Yeah, I know that we had the highlights from Carrier on the Pyke earlier, but don't forget, Namgung played Pyke and had a huge impact on the early game and was instrumental in their one and only win so far this season against BNK Fear X. As we go towards our predictions.
What?
Yeah.
Wait,
yeah,
production team?
Production, I think there's a mistake.
Yeah, that's a mistake, by the way.
Yeah, why
so red?
Yeah,
why is so red?
Why is Dagon not got the...
Wait, does he care about the prediction?
Have you got something to tell us?
Do you have something to tell us or to Hanjin Brion?
Man, the The fans are going to be so sad.
Like, what is this, Digon?
What do you mean? What is this?
Okay.
This is the world champions against currently 9th place Hanjin Brion. It's a little tough. It's a little tough. But also, upsets happen when you expect it the least. So if everyone predicts T1, right?
This is
Right?
bro. This is bro, not KT. Different rules. Different rules. And yeah, I mean, I think overwhelmingly the odds do favor T1. I just thought that maybe Digon would have a bit more of a backbone on this one, but you know, some of my points I want to talk about is first, Carrier has been in monstrous form. Sometimes we just get these periods. I mean, he's always playing well, but we get these periods where he just takes over the game. When he's playing the Pyke, he just is such a massive impact on the map. So I think T1 just need to follow him, let him carry, and make sure they carry through to the later stages. For the side of Bro, Teddy is just the person you put your trust in. You know, I think the struggles have been getting to the later stages of the game, getting him in his position to carry, but you don't even need to give him that many resources, and he's been popping off in picks like the Ezreal. I think Bro has had a lot of struggles, but they have this late game absolute fire cannon if they can sort of set things up so he's in a position where they haven't fallen really far behind.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with your points as well. I think Carrier has been like dominance in the laning phase, but I think once again, like not many teams can have this kind of advantage, you know? Enemy team has to ban 4 or 5 support bans in the draft. That means you have such a great advantage. Like, once again, so I think not only for the draft, but also in game, he pulls up so many great players. So just stick to the simple game plan. He's gonna bring you advantage. So just go for objective and go for just normal plays. And for Brion, I think they just need to decisive. So I would call it like be bro-cisive, right? I think there are some plays where they had a great lead in the early game with their matchups, but I think they didn't really pull the trigger on the decision making. So I think they have to be decisive.
I see. So it was decisive, but you put Bro. That's clever.
Yeah. He's getting ready for his pommet. That's actually what that is.
Right,
no in-brocision later on for the Bros. And for me, I think there needs to be no mid-game mishaps. You know who's a player that we didn't really talk about, who's had a pretty solid start to the season? It's Gideon Grubbs. The name says it all. He's had great early games. Brion have had solid mid-games with gold leads. Against Gen G, they were up 4K. And then we made the highlight on how they took a really bad team fight and then lost the whole lead and then lost the game. So no mid-game mishaps for the Bros would be key to them getting a victory. And for T1 and T1 fans around the world and League of Legends fans around the world, you're getting to watch the greatest player on the greatest team in the greatest organization in esports with the greatest fans in the world of LCK. Just enjoy the circus that it is. They've changed the parts, but the spirit has remained the same. T1 are must-watch, not just League of Legends, but must-watch esports.
Well, you're literally against me because I was saying that like we don't need more circus.
No, we need circus.
Like we
need
just need the simple plans, you know?
We need circus.
Like
don't we need circus?
No,
I don't want boring League of Legends.
If I'm T1 fans, I'm done. You know, like I'm done with the circus.
T1
Like,
fans are
please
like,
get me a win.
No, don't do that, Doran. What are you doing? Oh my God, Doran! Don't you want that feeling? This Roadshows give you this.
We had enough.
Gonna give you.
We had enough. You know, we just need a win.
We?
I mean, T1.
We did?
No,
I predicted T1, so.
I think what we know about fans is that no matter the ups and downs, how things go, they will stay true to their team. Like, I couldn't imagine a diehard fan not predicting their favorite team. Like, if I was sitting here with a Bro fan, it'd be crazy if they didn't predict Bro to win because they're just such a big fan of the team. We just know that through thick and thin, fans stay true to their favorite teams. And that's what I love about esports and about League of Legends.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the spirit, you know? Even though there's a low chance, you support your team. That's how esports work. Like, your favorite team, they can do it. Believe in themselves, you know?
We'll see if the Bros can get it over the line or will T1 continue their dominance, their 2-game win streak in Roadshows. We'll see you after game number 1.
just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
자, 오늘 준비된 경기는 그 SK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드 경기 여러분들을 기다리고 있습니다.
LCK 로드쇼 T1 홈그라운드로 펼쳐지는 매치.
한번 쭉쭉 달려봐야겠죠, 더. 한진브리온의 경우는 경기력만 봤을 때 분명히 더 승리를 했어도 안 생각한 것도 많았거든요. 그러니까 정말 이렇게 혼란스러운 시기에도 1승 1승이 그만큼 더 간절해지는 거잖아요. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026 for the Saturday Showdown T1 home ground at the Inspire Arena. We're not there, we're of course in Lowell Park, but everyone is packing out the place in Incheon. And I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we are ready to get into it.
Yeah, we do have a potentially very one-sided Saturday showdown on our hands.
I don't think Bro are going to do it in 2 games, Wolf. I think they're going to probably do it in 3.
It could be a 3-gamer.
There's a way that they're going to make that one happen.
You know, T1 definitely have it in them.
Yeah.
To bring it to 3, one way or another. As it is going to be, as we've mentioned, talked about yesterday, talked about in the pre-show, the first time ever that Bro is going to be on a Roadshow or a Broad show or a Brome ground of any
Brome
type.
ground?
Because this team has never traveled really to international events, right? They've never been able to play outside of this arena. So we'll see what they have in store for us today. I do think, I know I've been saying this a lot, and I know they're in 9th place. Kind of underrated, though, are Hanjin Brion. I think this team actually could do a little bit more than what they're doing right now if they play through Teddy more and they minimize the mistakes. It was talked about there on the desk in the pre-show that this team is not decisive when they need to be, and I think that's one of the problems they need to fix.
Well, we'll see whether they can, because playing through Teddy seems to be the aim of the game, and he is the only guy that has done anything internationally as we welcome T1 first. The walkouts here into the Inspire Arena, which I feel are probably going to be a little bit dominated by T1 fans at the moment. You can see it is full to the brim of fans, though, as Faker makes his way out here as well.
Black and red throughout the arena. As you see, here comes Keria, who has really been so quintessential to T1's success so far this season. Faker in the mid lane, in the center, and I am expecting this team to play well with the crowd behind them. This team has also played in more international, tournaments than anyone else. They have won more titles than anyone else, as on the other side, Casting leading the charge here as we go green for a moment. A little Christmas theme here.
I know.
A little early this year, but Teddy has been the guy for this squad. Namgung has improved a lot, and it was called out by Degon briefly there as well that Gideon has been super consistent. He has been very strong so far early on this season. Was able to go toe-to-toe with players like Kanavi, players like Canyon already here in LCK 2026. So I'm hoping that he can give us a good show here. And there are some Bro-Leavers.
Yeah, 18.7%. It looks like some of the Bro tax has been paid. And we do have at least a few that are willing to predict Bro because they're their favorite team. And I commend those who have done that.
Yeah.
I didn't, personally, but they're not my favorite team. So
a little bit of a different look on the Rebank predictions. A little bit,
yeah,
different there.
So, yeah,
a little bit less international fans there.
The Bro tax only goes so far.
Yeah.
As we can see, it didn't quite make it over to Chijijik or Soup either. As it turns out, 7% and 10% aren't exactly the most. However, right, if we apply some KT logic to this, this is a setup for a beautiful upset.
Sure.
Right?
We did see T1 get upset by KT specifically just a few years back on one of their home grounds. So
there is also one elephant in the room that we do need to address here as well. It is the substitute.
Oh, just checking. Okay.
It's back there.
Before you said we need to address, I didn't realize you're using the idiom. I thought like there was actually maybe an elephant
no,
here.
I am known as a bit of an idiot, so I think I would generally do that. But so Roma is going to be playing in the mid lane. Loki is out, and I did a little bit of digging, you know, because Roma has been known as a bit of a solo queue god. Currently not rank 1 at the moment. Bulldog still somehow just like rank 1 here in Korea. Just kind of ridiculous that guy just seems to just gets solo queue, man.
He just does.
He just figures it out. Roma used to, doesn't as much anymore, but maybe that's because he's been spending a lot of time in scrims, trying to make things work here for Hanjin Brio.
That's the hope, because when he was rank 1 and had an obscene win rate in solo queue, he did not play well in the LCK. So maybe spending a little more time in the
opposite
scrims.
is true.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to be focused a little bit more on coordinating with his team instead
maybe
of
playing less solo queue and maybe getting some sleep could have been a thing
that
he was
could have
doing
been
as well.
You
He
know,
did look a little bit more chipper. As you can see there, it's not only glorious hair for Roma. Maybe there's a bit of a spark in the eye.
Yeah,
you know, that he has because he's gotten those solid 8 hours. You remember those, Wolf? The solid 8 hours?
I remember those.
I don't remember them at all. They're gone. Let's see what Duke can do though, as he is no stranger to big stages, as we know. World champion in 2018.
Yeah.
Him and Teddy really going to have
to win that on?
That was Invictus Gaming.
Yeah.
That was the team.
That's how long it's been, but
didn't play that many games, to be perfectly honest. As you remember, there was another top laner on that squad. He's relatively famous.
Yeah. Still, he got it done.
He did.
And
well, I mean, the Shy did. But he did too.
I mean, look,
in a game or two.
Juhan's a world champion as well.
Yep, he absolutely is. But him and Pyoshika were like they were working together. You remember what Pyoshika was saying about how like they train each other and like he'd give him all the good feedback and stuff like that. You know, that was a team. You know, Reckless is also.
I was
going to
say, look, on the other side, you got T1. Reckless was right there.
See?
I got to translate his interview for the Korean stream after he won his title.
I remember that. It was very funny. All right, let's do it.
Let's see what happens here in this draft. T1 are going to have first pick here in their right of first selection on red side as Hanjin Brion go over to the blue side. I don't think there are many things to discuss here out of the normal meta picks and obviously Karria's Bard ban, besides a potential Ezreal ban that was discussed by Ox. This pick is rising in priority, and a lot of our AD carries are using it as a comfort pick because it's great also into the Jarvan pick, which often goes over first because you have that extra mobility and safety. So if we see a Jarvan first pick, the Ezreal will likely come through here from Teddy, unless it's banned, which is not, because they went for the Varus ban, which is more standard. I mean, T1 have done the classic 3 bans here.
Yep. And it's kind of weird because they have first pick, right? They could have taken one of these. Obviously, they have something else on the mind. Xin Zhao has been launched towards top of the priority list, especially with the good old Kanavi Cook build in the Titanic Hydra. But Palmer is going to be banned away, of course.
Owner does prefer Xin Zhao in the matchup. They can wait and see what comes through because it's Faker.
Yeah.
Azir's up. That's what happens.
And I mean, they're on a roadshow as well. Obviously, you're going to treat your fans to the Faker Azir.
Of course. So Roamer, first time back in a while, will have counter pick here, and they can choose their preferred jungler over the Xin Zhao or the Jarvan. I personally like the Jarvan more right now, but it's Owner, so maybe denying this from him could feel great, but I don't think Owner is going to be like, oh no, I couldn't play my favorite. I guess I'll have to play Jarvan, which is really strong.
Is it going to be Xin with half of an Ashe Seraphine or half of like a Yunara Lulu or something like that?
I feel like Yunara Lulu is safer here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just locking the Lulu, and then if they pick away the Yunara, then you're like, well, we'll play Aphelios or something.
Could just go for the Ezreal here and say, well, you are playing Jarvan almost 100%. I'll grab Ezreal, and we'll get the Xin Zhao side of this. That could be another way to play it and use the Xin Zhao as a bit of a front line here for Teddy.
It is Teddy.
So this is what was discussed earlier, and it will come to pass here. T1 just letting it happen.
Speaking of things that were discussed earlier, do you know what would be so incredibly cool? If Faker, even though he never uses skins, because of the EasyHoon announcement,
that would be
cool. Uses EasyHoon's SKT skin on the Azir.
That would be 100% what any mid laner except Faker would do in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I just love it if it was a possibility. Nico going to be picked up for carrier though, absolutely deadly in his hands. And let's see what Pays wants to be playing alongside it. It's actually doing double duty as, of course, Nico is a decent bot laner, but there's also the fact that you're taking it away from Teddy and Namgung. Yeah. Namgung has been gravitating towards the Nico in the majority of his games.
Looks like they're going to go for the Nocturne here instead. Pays is happy to play a lot of different aggressive champions in the bottom lane, even ones that don't necessarily have a strong synergy with Nico. Like, I wouldn't even be shocked if he had pulled out the Caitlyn here, or if he was happy to play Lucian Nico. It's not common, as this Akali pick has really risen in priority, especially into the Azir. Yep. And it's a big test for Roamer on his first day back here to try to come at the GOAT with the Akali pick with a Xin Zhao jungle. So this composition is already a little bit rickety here for Bro, but has high potential.
I would agree. I think that the Ezreal pick doesn't necessarily work as well with the enchanters that a Xin Zhao would really like. So like you're saying, a little bit rickety there as far as that synergy is concerned. But I mean, Xin is kind of strong in his own right. Crescent Guard can be very, very powerful for denying a bunch of the damage.
So Caitlyn's gone. I wonder if they just ban Corki, because Corki follows up on Nocturne Dive really well, follows up on Nico Engage, has great 2v2 into most matchups.
Yep. Also, decent escape with Valkyrie, which could get him out of the way of an Akali that's chasing him down or something like that.
Yeah, that feels really good. Take away safe picks here, blind picks for casting seems to be the strategy for the side of T1.
Doran, Renekton, maybe.
Maybe. It definitely feels like it would work well in this draft. Renekton Azir has always been classic. It's the old Genji meme, but
yeah.
Is it going to be the Corki ban here, or do they have something else in mind? Something else they're a little bit more worried about? Again, I mentioned the Lucian. I don't think Pays wants to play Lucian Nico, but he absolutely would. They'll take the Jace away.
Yeah, okay. So not focusing towards the bottom side of the map anymore. Just going to get rid of one of Doran's favorites, which does make a little bit of sense. I don't think they're as worried about seeing other things outside of the Caitlyn Nico just because it can be so oppressive. And Ezreal can kind of deal with a lot of matchups on the bottom side of the map, depending on what his partner's going to be.
I think if you're going to play a slower top lane here for casting, it has to be like Zahin. I don't think you can play a Cassante or a Sion here very well in this draft because, I mean, this is a great Gwen ban, actually. Side lane could be the way that they try to push through this, but
Doran is playing Sion, is what I'm kind of getting.
It does look that way. I like that Brion are going to go for something a little bit more aggressive here. If they ended up picking up the Cassante, I think this draft just doesn't have the firepower it needs to utilize this Akali Ezreal properly. So they take the Gnar ban and they're like, we'll take the Renekton. Now, if you want to play Sion into that, it's also going to be a little bit tricky. In the early game, we'll have a lot of prio there top side. So it's a pretty cool pick here for Bro that they take away.
Yep, and there was also the Gnar that was banned away by T1 as well. Jhin and Nico together would be a lot of early game power here. I am obviously a little bit personally biased against the Jhin, but he has been finding a fair bit of success, especially with the steadily evolving build, sometimes not having a Ghost Blade in it, which can be very, very nice.
Doran's playing Aurora. Okay.
Right.
I did kind of forget about this, to be honest, because this is one of Namgung's favorites, if not just outright his favorite. He has picked up where Lehen's left off with this pick, and he has been trying to make waves with it. He's had a few good performances on it, even in losses. It's a high-risk pick, but it works well with the Akali, and they already have a lot of setup between the Renekton stun and the Xin Zhao engage. I kind of feel like the biggest part of this composition, the toughest part and the part that has to be executed the best, is Doran's job here for T1. Everything else kind of plays itself, right? You have the Nocturnal, Faker's Azir is going to look for shuffles in and engage tools, and Keria is going to be an amazing threat here on this Nico, and the Pays can follow up on. But if you fall behind, or the Aurora doesn't do damage for any reason, or it gets popped, or is behind in this game, which it shouldn't happen, with playing into Renekton, if Doran messes this up for any reason, I think this comp gets a little bit tougher to play for T1. But I do otherwise think their comp is both more meta and more well-rounded than what Hanjin and Brionne have on their side.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, Nocturne and Jhin just inherently work well together with the range of the curtain call and the snap engage. And yeah, my goodness. Look at this. The Inspire Arena is entirely full. And Wolf, we've been there. That place is huge.
It is massive.
And this is regular season LCK here in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of esports would be lucky to have their finals here.
Yeah, exactly. We did, in fact, have our finals here, Wolf. That did happen. And this is about as packed as it was then. As it turned out, it was pretty packed when we were there for the LCK final as well. But man, T1 certainly know how to draw a crowd. Let's see whether they can bring us a game as well. And I think that question really does rest with Hanjin and Brionne, because if they can make this interesting, my goodness, what a day it would be. Wait.
No, I just did the T1 one.
That's what I was thinking. Where's my bro one?
Well, I don't know how many bro fans are there, so they're just trying to be polite, maybe.
Well, wouldn't you do, like, okay, casting.
By the way, you know, I
slice
mentioned Doran.
and a dice.
He,
just flash on him, casting. Don't be scared.
He doesn't have any more buttons, so I don't think he should do that, but getting a pretty massive lead here at level 1 in a
level
tough matchup.
2 gank, maybe? Yeah, Doran is in a bit of trouble.
This is a cool little level 1 hit here for casting, because he's like, I can't get to that ranged champion. What if I just press E twice and get on him that way? And then auto him a few times before he actually has any skill points.
Oh, it worked pretty well. And so casting, of course, going to be more deadly when he does reach level 3, where you can stun and then do a bunch of damage back and heal yourself and all that sort of stuff. As Roma looking for a little bit of damage here towards Faker as well. You were mentioning the fact that the Akali matchup into the Azir has been one that a lot of our players have really liked. Currently, Faker doing just fine. It's out farming quite nicely as there is the stun to come through. Level 2 taking the Ravenous Hunter here, and casting avoiding a bit of the damage there from Doran, but I think Doran has to go home. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, this is crazy. I kind of thought that, I mean, look, I don't end up playing this matchup too much myself, but I kind of thought he was going to be like, all right, well, I did enough. Guess I'll take Q, sustain off these waves, continue to get my health advantage. Casting was like, no, I go in on this, actually, and push him to teleport. And that was the call. Now he has level 3, so he's got the full kit, and Doran is down a teleport. So a pretty huge advantage picked up here for casting early.
Yeah, and the fact that he's the melee champion, right, that is going to be taking a lot of harass, you've now sort of got a luxury teleport in your lane, which is crazy valuable, and probably will be using it right now, but has an extra wave to spend. Might actually be able to get an item or two.
He gets boots and refillables, so he can continue to apply a little bit of pressure here, and will be able to deal with that poke you mentioned with the refillable. Doran, on the other hand, only getting refillable on his back, so pretty nice advantage. We'll see if casting can push this any further. I think it's going to now become a lot trickier, especially with where this wave is right now, for him to do any more, but he got through the hardest part and, in fact, generated a lead during that moment, so great work from him.
Yep, very impressive. Playing very respectfully, as we see. As Roma going to find another electrocute here. Doesn't get the backflip, though. That would have been a lot of damage if he wasn't going to be hit by the turret. I think Faker was close enough to make that one work out, but it looks like Faker is just going to be going back. And Roma will have control of the wave for now. Still, regardless of everything, T1 are ahead in every lane.
Yeah.
It's kind of how it's all eventuated.
That is true. Akali takes a little bit of time before she's really able to threaten the Azir. Needs level 6 in most cases. Gideon's going to head up here because Doran has turned this lane around. He is still holding a flash, and he's going to need it.
Yeah, there's another slice and dice as the flash immediately follows. But Doran gets far enough away underneath the turret and will survive. Still has to use the flash, but gets 2 on the other side.
Really nice flash timing there for Doran. As
Oh, dearie me. The Deadly Flourish is named pretty well. As Namgung is going to have to slink away. And will at least be able to do that. Teddy might just stick around, pick up the wave, and that looks like it is going to be the option. But it's going to be a pretty nice back here for T1.
And T1, they do get Doran. I mean, Doran gets himself out of there. T1 do get away with his aggressive positioning there, because if he dies, it could have been really disastrous. Now he's down flash, but casting also flash to set up the play. Gideon as well, committing in. And Owner now gets to be like, okay, well, that was the scariest part where the enemy jungler is relevant, and I don't have level 6, so he's getting closer to level 6 himself. And we'll actually see right now Namgung on that ward as he's coming over to the mid lane, Keria matching.
Once again, casting goes in. We'll take a little damage on the way back, but now Doran with no teleport is leaving. Cocoon has to be flashed. Good respect there from Faker to make sure that he does not die to the Elise gank, as Carrier is over here as well. Casting looking for a little bit of an angle as Doran wants to clear out the wave. Slice, dice, and Doran goes down. First blood for Casting and almost gets his health back as Roman's underneath the turret. There's a perfect execution and he dies! Still, Namgung's able to get the kill back. A 1-for-1 in the mid lane that was almost a disaster for the pro mid laner.
Just needed one more auto. Crazy how close I got. Namgung is like, I win these.
Yeah, Carrier's like, so do I.
Yeah, I don't think Namgung in fact wins these at that health level.
Yeah, there's a really nice repel. He looked to turn it and gets the flash out of Carrier. That was very huge.
God, Namgung, sit down for a minute. Just take a chill pill, my man.
Bro came to play today.
I mean, this is crazy. Now, casting here obviously doesn't have level 6. Doran misses the weirding onto him because he's trying to clear the wave, so he doesn't actually get that extra damage through. So casting has this kill. It's 100% worth in my mind there. He gets the extra 100 gold for first blood. Here, Romer unfortunately did not quite have the damage. And this is also incredibly risky because I know Keria is nearby. Goes for the ult in here.
Oh man, just barely. Good flash from Namgung to make sure that they get the kill.
If Namgung misses that, then it's a disaster.
Oh yeah.
It's still not ideal, but you know, both these early aggressive plays here for Bro don't set them behind. In fact, casting he got the extra gold from that trade, and this is not Doran putting him down. Like, he's continued to control this lane. In fact, Owner may even look for a gank himself up here topside once he clears these Krugs and hits his paranoia.
And, I mean, there's a fair bit of CC on the T1 side, right? As Deadly Flourish is going to do a fair bit of work towards Teddy here. But I feel like casting will be able to get a fair bit of value, as well as Gideon with his Crescent Guard. There's a lot of ranged champions that he will be able to use that ulti very effectively against, as there is the counter engage here from Ona, turning it around towards casting. The fear is perfect, and down goes the Crocodile. And as I was saying it, that is casting not finding the value there in the top lane.
Yeah, there just isn't enough vision or information about where Owner is, I think, to make that aggressive all-in happen at level 6 here. Doran's still down his flash. I think casting saw blood in the water there, but Gideon was way too far away if Owner, who has paranoia, which I think you should expect at this point, is going to be able to join. And if Owner is anywhere on the top side, he comes and makes this play. And he was expecting this. Doran was like, I need some help. He goes to clear his Krugs, gets level 6 off of it, and he just gets the punish. So I think a bit of a misread there from casting, unfortunately, after what was such a fantastic start for the Renekton.
Yeah, still, I mean, that is Paranoia on cooldown for quite some time. Problem is, that's Ultimate Hunter. That's the first ulti working out for the Nocturne. We talk about this all the time, that it's a great start for Owner in this game. And we need to, you know, talk about the fact that Owner is pretty good at Nocturne. His win rate it's north of 85%, I'm pretty sure, at this point in time, and he's got a few games in it. That is not an Atlas stat, you know.
Yeah, he is actually quite a Nocturne guy. He plays Nocturne when it's not meta. It's really meta right now, but there's been many an Owner game, often even at international tournaments, where he's like, no, this is actually the pick here.
Well, casting looking for another opportunity as Namgung back towards the top side. Namgung, in the early game, has been finding a whole lot of angles as Doran notices that this could be a rough time, and then just teleports away.
Turtle porting.
Yeah, the turtle port out of danger is what he went for there. As Roman once again looking for an opportunity, dodges the Emperor's Divide quite nicely here as he will land the backflip. And does he have the ulti? The perfect execution! Solo kill for Roma in his first game back after a hiatus. That is gorgeous!
Insane play there from Romer. Gets the deletion of Faker here. Doran pushed away by Namgung. It means a plate additionally is going to go over to casting here, so he's got 2 in pocket. And will actually take the gold lead back from Doran, despite Doran picking up that kill from the gank from Owner. Doran's also down TP because he TP'd away defensively, so Casting holds TP advantage in the top side. And this game, pretty interesting to start things off. The bottom lane, not in a great spot, but Teddy's scaling up, right? He's going to be heading towards that 2-item spike here in about 10 minutes time. And it's only, you know, a 500 gold lead for Pays, and obviously Namgung's been roaming around the map. So this is kind of expected as Romer finds the angle here, hits the Q, sidesteps. I mean, it's just a sidestep. It's not a flash. He just kind of baits him. If Faker pulls the trigger too early, he has the ultimate and wipes the floor with him.
And just barely makes it out with that one last turret shot. Carrier looking to come in and, predicts the dash away. Paranoia gets the flash, as Owner may need to get out of here. Carrier was going to die otherwise, as he does take a turret shot. And Casting was eating some honey fruit, just taking a little bit of a lunch break. And then there was a nocturne, but will just be slinking back towards that top side of the map.
A little bit of greedy here from Romer, but I think he's going to get away with it. He's got a Shroud.
Yep.
And he has TP. You mentioned Owner, he just ulted in there. He has an 86% win rate across 43 games in his
North of 85, I nailed it.
Yeah, he has, he's almost got 50 games in Nocturne on his career.
It's the win rate is pretty ludicrous.
He's also kind of, you know, the history of League of Legends, kind of a late debut to have that many Nocturne games, you know?
Roma just doesn't have the health bar to walk up to these minions. We'll be able to secure one with the Shuriken backflip, and then we'll be heading on back. We'll see how close to the Hextech Gunblade he is going to be.
Casting is, I mean, he's got his W charged here. He has flash. Doran really needs to be careful without Nocturne on the top side of the map. Casting may just look for an aggressive trade to TP, then back in, and continue to put the pressure on. So I like Casting's positioning here.
Yeah. He's also making sure that Doran's having a really rough time farming, right? Like, Doran's had to use almost all of his buttons on the wave and hasn't been able to do that, you know, Aurora thing where you get to zone your opposition out with that threat of the big burst.
He just did a ton of damage to him. He's got flash still, so, I mean, Doran, you don't have TP. You might just have to give some of these minions up, but even the Owner didn't have his ult. He's on the bottom side of the map, and Bro are on Dragon at the same time.
Well, there's the ulti out from Doran as well, so he's not going to be able to use this for said Dragon. Casting can teleport down. I think this is a dangerous one for T1 to contest.
I think he wants to kill.
The flash in from Casting, he finds the Dominus, and the slice is there. Doran will be able to outplay it, though, as he takes out the Crocodile. Just kites him around. There's a Pop Blossom as well, as T1 looking to lock things down in the bottom side of the map as well. Gideon very, very low. Teddy does grab a kill, as I think that was a true shot barrage into the top lane, as now Faker's going to get taken out by Roma once again. Back-to-back solo kills from this Akali, and now he wants to take Carrier out of the equation at the same time. He's just pretending to be a mid laner.
Casting's laughing on the player cam after a disaster on the top side. I think really showcasing he is happy with how close this game is, despite a bit of a blunder there and a great outplay by Doran. He knows his mid laner just got a free kill. Now Casting here, again, he knows Doran doesn't have ult. Doran's trying to clear this wave, but doesn't have mana. So Casting's like, well, I get this. And instead of using his ultimate early, he wants to use it for the extra fury here, but doesn't hit the E, so he's not able to get the second E. If he has the second one, he kills him and escapes.
I think he also needed only like one extra of the Ticket Dominus as well.
Yeah.
Doran was clearing out the wave and just dies to Teddy.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That might have been what Casting was laughing about.
I imagine it was.
And over here, Faker on the side just gets deleted. As you can see here, Carrier cannot heal for him.
Namgung does get taken out by Pays, though, so this Jin doing exactly what he's supposed to, but Roma just figures it out, man. This guy's Akali is devastating. And he has that Gunblade now completed. This is a big item spike for this Akali.
Exactly, and you know, sometimes we're like, okay, well, The Akali didn't get anything done early, didn't get online, didn't become relevant. And you've got that like side laning Akali that will eventually show up surely in a team fight, but he's just been doing so much work already in this game. The Renekton in a tough matchup held a gold lead. And again, unable to get that solo kill, but still got the assist money. He's still dead even with Doran.
And he's still just trying to kill him. Dash Cannon going to be used to try and get Doran out of here. There's another ulti in trade for Doran's. And I think he wants to go in between worlds to get to a different one that Renekton isn't in, is what I'm kind of seeing here on this top side of the map. And remember, this was the counter pick that Doran chose into this Renekton.
I'm starting to wonder if this Jhin composition for T1 is going to work with the... Okay, hold on. Pays?
Ooh, sidesteps the cocoon very nicely. Remember, Namgung has half a health bar. Well, like actually right now, but also just in general. At least doesn't have health.
Yeah, she doesn't. Also, a bit risky considering Pace is holding on to a cleanse right now.
Yeah.
So even if that did hit, he would have just kind of laughed at it. But Teddy ends up doing some damage back.
Oh, nails the cannon as well as casting. Sidesteps an ability. I was very much expecting a slice in. See whether there's a dice in, but no, goes out and misses a cannon. So that's, I'm going to put that in the cons column.
The number one thing that our pre-show talked about, and even the Korean pre-show, at least as long as they kept it the same as rehearsal, which I listened to, was all about, are we fighting? Are we going in? What are we doing for bro? Like, are we committing or are we leaving? Are we going to hard commit to this, or are we going to half commit and then leave and then lose the objective? So far, they've been heavily committing in their lanes and also these early scrappy fights, and it's been working decently well here. The game is practically dead even in terms of gold. It's the Akali lead versus the Jhin lead, but with Bro's composition, I think you favor the Akali lead here. Let's see if they can continue to kind of stick the landing here with this, because they have so many threats for the Jhin. Faker is 0-3, right? He's not a massive threat in this game for a while here. There's going to be a timing where if we continue at this rate, Bro have that 2-item Ezreal spike, and they're ready to fight all the time.
Yep. We also have to say that Gideon got the grubs. So Gideon Grubs is online here for the Bros, as Faker looking to grab some plates here on this bottom side. They know that Owner is here, but of course, very difficult to dive in Akali, as she does have a habit of being invisible.
Yes.
That Shroud is now down, and now he's actually looking for an all-in onto Faker. There's the Emperor's Divide as he flashes, but doesn't find the angle. Rift Herald is taken here. Is there another backflip? And the answer is no. Owner is just going to lap up the Akali.
I think he had to flash that Emperor's Divide. You know, you use the flash afterwards, and Faker's just like, all right, I guess I finally got one back.
He definitely messed something up towards the end of that play, but we're going to forgive him for it because he did outplay in the majority of the time so far this game.
Between that flub and Casting's flub on the top side, which again was very close, and Doran played it well, it almost feels like in some ways Bro keeping this game really interesting, really close, but I'm also like watching you ever watch the Games Done Quick where there's like 100,000 people watching and the guy messes it up? Like, he's actually the world record holder, but he's like, ooh, hold on, I'm gonna have to do this boss again.
Yeah, here we go.
This is kind of the moment here because he messed up the flash, but also
he flashes into the wall. But he ults into the wall and then flashes, and then he's just out of position.
Yeah, but he also could have just flashed the Emperor's Divide if he knew the angle better, and then probably killed Faker there. But either way, kind of a disaster for what he was trying to do.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one. I think was hoping that he'd be able to use the second ult in order to get back to Faker after the Emperor's Divide, and then can use the flash in order to follow up if there's any attempt to escape. And he did do a whole lot of damage, as we saw. So right now, Faker does have 100 gold in the lead. It is going to be the Bros picking up this first Chemtech Dragon, as we have a Chemtech soul this game. Orcs is maybe just off getting lunch or something like that, I assume. Cannon going to go wide once again. It's a little bit unfortunate. The Dragon lead, if you're a Bro fan, is something that you can hang your hat on.
It's not.
There's at least that.
It's not the greatest Dragon for their comp. I mean, the
Renekton
will like it, but it's otherwise not really a big brawler in this comp, nor a lot of healing and shield.
Akali also, like, Gunblade's pretty good for, like, Omnivamp, and, you know, Xin Zhao has some in his kit. I mean, there's an angle.
Sort of, yeah. I'm with you. I like the positivity.
Yeah. You gotta stay positive. As Doran tries to dash cannon his way out, Casting just going to go in for a bit of a trade instead of an all-in this time, as Carrier was making his way over.
I don't know what the post-game is going to be like for both of these teams when they're breaking it down, but I guarantee you Doran's, but I hate this Casting guy, man. He's got it out for me.
Yeah.
Like every time we go there, he's just like trying to find an insane all-in angle onto Doran, or at least a hyper-aggressive trade, and he keeps making them work.
Well, Roma is the one now towards this top side of the map, looking to see whether he can pressure Doran. Gonna quite work out here as True Shot Barrage goes wide, so does a Cocoon. Well, actually, True Shot Barrage hit, but it didn't really do too much.
All right, well, we slow down the game again for a moment here, as I think T1 stabilized quite well, especially with that fail for Romer on the bottom side that gave Faker a lot of gold back. He's still 0-3 and 2, but some additional assists, some extra time in side lanes has put him into the advantage. And he is trucking towards the second item here. Now, Teddy does have his second item. It's not transformed just yet, but it will be with just a few more Qs onto these minions and or pays. So he's ready to hit that spike here around 19. And the next fight is going to be a really big opportunity for Bro to get back control of this game. But if they don't win a fight, like if T1 just ignore them or they get like Chemtech Soul Point and T1 gets a turret on the other side, I don't think that's a win for them. They need to be proactive or proactive, and make something happen here, because if they're not, it is going to be T1, I think, just starting to outscale and starting to really become a bigger problem than what this Akali once was early on for Romer.
Yeah, let's see whether Roma can find a little bit more here. Of course, 2 items feels pretty good for the Akali, but he's not quite there. He's got 1 book as far as that is concerned, and doesn't have very many stacks on his ring either, so hasn't been able to stack that one up after feeling a little bit positive about how things were going to go when he purchased it, and hasn't necessarily made too many dividends, as Namgung holding on to this mid lane alongside Teddy. Pays deals with the wave very nicely. And like you were saying, the Bros sort of slowing down, and they probably shouldn't. Faker is taking his second turret of the game.
It's just starting to crumble, right? And it's not because Bro made a problem right here, or made a mistake right here this problem is happening. It's Faker is just too strong on sides right now, and there's no resources that Bro can afford to send top side while they're trying to get this turret. They're going to get the overgrowth and the charge, so a lot of money here. Going over to Teddy to put a dent in that gold gap is... Okay, nothing crazy going to happen here, but this is T1 starting to really take a pretty massive advantage, and the Akali train has stopped rolling, right? There's no longer a snowball rolling down the hill for this comp. The Elise is going to fall off quite heavily in terms of what she's capable of doing versus the Pop Blossom engages for Keria. And when Pays has all of these moving parts firing correctly, he becomes a huge menace as well. He's already on 2.5 items himself. And despite Teddy picking up a lot of gold from that mid turret, the crash and the plates there, he's not in a position with his team right now to where he can carry yet, even though he's on 2 items. As Faker?
Yeah, just looking for an angle towards Namgung here. Doesn't have much to go to after that repel, and will now look to flash away. Teddy finding an angle towards Faker here as he doesn't land that last Mystic shot, which would have very much hurt. Still able to hold onto this turret. Not the end of the world right now, although they will lose the overgrowth. And the Raptors will be stolen away here by Ona. Keria being frustrating.
Faker holds his ult there, so it doesn't get the kill, but it's going to be a great safety tool to continue to siege this turret and then to threaten this next dragon that's spawning in 30 seconds. Faker, you don't want to take those shots, though.
Yeah, does take a few cannons. Turret shots there. And 25 seconds on Soul Point for the Bros. So maybe an angle. No flash on the Elise, but that is the only flash that is on cooldown.
This could be the turning point here for Bro, or maybe them kind of seeing the game flash before their eyes. They need to win this dragon fight.
Let's see whether they can, as Gideon stepping up. Namgung already taking a little bit of poke here from Keria, as Ona obviously can engage from any range he would like. As the Bros are in position.
Faker doesn't have TP, he's going to have to slowly make his way over if they want to fight.
Also on a bit of a flank angle here, but is spotted by Roma right now. True Shot Barrage just going to help out with the Dragon at the minute, but doesn't really hit onto the T1 players who are biding their time. Doran is going to dash in, does look for the Elise. He does manage to make his way out of there, but it's the Nico that goes down. The steal comes through for Ona, though, and he takes down his opposite number. Roma now looking to see what he can get done, as Faker will be taken out. It's a massive Q from Casting to keep him alive, and now Teddy is trying to figure it out in the interim. Doran and Ona. Oh, great flash to get Doran out of there, but is the Arcane Shift coming back off cooldown? And Teddy, despite that, regardless, he is just going to leave.
If that Q hits, I think if he hits that Q, it either is enough damage to kill or he gets the E off of it.
It was a 3 for 3, but the Dragon was stolen.
The Dragon was stolen. Now, this setup here for Bro is actually really nice, and the fact that the Emperor's Divide doesn't hit casting is really the big difference maker here, because he's able to get into the back line. Namgung, his sacrifice was not in vain because he created a lot of disruption here. And once Faker is gone and Pays is gone, the damage is really only on Door, and it's very difficult to deal with this Ezreal, but some great sidestepping means that Teddy just cannot clean up. Gets the extra flash. This Q missing means that he doesn't get his Arcane Shift.
Man, it would have been very, very close. Teddy now at least has that transformation done, and Faker hits 6,000 assists. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he has the most in the league. Wow, he does. Yeah, but only by 45.
Yeah, only 45, but that's, look at all the supports and junglers up there.
Yeah, there's a lot that tend to get a fair few assists. Shout out to Lehens for being able to get there. Remember, he debuted how many years? 6 years after Faker? 5 years after Faker?
5, yeah.
Which is, you know, that's a decent amount of time to make up, right? Like getting a few assists with your teammates. We do play more games these days than they did in the past, but still, I'm going to say that's pretty impressive. Now I'm going. Okay. Making his way out. Teddy, Arcane Shift is very high value in that moment. True Shot Barrage comes through, takes the cannon as well, as they're not able to take down the turret. Gideon goes in, Crescent Guard there to keep him alive as Casting gets into that backline. Pop Blossom onto only the Renekton. You can understand why as he cuts down the Jhin. Doran gets himself out of there via the back of the team fight, and Namgung is going to be taken out. Roman now looking for Faker one more time. He really just wants to kill this Azir over and over again, and he is going to be able to do so. Another solo kill here as he makes his way back onto the team, and they'll take down a Baron as well. Brian, I think they're doing it, Wolf.
Very few teams are first picking Azir right now. T1 is really at the top of that list, and very few teams can punish Faker's Azir. And Roamer, the returning rookie, is able to take him out so many times. Faker is 0-5.
Yeah,
he is 0-5 on the Azir right now. But this team fight, the story of it for me, is the short teleport here from the Renekton. As Gideon goes through, this is extremely coordinated from Bro, right? This is the exact opposite of the woes we were talking about indecision. And Cassie gets into a position where you get a massive amount of damage done with both his ultimate and that Q there, gets the stun off, phases out. And then Faker just cannot get away from this Akali. Is able to trade flashes here, but that is the best he is going to get. And Bro, gonna take the Baron in live. 1,500 gold off the power play. They take a gold lead here. And suddenly, game starts to feel pretty scary if you're a T1 fan. One of the many thousands in the arena right now.
Exactly. Namgung is likely to be dead, but does make his way out of the Emperor's Divide. True Shot Barrage there as well. Is spell shielded nicely by Ona. And that should be the turret going down with the help of these Baroned up minions and some grubs. Thanks, Gideon.
And Doran's going to try to get some pressure on the top side at the same time. He doesn't have TP back just yet. And I think that's going to be the call here for Bro to send the Akali back and otherwise set up that deep vision. They do that there in T1's jungle. A lot of it will be cleared, but see if they punish Doran. I think he should get out.
He is not actually spotted by that Scryer's Bloom, but Roamer is still going to backflip his way in here, just does not check the brush. So Doran will be making his way out.
Look at this.
Stuff now complete.
2-level lead here for Roamer currently over Faker. Well, it's like fake 2 levels because Faker's about to 15, but Pays.
Yeah, now I'm going looking for the angle, does not find the Cocoon.
Ghostblade.
Therefore, he will get out.
Ghostblade for Rocket Belt there.
Yep.
And
that trade.
I mean, if Pays gets hit by it, he cleanses, but then his cleanse is down, so at least he is able to keep that.
Ooh, Roma doesn't want to go 1v2, as you can understand. And Wolf, I've got a suggestion.
Yeah?
Because of how many times Casting has used these mega cones to engage,
yes,
I want to call the Chemtech Blast Cone the Casting Cone.
I'm down for it. Because like all the casters are always talking about it as well.
Exactly, this is the thing. No one's going to understand why we're calling it the Casting Cone unless you've been watching this exact series right here.
I can't wait for other region casters to pick it up, but just not really get it.
Yeah, right. Although I think it doesn't make very much sense to call it the Casting Cone in that context, but it's more funny if that then happens.
If the trend happens, you know, all we got to do is get Cagel to start saying Cagel.
Hey, that's true.
Like,
yeah, Cagel, if you're listening, we need to make the Casting Cone happen because Casting really has been utilizing these Blast Cones so well in this game. And it's not every time, right? It's only when Orcs messes up and we get a Chemtech Soul.
Yeah.
So Ox is in control as to whether we use Casting Cone or not.
Casting is going to get this, you know, soul point here with his friends, and a Nocturne with vision all around the map against him is not as threatening as he otherwise would be, right? You have a really strong Aurora, but still like only 82 gold ahead of this Renekton this late into the game, but just sitting on 3 items. Doran, it feels like, hasn't been able to do anything in team fights so far this game, and the fights have been so split, not because T1 have messed them up per se, but because Bro have pushed them into uncomfortable positions that T1 have not responded well and have not been able to navigate through the chaos that Bro has set up here, and it's a lot of the time been Casting's Renekton as Gideon.
All right, just walks into the darkness as Doran almost kills Namgung, just 100 to 0, which, you know, we'd say sometimes would be an achievement, but it's an Elise. You kind of just breathe heavily in her direction, and she dies.
Yeah, the fact that he's on 3 deaths here at 28 minutes is actually pretty impressive.
I would say so. Some of Lehen's best Elise games, he died 9 times.
Yeah, it's like POM.
Yeah, exactly.
2, 9, and 4.
Yeah. I think Beryl had at least 6 of those games as well. Shout out to the GOAT. As Casting here looking to catch this wave on the bottom side of the map, as Faker is going to slink off into the fog of war.
A little bit dangerous here for Owner. Does have Faker's back, but a lot of people are here.
Yeah, let's see whether Roman can get himself out of here as the Emperor's Divide is going to push the Akali back. Goes Golden, is now Casting. Was thinking about going aggressive, does not decide to go in, and Roma, he's able to get out. Faker is now in such an awkward position, and Namgun gets it with a dash cannon. In goes Gideon, the wind becomes lightning, as now Owner is in trouble. He gets smoked, and he should be taken down as Nevermind had to break the fear, but still Gideon gets on top of him. And now Jhin versus Renekton is not a matchup that's great for the Jhin that doesn't have buttons left over, as there's another audacious charge, and indeed it is audacious out of Gideon. Doran, he's given up on team fighting, he doesn't want to do that anymore. I can understand it, but now he's being chased down by Roma, who does have him walking the wrong direction. Still health bar advantage here as, yeah, Kali struggles to stop a teleport.
Yeah, but like they're losing their mid turret. He just lost his TP to escape there. He didn't have mana to try to extend that out. He used his ultimate already. T1 are falling apart, and this is a rare Circus punish, right? We talk about the Circus all the time, but this right here is T1 Circus. Like, screenshot it and put it as your wallpaper if you're a T1 fan. Because the idea is, oh, we'll make a risky play, but we're all here. Like, look at where the rest of the team is on the other side of the wall. You got Pays and Kerry on the right side. They just get called out here. Faker's flash is like 3 seconds away, by the way, when he dies. He is so close to having flash up, doesn't get it in time. Miscalculation, you could argue. But then Owner's pushed away here. They cannot peel for him, and T1 just fall apart because there's another
Casting used the Casting Cone as well to engage onto Pays.
Exactly. He's casting coning in after TPing on the flank, and
it's perfect.
And then Doran's
casting.
Then Doran right after this is forced to TP away, so he doesn't have TP. And T1 now suddenly 2.5 thousand gold behind.
This is starting to
it's a bit
become
worrisome.
A real advantage for Hanjin Breon. Now Baron has spawned one more time. And the Bros, they've got a pretty terrifying turn, right? The single target pick from this composition is very deadly. And so can be difficult for T1 to approach. However, with the fact that Owner can just kind of swoop in and has the spell shield there as well for the added layer of safety, can be a little scary, but not going to have an engage just yet. The Bros with a fair bit of vision towards that top side right now aren't too worried about T1 starting a Baron in 1.5 minutes until we have a Chemtech Soul.
And T1 are playing a Jhin composition, right, where they lost their teleport for the Aurora, who has to be on the bottom side of the map right now to deal with this matchup. And that means that it's hard for T1 to sneak a Baron or like try to set up a fight around the Baron because they will need their Aurora to TP in. They have a Jhin, they don't have the Baron damage, so they kind of are stuck here. Trying to figure out how to play this mid-game. And Bro are like, we're looking for a soul here in a minute. Baron's not really on the table for you, so we can just kind of keep some residual vision around there and otherwise try to protect insides. And Doran's teleport's so far away.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to say that there's nothing that T1 could do here, but they really have to play very carefully and very slowly and wait for Bro to make the first move and look for a punish. And if they can buy time and slow this down until Doran's TP is back, that's ideal.
And we have to return to what the space was talking about on the pre-show, right? This is going to be the Bro test, the biggest test for Hanjin Breon, because one of their weaknesses has been navigating late game team fights and figuring things out, getting onto the same page and making it happen when the pressure is on. And this is kind of where T1 thrive. At the moment, Bro have a brilliant position in this game, but that could change with some great play out of T1 that we know they have in them.
Faker taking some damage, and Roamer is not here yet.
Yeah, is going to make his way in now, as Doran does a lot of damage to Namgung, but this time his health bar is looking all right. As T1 moving down towards his dragon, it's spawning right now, and T1 have positional advantage.
Bro could give this up, but they want to really force the fight.
Yeah, it looks like they do just want to commit to this. True Shot Barrage onto 3. Massive value here for Teddy as the bros move in. Arcane shift forward. He is ravenous right now. As Between Worlds goes Doran just for some poke damage as he flashes forward looking to take down the elites. Pop Blossom connects as Carrier gets himself out immediately, but Roma's already taken him down. Faker gets in and he will find the Empress Divide, but they're losing the fight regardless. Owner is going to get hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning, and Faker is trying to kite with these Sand Soldiers, but Roma's at full health, ready to execute them. And Hanjin Breon, they get the soul, and I think they're in position to win game 1.
They could try to turn over the Baron if Teddy lived there, but he does go down, and so now it's a little bit trickier. I think they're going to look for reset, or maybe a pick on the greedy Faker here.
Let's see whether they find it. The Wind Becomes Lightning does not connect, but the flash will come out. Oh, the 3 Talon Strike is going to get the knock up, and another charge takes down the Azir. It's a solo kill for the Xin Zhao here as Gideon. 2-1-4 on the Xin Zhao. Wasn't necessarily the main character of this game, but also able to feed Faker a death.
He has been so aggressive, though, and so successful on this Xin Zhao pick that it's crazy. Now, this is one of Faker's most impactful moments in this game, but it's still not up. The fight is won by the True Shot Barrage. Like, it's very rare for that to actually happen.
3 people.
Yeah. And now Faker's at half health, and Faker has to really bide his time here. He's got flash and ult. Doesn't want to flash, wants to play slowly through Paze's ultimate here. Look at the angle that Faker takes. Like, watch Faker on the left side of your screen. He comes in here behind and goes deep for this, but they unfortunately don't have the bottom side of the fight won. The Akali is still incredibly relevant. This is such a tanky set of champions that are left here to chase them down, and eventually they end up getting Faker moments later. Now, Baron is here to be for the taking.
Oh dear, this could be where the bros lose the game. They are just going to pull off the Baron as Casting. He can tank it pretty comfortably here. And they have Chemtech Soul, and he has a Spirit Visage. Yeah, there is he's just not going to have a low health bar for very much of this game. And now Paze takes another True Shot Barrage. Teddy is terrifying with 4.5 items.
And I mean, Majai's got picked up here for Roamer, who I think has really...
Is this the most impressive re-debut we have ever seen?
Well, I mean, effort was pretty crazy, but...
Oh, that's true. And it's the longest winning streak KT have ever had in the history of the organization because Effort re-debuted. Oh, well, it's the wrong year! It's the wrong year for Roman to do this, man!
Pretty much, right?
Second place ain't bad! Something like that.
Gideon has GA now. And even though T1 stopped the initial Baron, they had to use Paze's ultimate to do so. Faker doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have TP either. Was able to show up barely there to help stop that Baron as he was coming down as Bro pulled off. But this is really scary because Chemtech Soul, we talked about how it's great for Renekton. It's pretty good for Xin Zhao as well. And when you're a Xin Zhao that has GA at 36 minutes of the game, it's incredible for him, actually.
And it's also pretty phenomenal for the Lifeline passive on a more of Malmortius.
Yeah.
If Teddy actually ever gets down that low, you will just be doing a bunch of extra damage and having that extra healing as well that the Lifeline would provide. T1 need to make sure that they execute him. As in goes Gideon one more time. The aggression does not stop as Roma's ulted in. Looking for Carrier. Could find an angle here. Perfect execution is not actually going to come on through as that True Shot Barrage. That could have actually killed him.
I think they have time. I think they can do this. Teddy's right here. Say he's right, very nearby.
No, he's got he bumped his head. He needs to go home. He needs to go to the hospital.
He's like, guys, I missed the E, so I guess
he hit a tree branch on his way over, I think.
Caston was like, my finger was on the TP, but if you say so, I guess I guess we'll let the game go a little longer.
I think he put the calculation into the FTL wrong. You know, it's what happens sometimes.
But it is funny how I do think the margins for doing that Baron were so thin that he misses the E over the wall, and they're like, nah, actually, we can't do it now.
Yep. I hope someone appreciated the Battlestar Galactica reference. If you did, I appreciate you too.
It wasn't me, I'm sorry to say.
That's
but
all right.
I appreciate you.
I mean, if you've got some time, I say jokingly to a dad, you could watch it, but you won't, and you don't have time. So maybe somebody else can instead. As Roma will be able to take down this top wave of minions, and they haven't quite got the Baron yet. And it's only a 3,000 gold lead, and there is almost, like, it's under 2 minutes to Elder. this is still T1able. This game is still very T1able.
I kind of feel like with double GA, Teddy on Ezreal at 38 minutes, I don't think Bro are losing this game. They have still enough map control to start this up, and T1 are a little bit blind here. FaZe is in the base. Like, I think this is just gone.
I mean, it should be, unless it's stolen with a paranoia. As Doran throwing some things around. Teleport does come in to make sure that they have some vision available, and they've also got some of these control wards in the back of the pit. But T1 Bro just pull off. In goes Owner, he steals it away. Obviously, he was gonna steal it away. As now Roma looks for a flank angle, but he's on vision himself. And T1 just take the Baron and walk away.
It is almost comical how that happened. But let's see if Bro can escape now, because they're kind of getting wrapped around on by Doran here, and also the mid turret is up for grabs.
It really does feel a little bit like the script writers are getting lazy, I'm not going to lie. As Roma looking for an angle here, but more control vision is there for T1, as Faker will take down this inner turret in the mid lane.
So everything that Bro did everything right for the most part. Like, they cleared the vision, they stopped the Baron, like they stopped taking it, they held the HP, they cleared the vision, they pushed Faker out first. They're like, okay, if Owner comes in at this point, it's gonna be really difficult to steal. And then he stole it at, like, I want to say 500, so they kind of just messed up the smite.
Yeah, I would also go to the sky. As Nam going almost dies anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Doran with the pullback is almost able to kill him.
Of course, still has his ultimate available after using it just moments ago, because he is Nocturne, he is level 18.
As casting almost gets one shot by Doran as well. This doesn't seem like it should be allowed, but he finishes his death cap, and now it is just
Elder's up.
Killing everyone. Yes, and Elder is up and available. Oh, the Bros really, it feels like something has gone wrong.
Starting to teeter a little bit. I mean, obviously with the Baron on the other side, you don't have prio, it's hard to wrap around, but they do get in position to actually pull T1 back. Roamer?
Yeah, let's see whether the backflip is going to be enough, and it is. Dash cannon as well to create even more space as the rest of T1 thinking about starting this up. Gideon's there.
Here comes
Casting
casting
over here as well. It is very scary. Doran gets in there with the blast cone. Is casting.
He's got the casting cone.
He does. There are two of them, in fact. Namgung thinking about trying his hand at one of those as well. And Faker wrapping around. They get on top of Teddy. Empress Fight is going to miss it, but it does not matter. As down goes the Ezreal. Roma gets into that backline, but this time there's no Ezreal to get that damage in. And Namgung is now dead. Can the Bros still find the angle? That's the question. Is there still a lot of damage? And Roma does do a bunch of work before going down. So is Casting, who is an absolute monster on this Renekton. The GA is eaten up here, and now T1 with only 2 left alive.
They have to fight for this.
Try and escape. Exactly right. Casting does try and slice on top of FaZe, and he dices to get himself out of the way. And T1, I think they will be able to get control of this Elder area, and the Bros are just letting them take it.
I was so huge there from FaZe. He spaced it incredibly well. He does so much damage.
11,000 damage.
So much damage. If FaZe does not actually get that shot to land and do all that damage there to pop the GA early, then I think they might end up losing that Elder. Pretty crazy, but the main crux of this is Teddy didn't get to play the game. And after Teddy gets caught here, Roamer is like, all right, let's see what I can do. He blast cones into the backline here, goes into the Shroud, and then was able to get access here to the pit. It's actually crazy how much damage Roamer was able to get done.
Yeah,
in
he
this
played
fight.
it beautifully.
He
like
dies.
hitting the backflip before going into stasis to avoid the fear and then gets back into the fight. Very clean.
It's crazy what he was able to do there, and then it turns into a 2v2 here, but Casting just gets blasted, loses his GA here, and then cannot get close to FaZe. FaZe spaces this perfectly, and then that's the end of it. You know, they have Elder now. It's not impossible. I mean, the gold is dead even, but that matters very little at 41 minutes anyways, regardless of who could have had a lead. But with this Baron, with this Elder online here for T1, it is very difficult to defend the siege.
Well, True Shot Barrage comes in. Owner is going to be able to spell shield it, but the inner turret is certainly going to go down.
And how many times do we say Doran almost got the kill? He 100% gets it now with Elder and any of those.
No, he doesn't have Elder. So it's only Owner and FaZe that actually have
actually,
the
I thought
Elder
he had
tag.
it. My bad.
So, I mean, the fact that a Jhin has it is very, very frightening because he can hit people from very far
you're right.
away.
It's only the 2 that were alive. My bad.
Yep. Yeah. But it's still not really. It feels like it's only on 2, but actually it's kind of on everyone because if FaZe just like gets a dancing grenade across the whole team, then they're still going to die.
I accept full responsibility for that.
No,
my bad.
Completely fine. It's very good for getting pentas for FaZe.
Sure.
Let's just say that.
Well, when you recalibrate to the truth, obviously it's still very good, but not as good for Doran as I was trying to allude to there. As we do have a bit of a flank here for Roamer.
Well, let's see whether he can actually get in. That's the question. As the Bros, they need to go back to their aggressive ways, try to execute pays, and then move on through the team fight from there. But it looks like T1 going to look for a little bit of a reset. 20 seconds left on this Elder is going to mean that the base will remain intact as they do stop some backs. Pays loses a third of his health bar, and that top wave,
It's a massive wave, yeah.
should be able to take down this turret.
I mean, if they had TP, they might even consider trying to force a big reaction at T1 with just one TP, but they don't have it.
That's
so we're gonna,
the gold lead, by the way, is 700.
It's 700. It's been pretty much dead even for a while now, and the Baron is going to be the next fight location. In terms of summoners here, Roamer's down flash, casting down flash, those are pretty huge. Faker doesn't have his. Pays, he doesn't have his, but his positioning has been so good this game that I worry very little for him, especially because he's a Jhin and he has cleanse. But it's blue side advantage for Baron that feels the scariest here for T1. They were able to get the steal with Owner last time around, but who knows if they'll be able to do that again if Bro end up getting too strong of a positional advantage here. Teddy's true shots, man.
Yeah, he is just throwing them out off cooldown and does seem to just magnetize them towards Pays. Teddy is very scary with full items. I'm so used to saying 6 items, but it's 7. I guess if you include boots. Maybe it's true 6. We'll give it a true 6 items. As you don't need to sell boots anymore, which is kind of cute. Still, Owner is getting vision down where he can. And the Bros, I think the Bros know that they need to kill Owner if they ever want to take a Baron. And Roamer is going to get spotted. Great blast cone there from Doran. Gives them the heads up as to exactly where the Sakali's going. Man, he's on a pull bay mission right now.
It's really tough for T1 to start Baron unless they can get even more push here because of the Jhin, right? Faker does have TP. And he's actually very safe.
Yeah, Gideon just going to taxi over to the Merc Wolves here with the help of Namgung, as Teddy is almost just dead from a curtain call that is going to get pressed here. The 4th shot not going to land, but still, Teddy had a GA, so he was going to be all right as man. Roma, dude, we need you somewhere that's not in the middle of nowhere.
I think what he's trying to do is threaten a flank to keep T1 honest. But because they have so much vision in the jungle behind them, they're kind of just like...
It's the longest of long con.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the idea was to try to keep T1 scared, but they're not scared because they have all those words like, yeah, well, you're not flanking me from an area I'm worried about, so...
It's also the spirit of Jhin, right? This is Teddy versus T1, right? As Roma looks for Pays, he gets into that backline, the flank! It may have paid off as he gets him down to the GA! Goes golden here as well as Kerry gets in with the Pop Blossom. Roma finds the perfect execution and down goes Pays! It's a 1-for-1 as now Gideon is getting the value from this Chemtech Soul. Still holds on to his GA, and now it's Casting that dashes in. Gets on top of Faker. He will go golden though, and now Casting is going to survive. He's still slicing and dicing. He has that GA to keep him safe. And he's putting this Chemtech Soul through its paces. The Bros, they may have just done it. T1 have lost their carries.
I think this is going to be the push to end the game. Casting still has GA, so does Gideon. And there's just no damage here. Doran does go back up to full. He has to be the one to defend. He gets the GA.
Yep, there is one of the GAs taken down here and takes out Namgung as well. Doran has to do this by himself as Carrier doesn't have a massive amount of damage, and Ona is melee, and it is going to be enough to get the Bros out of here.
Yeah, he does do it. He does stop
25 seconds on Elder as well.
25 seconds on that. Baron is up, but they have vision of a T1 do, so they know
Roma has teleport and Faker doesn't, so Roma can actually get to a fight around this Elder as soon as it's
They also have the real, they have real damage with this Ezreal, as this fight was crazy. We were debating what he was trying to do with the flank, and then he's just like,
whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
And then Faker here is kind of caught, but I think we really need to go back to live because this Elder setup is really going to be game deciding. This is a very cool moment for Bro, but doesn't ultimately end the game. Now Elder is on the cards, and T1 have Owner in position. Casting's on the flank.
Yeah, another True Shot Barrage comes in. It's Casting. It's the Casting code one more time as Roma gets on in there to take him down, but still he's going to die. Casting slicing and dicing through the fight here, but it's Aurora that's doing so much damage. Dorn is just gigantic. Empress Dividers, Faker swoops in, and there's the Elder number 2 to go over to T1. This circus, ladies and gentlemen, they saved the best for the homestand. And the Bros, I think, are now in absolute dire straits as we do hit the longest game in 20 seconds time.
Well, at the end of the day, this time Doran's got the Elder. Owner is going to spell shield. And this True Shot Barrage is Teddy's last hope. They're trying to clear this wave so desperately.
Oh my goodness. They looked at Namgung and he almost just straight up died as Teddy Arcane shifted into the Aurora damage.
They clear the wave. They're going to get some time here to get Teddy up to as much health as he can get.
I mean, there's no Baron, right? So they're trying to utilize these death timers in order to go in. There's the paranoia. Oh my goodness. These turrets just do not last. As now it's a naked Nexus. In goes Owner. He will be taken out by Teddy, though, who manages to outplay it. Doran getting himself out of the way is this Nexus. It's so close to dead. It's Teddy! He takes down the Jin. It's a double as he executes Doran, but the Nexus will go down. And T1 win the narrowest game one against the Bros I have ever seen in my life.
My God, the stun coming out from the Renekton was almost enough to buy them that extra second there.
You know what?
That was crazy.
I think the only thing that separated that game from a victory for Bro was Digon's prediction.
Yeah, that probably was.
I think if they had that extra level of faith, they would have been able to pull it through.
I gotta say, this was, for me, what I think Hanjin and Brian have been capable of this entire year, but we hadn't seen the decisive calls to them. I think there's real talent in this roster, and we saw it on display here. It's been a while since we saw Romer. He was popping off. We had Casting crushing the early game into Doran on the Aurora. Gideon had some great moments, but a few calls that were a bit rushed. That steal from Owner that saved the game. T1 still an incredibly strong team here, but Bro made the series interesting.
They really did. I'm just very sad because I feel like the likelihood of a 3-gamer has gone down after one of the most epic games that we've had all year long. Everyone, all of your Bro tax needs to be paid right now to make sure that they can bring this to 3. The Inspire Arena deserves it. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space to break it down, then game 2.
이제 안 온다. 나 공 15초. 아, 내가 공 18 생각. 나 공밖에 지원 안 돼. 들려드리 해줘야 돼. 단오플이야. 라인부터. 단오플. 탑라인. 이즈 만피. 삭단 오플. 삭단 오플. 집은 내가 막았어. 확인. 해도 되네. 아칼리 15초. 아 여기. 타워 쳐야 됐다 이번. 공 한번 켜줄게. 단오플이야. 공 한번 켜줄게. 타워. 야 타워 더. 과감하게 해줘. 나 그냥 들어줄게. 나가도 돼? 아칼리 5초. 아칼리 5초. 이즈 반피. 타워 쳐야 돼. 타워. 아칼리 3초. 타워 되나? 타워 쳐봐. 아칼리 나온다. 타워 쳐야 돼. 나 좋았어. 이거 한 대 쳐야 돼. 한 대. 쉣.
So young, so free. Ain't nothing got a hold on me. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in a day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Atlas said it best. Maybe the scriptwriters were getting a little lazy with a Baron steal, but how about a base push after a base defense into a 1 HP Nexus where an auto attack comes in, Teddy's Q gets blocked by a minion, he shifts forward, he cleans everyone up, but yet T1 still get the job done with the final auto attack. It's T1 1-0 against the Hanjin Brion. Welcome back to the space. We got a lot to cover.
Such a chaotic game, such a hectic game, and it felt like Bro was so close. It just felt like one little thing was missing. Maybe the support of one fan who didn't predict them.
Yeah, I mean, it was an insane game from Roamer as well. He did such a great job on Akali. He was getting solo kill in the mid lane, and he did such a great job on the matchup. But they couldn't really finish that out because Honor was covering all the lanes with his Nocturne, and they could not like defend that play from Honor today. Like it was insane outplay from Honor.
So many highlights, so many moments you could go for the solo kill that Bromer had earlier, the top lane craziness that Casting was able to get to. But we start with Honor recovering things here for Doran.
This is just as Nocturne has hit 6, and he immediately passed top to cover Doran, who was honestly struggling in this matchup. Casting got off to a really good start, and we just saw as soon as his Nocturne comes online, Ona is consistently assisting his solo lanes who were struggling earlier in the game, gets the flash here from the Akali, and then we see the payoff later on when a bot lane play comes in. Looks really close. And then a little bit of a misplay from Roma, but there's Ona once again to clean up.
I mean, I think especially Hanjin Brion, I think their top and mid played so well around the matchup, but I think it was Honor, as you mentioned, recovering all the matchup that with the Nocturne ulti, he literally saved the day.
It's funny because in pre-show, we focused on the bot lane. We're like, okay, this is going to be a bot lane game, support as well. But it was really the story about mid and top and how Honor was able to pull it back on in, which then led us to a dragon fight later on where a lot of these Drake fights were just fist fights here, Ox. They were just so crazy and over the top, and it showed off how bro were in it.
Yeah, it was super tense, and Ezreal was kind of the main character in a lot of these situations, and it felt like T1 let the Ezreal go of the Teddy, but put so much effort towards focusing him down. You see he is initially able to reposition away from the Aurora and move back in, but everything's just so hectic in the melee on the front line.
Yeah, it was all about jumping into the back line for Bro as well. I think they did such a great job on catching out the AD carry and the mid lane, but at the end you have one more damage dealer from T1, which is Doran, and it was so close. Every single fight were like so close.
This flash right there by Doran.
Man.
Oh my gosh.
Like it was just so close. Like I think Hanjin Brion did such a great job on like jumping into the back line, but I think it was just a 2% that they were missing, and I think T1 did such a great job on escaping those like team fights.
So after a couple of those Drake fights, a Baron called Roamer was hiding out in the mid lane. They get the kill, they push into the base, it doesn't end, but then it goes to this Elder fight. It's huge here.
So we see the engage from Bro, and they go on to Carrier, but Carrier was disguised as Ona, and I think they thought they were getting the Nocturne here, and the goal was kill the jungler, get the Elder, win the fight off that. Instead, they commit so many resources to the Nico, it puts them in a kind of a bad position, and Ona's still there to pick up the Elder. So I think the bait from Carrier, because Ona was inside the brush when they got vision, and they just saw a Nocturne walking over, and went, let's go for the jungler, and it backfired pretty massively.
So yeah, I think in fact if they did one shot like real Nocturne, then I think the situation could be like upside down, you know. But I think in this case, once again, like Carrier saving the day with the fake, you know. He didn't like really ult or anything, but his passive usage was on point right there.
Yeah, he's making plays not by active movements, but by the thinking beforehand, the setup. A great attempt by Hanjin Brion, but they are down 1-0 to T1. Let's send it back on over to the casters to get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, Dagon and the boys for the breakdown there of game number 1. Hanjin Brion so incredibly close. And now T1 poised for another 2-0. Back-to-back 2-0s would be the results in their home grounds if they're able to pick up this next game.
It doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to be that clean cut after what we saw in game number 1, but it's a big momentum swing at the very end, right? As you have to consider, like, bro, we're so close. Hanjin Brion had them on the ropes. They had such a strong mid game, and yet T1 still win, and they have the home crowd. So that might get in your head if you're on the side of Hanjin Brion, if you're one of those players, or even if you're a fan watching, you might also feel like, man, this is going to be so tough now. How do you get your headspace reset? Because they had a lot of great picks in this one as well, right? The Renekton was working well into the Aurora, but they also had the counter pick to Faker's Azir. They got the solo kills with that one. Those types of gimmies, I think you're not going to have in a Game 2 draft necessarily here either.
You will have right of first selection.
True.
So the bros at least get to choose what they want. We'll see whether they do get some value from that one. Maybe the bans are going to be changed up. Maybe they can get like a sneaky Karma pick or something like that for Namgung, who's found some success on that one in the past, although it can be difficult as a first pick. I think there is still ways to make this draft work out, but man, it must be so rough to be in such a great position in this game one, and it's a roadshow as well. Like, this was the T1 home ground. This is, you were talking about it before. Not a lot of these bro players have had the opportunity to play in front of a crowd like this, in a stadium like this.
Yeah, it's crazy. Imagine being Namgung right now.
Yeah, right?
Having to experience this. I mean, this is probably like it might actually be one of the best memories that he's had as a pro so far, is getting this close to being T1 in front of this crowd. Even if he loses game 2, they walk out of this one 0-2. I think he's going to remember that game 1. He's going to remember he got to play his favorite Elise, right?
Yep.
It can be quite a transformative experience for a young player like that.
And he certainly played very, very well. Let's have a look. First pick going to go over to the bros. I believe blue side will be chosen here by T1 as a response. And there it is. So a bit of a swap as to what we saw in the last game.
Yeah. See what bro decided to do with this first pick. Teddy lost Ezreal, right? They lost the Akali counter pick. The Renekton is gone. So very different look in this draft. Maybe we'll see that Jarvan come through this time around.
Oh yeah, potentially.
I think that's probably what they are angling for first pick at this moment in time. Again, assuming that T1 don't throw any curveballs with the bans.
They have been known to do that in the past. But let's see what it does end up being here as we get into the draft for game number 2. Hanjin Brion, bring us into these bans, boys.
I imagine probably going to see a Bard ban. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Who could have guessed?
You could have, Wolf, because you did.
Yeah.
I saw that one. Orianna going to be taken away here. Even T1 banning that one, although I imagine the bros probably would have wanted to take that one away as well.
The big questions
does have first pick.
Outstanding are Jarvan, Pantheon, and the Varus. So Ryze is taken away from Faker.
All right.
He does enjoy to play every meta mid lane champion right now, quite a lot.
And the Ryze feels a little bit better when the Azir is taken away, but the Anivia was still up, so this Ryze ban is kind of odd. The Varus still going to be taken away, though, largely aimed towards the top Varus, which is kind of being a bit ridiculous at this point in time.
It's just such a flexible pick, because it can even technically be played mid, but see the Karma ban. And so Pantheon here would leave us to a pretty open-ended draft and probably push towards that Jarvan first pick.
Yep.
Here for Hanjin Brion, and because there's no Ezreal available, that feels pretty nice here for Hanjin Brion if they are going to lock that one away. Now, if it's banned by T1, they'll give the Pantheon over, but there's no Ryze with it, but it's still incredibly powerful on its own.
I wouldn't mind like a Lulu ban or an Ashe ban or something like that instead. They will go for the Pantheon here, but it does mean you can lock in Jarvan now and then lock away a strong bottom lane immediately afterwards if you would like to, and then leave your solo lanes up until after the next round.
It could be that Hanjin Brion are worried about playing into Ashe Seraphine with this Jarvan first pick. They're actually going to swap over to the Annie instead, which works well with a lot of different junglers. So even though you give up the Jarvan here, you could play Wukong with this, which has been quite common and quite popular over the years.
I mean, it was some pretty Ryze group gaming. And we do know that the Annie Wukong was certainly a bit of a Ryze-themed pick.
Faker likes to play Galio into Annie. He does not like to play the more common picks that we've seen more recently in the Mel and very, very recently the Hui. So
yep. Aurora does like to play into it as well, but it looks like we've got some Frostfire happening in this mid lane.
A flex pick here, but likely to be Faker's pick.
That's true. It is a triple flex, as it turns out.
And
a little bit more when you've got Zeus in your top lane, but Doran can probably play it.
I think Jarvan is pretty warranted here, and they will do it. So now, if you're Hanjin Brion, you have a tough call to make. Do you go for the Ashe Seraphine, which works incredibly well with this, to lose the Wukong pick? I mean, Wukong very weak into Jarvan in the early game because he just does not do ganking, whereas the Jarvan does all of the ganking and has all of the mobility. Or, you know, like, what's the call here? Do you go for Ashe Seraphine and try to flex? Is Rumble's
up? Okay!
I kind of blanked on that one.
Me too.
It's always just permanently banned in my head. So.
Exactly. I just didn't think that it was possible for this champion to be played, and it makes it to the third round. T1 are also famously the team that just did not play Rumble.
Okay,
and
well,
this was picked up B5.
This is just like a giga draft suddenly, because you get Rumble Vi and you have the Annie. Sure, it's a lot of magic damage on the top side, but the setup could not be simpler.
Yeah, and also, with this much magic damage, it means that Teddy can get unleashed on the bottom side of the map. It does depend what he's going to be playing. They will have extra bans to throw at him as well, if they would like to. This is also a draft that does kind of lend itself to some Pyke. If Namgung wants to head back that direction as well.
This is going to get really interesting. Is this going to be the Scion counter pick here for Doran? The top side is the Rumble.
Yeah.
The Rumble will still have Prio, though, even though this has been a pretty strong and common response to the Rumble. So now we're looking at bottom
Cassante
lanes.
is picked more, though, right? Like, yeah, it's still the same idea. You just pick a tank and then just absorb, right? Build some magic resist. But I think it's less effective than what we've seen the Cassante find in the past.
With the Nautilus ban here, if I'm Hanjin Brion, I'm pretty much thinking like, all right, this guy either wants to play Yunara or he wants to play Zeri. And he's got a Scion, he's got a Jarvan set up here. They got the late game Anivia aspect of this. So if you're Hanjin Brion, maybe you just take both of those away. Take away the Ashe first.
All right.
So one of those two picks will be available for Pace, who does have pick priority here if he wants to use it, but he will not be able to get a Lulu automatically.
I'm very intrigued as to what bot lane Brion have cooked up for us. Teddy has, of course, been around for a while, so has played a whole bunch of things and a whole bunch of metas.
I think one of his best picks that he can't pick here because of the Jarvan is the Sivir.
Yep.
Which would have worked incredibly well with this comp. They'll be the ones to ban the Yunara away, T1R.
Okay. Yunara not exactly the greatest into Jarvan because you do have to use your ulti to get out of the Cataclysm, but generally if you're getting Cataclysmed, you want to be pressing ulti anyway.
It's true. Pyke is going to get taken away, so there's a lot of picks you can go here. If you're Hanjin Brion, maybe you're thinking about a Lucian pick here even because you have so much great setup in CC. The burst follow-up is so easy for Teddy.
I also think that there's a Caitlyn angle, and so did T1. They're going to look to try and take that one away here. I feel like Caitlyn has been a bit up and down, right? There are certainly angles to fight into this lane. It's not as it used to be, which was just entirely oppressive and you don't get to play the early game.
A lot of the time back then we didn't have range support as a viable option, but it's much more viable now. This makes a lot of sense. Can go into the lane feeling, okay, you're not going to get just stomped on. It's a very powerful laning champ, and it works incredibly well when the enemy champions can't move, which is what the mid and jungle are going to be doing to T1 in team fights. It feels bad for Teddy because he doesn't get to have the hyper carry impact on this pick that he would have in a lot of other situations.
Poppy is such massive value. This is very cute. I would have actually liked Gideon to be playing it. He was a brilliant Poppy jungle player, but his Vi is already locked in. Namgung's still trying to make up his mind, and picking away the Leona is what they're trying to figure out now. Do they want to do that, or do they want to pick up the Poppy for themselves? Leona will be the decision, just to make sure that Teddy isn't just getting solar flared out of his ultimate every time.
I think you could just go Lux here if you're carrier because you have enough engage. Milio would be crazy.
Yeah, that is not
actually
what I was
pretty
expecting.
Good value into this comp, though, with the Leona and the Annie on the other side.
Yep, very true. And it's AoE cleanse.
Yeah.
And so Annie, like Flash Tibbers, doesn't feel nearly as bad when you... Oh, this is another way to preemptively get rid of it. And your laning phase is even stronger.
This is the Giga angle because it both has the Black Shield to stop the CC like you're talking about, but is incredibly powerful in lane.
And now also, Teddy has to play AP Misfortune to make sure that the Make It Rain is going to pop the Black Shield.
The other thing about this, too, for Namgung is he was hoping that he could play as Leona both defensively against dives for the Jarvan, but also to be as an engage tool for the rest of this team to set things up. And
I mean, Leona and Rumble together is really, really powerful.
Plus Vi, right? Plus Annie. Like this works incredibly well here for Hanjin Brion, but if you get caught on set engage in the lane, if Namgung's like, I think I have an angle here, I'm going to go for a Zenith Blade, and then you just get stunned or, you know, locked up by the Q there from the Morgana, you're just dead. You know, you're stunned forever. You're not going to be able to get out of there. Rooted, I should say, but you know what I mean. My point is, These melee champions are not going to like it, so when you commit into Morgana, she might spell shield your CC and then lock you down and you die. And then it's like, yeah, that's all I needed was just one Q to stop everything that you were doing. And the spell shield alone is so high value here. The lane phase is so powerful for T1.
Yeah,
this Morgana pick was insane.
Yeah, once they get out of the laning phase, though, there's Rumble and Annie that can break the Black Shield very comfortably, right? It is going to be a little bit more difficult to keep that one up, but like you say, in the lane, my goodness. This Morgana feels like a bit of a masterstroke, not to mention a strong lane just in general. Let's get into it. All right, man. Inspire kind of exploding here today.
I don't like it that there's no bro chant. I don't know how to
maybe
explain
we
it.
missed it.
Just
Maybe it
doesn't
happened
feel right.
beforehand and it was massive, Wolf. In my mind, the bro chant is just, it's a pipeline for all of the bro tags that they've been claiming.
I know it's the T1 homestand, you know, it's their home ground. They've got everything set up. It's all about T1. That's the whole point, but I don't know. I would have liked to hear the guy, at least some other MC, chant bro and it be silent. Like, that would feel powerful in its own way, but ultimately, we're going to jump into this 1v, or rather 2v2 down here at level 1, and Namgung is not going to like it, like we were kind of alluding to earlier. If you go in, that's the end of that.
Faker also doesn't like it, as double electrocutes come out, and the egg is just sitting there in the middle of the lane! And Roam is level 1, so we can't kill it. Oh, dear. Well, Faker is going to come back with half of his health bar, and no egg.
That doesn't necessarily matter right now, but it definitely could matter later.
Yeah, able to sidestep.
It's later.
There's Flash Frost as well. So yeah, Roamer having a good time. Fire does beat Ice.
Yeah.
If my Pokemon is still correct.
Last time I put an ice cube next to a fire, it stopped being an ice cube.
But it did then become Water Wolf.
Yeah, but it kind of like spilled over the floor and couldn't quite get to the fire, so...
Yeah, and then once it stops being ice, it then becomes water. And at that point, obviously, water is better than fire, as we know.
It's a bit tricky.
It is a bit tricky how
Baker,
it sort of melds like that.
He still has Flash, and he also has this ward here, so he is going to be totally fine. Gideon wanted to make an opportunity, realized. As Namgung had the back, so this should just be a free plate to the Caitlyn, and this lane is going as it should.
Oh, no.
Rip.
I actually thought that he was going to be able to get that. I thought the turret didn't have enough damage. But however, it did. So he misses a cannon and is really in a bit of a rough spot here. Double the CS here for the Caitlyn. And
so
obviously,
annoying.
I mean, you have a melee support and you're outranged. Like, it's just not a fun time.
Yeah, it's great for the team fighting, the Namgung pick here, but otherwise...
Has to cleanse to avoid the Peacemaker?
Yikes. Okay, well, the news isn't getting better here for Teddy and Namgung right now, but it's getting potentially worse because Owner's coming.
Yeah, he is looking for a little bit of a dive opportunity. They will have to stop Teddy's back. Yeah, great ward is going to spot Owner moving on over. I think he saw that ward go down, and so he's not going to give his position away.
Teddy is down 14 CS. He's going to be down even more. I mean, he's not getting any of this, so that's going to stay the case as he had the back there, and Namgung is just going to get the experience. So he'll finally get level 3 off of that wave because he spent some time back himself. T1, strong early laning phase. In the bottom lane. Top side, Doran only a few CS down, holding his own there in the tough matchup in the early game here into the Rumble. Faker, he lost Egg, but you know, that doesn't, again, necessarily mean anything if it's not punished.
Yeah, Casting just unfortunately misses a cannon and takes a turret shot. That is a series of unfortunate events, I would say, for this Rumble.
Loved that series when I was younger.
Yeah, thanks Lemony Snicket.
It's not his real name.
It is in my mind.
I don't know what his real name is, so.
No, neither do I. Didn't even read the
Basically real. Oh, you didn't read the books?
No, I didn't. I think I watched the movie a very long time ago, but did not read the books.
That's fair. I mean, you know.
I don't like, you know, like just bad news. And aren't those books just bad news?
Yeah, it is legit.
Isn't it Bad News, the series?
It is that, yes. It's like every happy ending is like, and then it was almost sort of okay. And that's the best we got.
Yeah. Doesn't seem great. Okay, Point Blank Dark Binding is going to connect onto Namgung. This time, at least, he has Eclipse.
This does feel like this game script could have been written by Lemony Snicket, though. as the bottom lane is very unfortunate for Namgung. Cards that he dealt himself, though, unlike the Baudelaire family. We're just a little bit unlucky. As this lane is not going to get better. Another route, and Owner is here. They want to set something out now. It's very difficult to dive a Leona because she has a lot of the CC buttons.
Yeah, Teddy doesn't have cleanse though, so he can't stop the CC buttons. As Namgung somehow sides, I don't know how that worked, but it kind of did. As the Black Shield is going to stop the Shield of Daybreak from working out.
Gideon's somewhat nearby, but he will be seen by this ward, so I think this will be the end of the pressure here for T1.
Good news is the bros are alive. The bad news is they don't have any money.
Well, define alive.
It is not dead.
True. Okay, fair.
And that's where I'm at.
Still not in the death chamber. Still able to control their characters. Yeah.
Indeed.
Because he's
green, not black and white.
He's 562. You know, it's iterating a little bit. Gold behind. Finds himself 20 CS behind. Teddy does, and is Misfortune. So needs the rest of the map to be kind of smashing it. And so far, it's really only Roamer who has a lead anywhere else. As Casting has not been able to continue to put the pressure on the door and is starting to really turn this one around, as Sion often does, as he starts to get items and starts to get levels. Has his ultimate, tanking, or rather gaining health, getting tankier.
Carrier poking his head in towards the mid lane, but isn't able to find any inroads. Gideon now on his blue buff, but does have Owner to contend with. As Voltbreaker brings Gideon over towards his Gromp now. It looks like Owner will be able to get this steal, as Gideon needs to protect his bottom lane.
Yeah, he is close to 6. Gromp, I don't think, is enough. Hard to judge with that bar.
Owner is spotted on vision.
Okay,
that heading towards the dragon is actually going to start it up by the looks of things.
Gideon has level 6, but doesn't have anywhere to go with it, right? Like, it's tough to gank mid. Dragon here, they don't have any prio, so Namgung, do not do that. Do not go in on that.
They are looking very tempted.
I would not suggest it without your Misfortune ultimate. You're very close there.
Oh, top binding is now on cooldown, but yeah, I don't think the bros are really going to be able to capitalize. Just be happy that you can access the wave.
And the dragon didn't go over. Owner decided not to go for that, decided to look for something here in mid, and Gideon covered, so ends up being bros holding on a little bit down here on the bottom side.
Yep. Teddy will get bound, and the Peacemaker comes in once again. It's like clockwork, as there is the farm alarm.
Yeah, maybe like right now the rest of the team is like, put that on silent mode.
Yeah, exactly. Even vibrate is a bit annoying.
Or as we like to call it here in Asia, manner mode.
Manner mode.
So it's called. It's great. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Actually brilliant. All right, Dark Binding goes wide once again, but yeah, it's still bad news.
It's just like, it doesn't matter if he hits it or not. The fact that he can hit it means they have to just kind of huddle under the turret. Doran is Sion, so this is going to be tricky.
Does still have to flash, as the ulti is on cooldown. Can't use that in order to escape. Still, Gideon not going to press the R button or anything like that, as Owner makes his way over. Was thinking to try and catch Roma here.
They have a lot of prio in the top lane, so this is a little risky for T1. Faker has his egg back.
Gideon a little bit frustrated because he almost gets pulled off his grubs, as the Black Shield does so much work here. Headshot on Namgung as well. One more auto, and that is first blood over to Carrier. Bros, you opted into that.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about in the draft. Like, if you go in on the Morgana, she just, spell shields and goes low, and roots you, and then you die. It didn't work out the way he was hoping for.
Gideon gets out, does take an auto attack with him, but it looks like Roma is going to be okay, makes it back to lane. The Gideon grubs are taken. But this turret is almost taken as well. And it's almost 1,000 gold in the lead here for this Caitlyn lane.
Remember game 1?
Never forget.
It was so close and so hype.
It was something, Wolf. It really was. And this is starting to form into not something. It's starting to form into...
Wait a minute.
Okay. Possible angle here as Gideon finds the cease and desist. Doran still with no ulti available and also doesn't hit the Q. I think this Sion, ladies and gentlemen, is dead.
All right.
To take down the kill.
They got him.
All right, 1-1. If you look at that part of the scoreboard,
it's tie
it's amazing.
Game. Tie game, Alice. Yeah.
Still super close, Wolf. And they've got 3 grubs. I think Bro are in the lead.
When that dragon is killed for T1, it doesn't make the 1 into a 2. So I still think the game state is the same.
Right. They do have a dragon now, though, so... I mean, it's 3-1, though. They only took 1 dragon, and they took 3 grubs on the bro side.
I mean, that's a good way of looking at things. That's the kind of optimism I need.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why they pay me the big bucks. For the optimism. That's what it is.
There's still an angle for Teddy to be relevant with all the CC, even, 1,300 gold behind. He's not going to be winning any awards for, like, an 80 carry battle, It's not going to be saying bot diff in the all chat if they win this game, but he can follow up on a lot of the CC here if it's set up properly for him. So the game is not all for naught, but Caitlyn's supposed to do well. But when you opt into the Leona and then opt into, like, going into the Morgana, as the Leona in this case, it's not supposed to be, like, this hard.
Yeah.
But, there's hope for Teddy yet. Not for this turret, though, I don't think.
No, this turret is very much going to go down. Dark Binding does go wide, as Solar Flare is going to straight up miss. And that means that Teddy's ultimate is also whiffing as well.
Well, he kept the turret alive.
Yeah, Solar Flare is a button that's hard to press when there's a black shield.
Yeah, it's hard to crowd control them when the shield says that that's not allowed.
Yeah.
Well, the turret will still go down.
It will. That is no longer a turret. That is rubble.
How do you headshot a turret?
You shoot it in the head.
It's got like a head. It's got a little like owl-looking thing going on.
So it's just in the head part is where you aim the bullet. I think
shoot it in the beak.
Yeah, straight in the beak.
Beak shot.
Exactly right.
Well, this is the same story that we've been telling for the last 11 minutes, frankly, in this game. There was the topside pick. They did get that done, but otherwise, now the Caitlyn is unleashed to go elsewhere. And right now, feeling like it's old lame swap meta. We're going topside. We're going to maybe try to punish this Rumble here. Here we go.
Yeah, the Scion has left the station and has left all of his abilities on the floor.
There's a lot of bro coming up.
Well, casting will be able to grab these minions as well as Pays gets double harpooned. That might mean he's killable, as Kerry is a long way away. Still Teddy getting some free time with this outer turret on the bottom side will be good news. Yeah, and he is unanswered right now.
I think just straight up, if you're Hanjin here, you have to shadow the Rumble, but don't commit. Don't be the aggressor. Be the defender and let Teddy get money. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Just going to kind of huddle here and make it so that Pays cannot actually dive. He's getting some plate gold. Okay, they're not going to do that.
Yeah,
they're going to go now.
Pays immediately cleanses. Does have the black shield from Carrier, but that is now worn off. There's a teleport in from the Annie. That's going to take about 15 years for him to get there, and Pays will be burnt to a crisp after those 15 years are up, as Roma does make his way through.
There were 2 teleport wards Faker could have utilized there to wrap around behind them. That I thought maybe that was going to be how T1 decided to punish there.
Wait a second. The bros are actually doing pretty well.
Yeah, no, it kind of feels like almost playable.
Yeah.
Because they got the knockdown of the Caitlyn there on the top side. A lot of money going over to Annie right now on the push. Teddy also got a significant amount of money solo there on the bottom side of the map. You can see he's still 2,000 gold behind, but still a lot of relevant gold going over to this Misfortune. And I thought if Bro had committed there, they would have gotten punished, but T1 just kind of slink away, and the teleport was not really that impactful, but they just leave Pays out to dry. Faker could have TP to try to come in and catch on those wards there that you could see on your screen to the top side of the map, but did not opt for it. Instead wanted to get plate gold. But Bro fighting back.
Indeed. 2,000 gold is, it's a large lead at this stage of the game. But if they hold on to just that deficit, for another 10 minutes, you're going to be feeling a whole lot better about it. As Gideon's also able to take his Raptors. Oh, it's perfect. It's beautiful. As Casting, able to dodge another Q. Swifty's doing work here as he now overheats and just cuts down Doran's health bar. Man, he's got some magic resist, but not enough. As Solar Flare is going to not connect onto Faker. Neither does the Zenith's Blade, and he flashes away.
Okay, good job, Faker.
Good job, Faker.
That was actually quite a dire situation, but he handled it well. He does not have flash anymore. But I think that's fine with him because he's got his res, he's got his egg, and there is just no way for them to follow up on this right now. So good escape there. As Pays is, he got plates on the top side, got plates and a turret on the bottom side. Now he's got his sights set on this mid turret. He's just doing all the Caitlyn things.
I like how you said sights, and that was like actually he bought a sight. That's his first item.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
He's also got that on his gun too because it's Caitlyn.
Really, really cool. All right, Roma is going to be denied his little run towards Faker, but he will still stun him and drop down the bear. In goes Gideon. and they look to try and fry this one. It's looking sunny side up. At this point, as he will come back and then immediately gets punched, and down goes the bird.
Well,
Namgung is in a position right now, ladies and gentlemen. I would call this a spot that he is in. He's not going to get snared, but also doesn't get bound. Now he's on a merry jaunt through the enemy jungle. Gives them the good old deft thumbs up. Let's see what the bros can get on the rest of the map, because Namgung is very dead. Does sidestep the knock-up there. That's pretty cute. There's a blast going down here as well as Teddy's for Pays. Equalizer goes down, and Pays has to flash to get out of the way of that one. Finally, Namgung will be taken out. As Pays was walking on over, he's like, Carrier, stop trying to help kill this Leona. I need help.
T1's lead is still very significant. Pays' lead is the lead.
Yeah,
but
it's the whole gold lead.
It's severely diminished now with some of these plays that were made. When Faker initially had to flash, I was like, okay, that was good by Faker because he's safe now. But then this happened, where he pushed up to clear this wave with his ultimate and did not, I think, account for the fact that Gideon could be topside here. He didn't have vision on the top side of Hanjin's jungle, so he just ends up dying here. In live, Grower grouped on the dragon, as you guys can see, but have not yet started it, working on that crab. But that happens, the mid lane collapse happens, Pays loses flash on this Caitlyn, so Bro are being proactive again, just like they were in game one.
Yep, proactivity paying off. And it is still a gold lead, but that is halved. It's kind of crazy what the bros have been able to do to make their way back in this game. Rift Herald going to be traded for Dragon by the looks of things.
Let's see what the soul is.
Yeah, it's going to be Ocean. So we've had Chemtech into Ocean. That is not exactly high value, as Faker's Wall not able to do too much here as Casting overheats and looks to take him down. Remember, there is no egg and there is no flash. It's just a dead bird, as he will take the turret for his trouble. Owner collects the eye here as he is committed to this Rift Herald.
Oh, Roamer?
He's just going to interrupt that one by pressing Incinerate.
I don't think that Owner could have done anything for Faker there, and he really needed to get that Herald, so you know, if he had dropped Herald earlier and Faker was like, I think he's going to go on me, let's actually get the kill, then we'll get the Herald, that could have been okay, but at the timing in which, you know, he could have come over once Faker was already caught there, it was just not a good idea. He would have dropped Herald and it would have been a disaster, so he has to hold Herald and take it. He does pick it up, so that's going to be a guaranteed turret, very likely, in this game. You see, this one is basically dead, mid is also basically dead. But Faker here just gets run down. He uses the wall to buy time, but there's just too much damage in this Rumble.
I do think that it might have even been worth it to just kill the minion wave, as there was a lot of minions there. Although I think, yeah, most of the minions did survive, so I think Carson did get back there. But man, it's a juicy wave, and maybe that's what Faker thought. He's like, the teleport will come in, he'll kill the wave, and I will be able to get himself out. Also did have the wall, but just wasn't able to use it effectively enough against these Swifty boots on the Rumble.
Yeah, just not quite able to make it work. Still this top jungle here for Bro, going strong in this game. And Teddy, again, like I said, I don't want to call him utility, but he's really just follow-up, right? He's combo-based in this game. So
oh, yeah.
He's already pretty stable in mid lane with Bloodthirster alone, as we're going to see a bit of a skirmish here, potentially. Gideon's going to clear this vision.
Yeah.
And T1 will opt out.
Casting, lurking in this brush. Extra pretty brush, now that we have an Ocean Rift on our hands.
The IE is out and sharpened here for Pays. He is ready to team fight, but the rest of his team is not really set up for the mid game that he was hoping for. He's like, I got it. I did the Caitlyn thing. You guys are all good to fight, right?
Yeah.
Faker's like, I'm on 3 sacks of Rod.
Yeah. Pays also kind of wants another item for him to be really powerful. And obviously 4 is kind of the sweet spot. So bullet time comes on down. Pays takes basically no damage from it, but Teddy was just trying to convince them not to kill his turret. Now Doran looking to make his way in. Casting will cook him on his way forward, though, as the Soul Furnace just gives him a big old shield, and down they will go. Still, the Annie on a flank angle as Gideon wants to press R, and the Dark Binding still going to manage to land here. Kind of crazy that connected onto Gideon.
So difficult for T1 to push through this choke with Casting having Equalizer. They have to refocus on the mid.
Oh, Namgung just going to tank up the ultimate here. Didn't really care about the Unstoppable Onslaughters. There is the Equalizer that you were talking about, as Doran will just enter the battle Rift Herald and look to get some knockups. Will not careen into the wall, as now
The soil is on the ground and down goes the Leona. The Bros have lost their support now as Gideon looking to try and fight here. Doran just tanking everything at this point in time as Roma flashes on in, throws down the bear as Pays will just be able to net away. Teddy in a lot of trouble now as well as Doran still alive and still just walking towards the players of Bro. Roma and Namgung both going down in T1 holding strong.
No objective to take here for T1 after this play, but pretty disastrous result for Bro, who looked like they wanted to make a proactive play here through this choke point. Look at the angle for a potential equalizer here with this solar flare, but Casting doesn't drop it. And I thought, you know, in this moment, he could have done a serious amount of chip damage and then regained control of this wave and just ended the skirmish. Instead, he kind of holds it here, holds it here, holds it here, and then drops it at the kind of worst opportunity. Like, it cuts Doran off, but Doran has a Rift Herald to go to. He's also Scion, so doesn't really care anyways. And then Doran gets a double knock-up, then wraps around, U-turns in to hitting Namgung when the ultimate is coming out for Pays to secure the kill. Casting no longer has Equalizer, can't really peel for himself. A Roamer flashes here, but there is just no follow-up.
Yeah, Roma was looking for a Flash Tibbers play and just never found it throughout that entire time. I think he was possibly a little overly optimistic as to what he was going to be able to get there, because using it at the last second before he died was not exactly the greatest. Now he has a dash cannon. Maybe there's going to be an opportunity for a team fight here, but T1 moving back to a 3,000 gold lead as Casting will spot the Scion in this brush, trying to be a little tricky. Teddy does have his Mortal Reminder now done, so cutting down the Scion is a little bit less difficult, but does want a few more items.
I'm of the mind that in this game state, yes, normally in most situations, Pays is looking to have his third item before he really pops off, but going second item, i.e. with an MF as your enemy AD carry who can't do anything really on her own except sit on a Bloodthirster shield, I think this is actually an incredibly strong spike for him right now, even before that third item for team fights, because of the front line that they have. You know, a lot of the times Caitlyn doesn't actually get to straight up team fight at this stage. But I think given what Bro have here, Pays is ready to do damage. He's ready to sit up in the front line and actually layer that in.
Casting looking for an angle here. This Equalizer could actually really be a problem. He throws it down. It's not exactly the most high value. His owner takes down the Drake, but they've killed Pays, and the Bros will take down the Jarvan as well. Namgung able to flash himself out of the way. Faker wants to kill him. He'll find the Flash Frost, but now he's in such an awkward spot. Still, Casting not going to press any further forward, and the Black Shield on Doran will keep him alive. Casting gonna have to settle for a Raptor as the Bros are looking at a Baron.
I want to see where some of that damage came onto Pays from, because it looked like, you know, he was pushing onto Teddy there, then suddenly just health bar disappear. And we're going to see a TP here from Faker to potentially contest this Baron position. Second TP.
Yeah, this Doran teleport is a dangerous one. He does have a big old shield, and there's a wall from Faker as well. Gets a nice stun, but Gideon gets out of the knockup from Doran, and he will be taken out. Level 16 from Casting on this one as well as the Zombie Scion. He might be able to kill this Rumble, which would be absolutely massive. Gideon just barely gets over the wall. Oh my goodness. Namgung able to soak a lot of damage with that Eclipse, but the Bros a little too low to go for any Barons themselves, and maybe T1 with a full health owner could try their hand at it.
They do end up stopping the Baron essentially just by sacrificing Doran, and that means that Bro just don't have an opportunity for it. So I do think this call, while it looked a little bit silly in hindsight when you see the Scion get caught there, and also Faker's wall wasn't necessarily helping him. I want to watch this fight again, because Teddy ends up just popping Pays here. Pays goes forward. Obviously on the other side of the fight, the Equalizer splits them up.
Oh, Teddy just flashes out of the way.
Yeah, just avoids that. Just out-damages him there. Sitting on 2 items himself.
I mean, this is the power of 2 items on a Misfortune versus 2 items on a Caitlyn. That being said, I think Pays should have been stronger, right? He's 2,000 gold ahead.
Just could not actually get it done there. Great flash from Teddy. And then Doran here goes in to try to save the day. This wall, a little bit suspect, trying to help zone Gideon out. Then Gideon is barely able to get over the next one, which is pretty crazy. Stun hits onto Casting, but game is incredibly close, right? I mean, this Rumble is very, very strong right now. The buy is huge, and even though the Caitlyn has a 2,000 gold lead, we haven't seen the impact outside of lane just yet here for Pays. You can see that gold up there. He's 2K up. Teddy's second in the game.
Yeah, he does have rapid fire cannon now, so this is starting to become a scary point. Namgung is extraordinarily dead. Does land a solar flare. There's a bullet time as well. So, you know, taking some damage for their trouble, but that is a very deadly owner. And Teddy is now just going to walk in, looks to stand his ground, and the ace in the hole will take him out with the help of the Jarvan. And so the bottom lane are just dead, Wolf.
Yeah, the look on Teddy's face there and the gesture, the scratch of the head from Teddy, it makes me wonder if he also wasn't sure what he was doing there.
Well, Gideon, you could see, was very animated in the player cam, and now he's going to be not animated in the game because he's really dead. Oh, picks the juke, and Carrier, he's able to lock down casting as well. The Bros are just falling apart.
Oh, man, this hurts if you're, you know, a Hanjin fan, because it felt like they may have had a way back in. It was going to be a tough game, but now I think all your hopes are shattered. You know, this was a bit of a set of mistakes here that I mean, it's kind of disastrous. Like, you end up losing your support. Teddy is moving forward there. He dies.
Yeah, and
I just don't, like, I want to look at this again because they have, like, Teddy has full information. Like, there's no trickery here. He ults, and then I guess he just thought that they were on Baron, so he's got to go over and challenge, and that they weren't on Baron yet, so he just walked into them and died.
Maybe the call from Gideon was like, oh, try and keep them interested or something like that.
Yeah.
Not that interested. That's too interested.
Yeah. I think Gideon is just, I mean, they all were so desperate to stop T1 from getting Baron that T1 wasn't doing yet. And then T1 was like, I'm killing the pro champions, actually. That's the buff I want, is all of this gold that they pick up.
And then they did the Baron. And so they kind of have everything. They're moving towards a 5,000 gold lead. Not quite there just yet, but this Rebel Baron power play will certainly get juiced up over the next 2 minutes. All right, let's see. Bottom lane is going to get pushed in first. And I don't think an equalizer is going to be enough to stop this one from going down. Also, not the hill you really want to die on.
No, I don't think so. I think you let this one go. Trying to set up a flank, though, on the left side.
Yeah. Train left the station, but the Cataclysm not exactly helping out there as the bullet time will get interrupted. Still, it's going to be enough to take down Ona. Doran in a bit of trouble, cease and desist into the backline, and the combo is there. Pays just gets roasted where he stands, and Faker is turned into scrambled eggs once again. Gideon knocks him down, and Carrier is the last one alive alongside Doran.
This series is just too much, Atlas. Okay, so we went from no hope, no optimism, to suddenly a flank play. T1 get cut to pieces, just a little bit too scattered. So Owner here is trying to check for said flanks, right? Wants to come over here and challenge this ward, gets caught by Gideon. And then Teddy here gets collapsed on, but Doran can't get to him. Hits the wall here, and then this ultimate from Teddy is able to take the Jarvan out. Doran's now i7 team. Baker and Pace can't close the gap here.
And Teddy just killed Carrier.
I don't even... Okay.
He didn't even need to cleanse. It just killed him.
Yeah, he just said, no, you're not allowed to be alive anymore in this particular state. It's the first death of the game for Carrier. And now there's so much standing gold on the map here. All these outers are up, and Bro are closing the gold gap and closing it quickly. Let's see if they can get away from this gank.
Yeah. Gideon going to turn it on to Ona where he can. You can see Casting holding Doran in position. Decent sidesteps there, but Casting's very dead. Pays claiming that kill and might be able to get this one on the Rumble at the same time, as the Equalizer just does not do very much of anything at all. And so the Bros, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back, 1.5 forward.
That's a good way to put it.
Sort of thing.
They get Carrier, and they get the turret in the bottom side. They get some plates in mid, so I think it's still a trade-up of gold for them, but I think they could have just played this a little bit slower. So Casting has Crystalline here, so he's going to be able to get this turret from the minions. If he is able to somehow outplay this, instead of, like, if he just runs away here, instead of trying to outplay, rather is what I really mean to say, then maybe he's actually fine or pulls more resources, but he kind of tried to collapse there, Gideon. But because 4 show up, the top push is still there for Roamer. They still get the mid push. They actually take out both top and mid turrets out of this, so Bro ends up still getting a lot out of his death.
Yeah, so still able to get something back, and you can see, as far as the gold lead is concerned, it's 28.5 minutes. What was I saying before? Like, if the gold lead stays at 2,000, then the Bros are fine. I mean, it's less than that. So I think they're still kind of feeling good. And the Baron, no longer a thing that they need to worry about. You can see for the Bros, that gold is in favor of the top side of the map. Pays is still a huge problem, which is what we've been kind of talking about all game long. Does have a Bloodthirster completed, as well as his Last Whisper, heading towards 5 items, which is where, the Caitlyn becomes a gigantic problem yet again. Gideon looking for Doran.
he is also, because he's where the gold is, a potential liability, right? And Bro can, if they punish him, if they can find him again like they did in that scrap around their blue buff, they can win this game because they have a lot of tools. They have all the CC you could ever want for a Rumble, and if Pays dies first in a fight, all the wind is out of T1's sails, so he has to be very careful. Faker.
He just gets bed, and there is the Flash Frost there as well. Still, they found Casting, who does break his arm guard. Tibbers is there to try and defend, but Tibbers is not going to stay. And that is Casting just dead. Takes a drink on the play cam, as you can see there.
90 seconds until this Baron is up, so not much T1 can do as a result of this punish here, but it's still a Rumble off the map, and they're looking to try to push down this inner now with this Caitlyn pick that is able to do a lot of damage from super far away. Crystalline first.
Yeah, there's the bullet time just to clear out the wave. That will successfully do so. Still, Doran able to walk under turrets and just kind of tank it up forever if he would like to. Space takes a lot of damage. There's a rapid fire cannon done for Teddy as well. He's on 4 items.
20 seconds till Casting comes up. His ult would be up around the same time. T1 need to be careful. Remember, last time they lost a big fight was because they were pushed up too far. There are no flanks set up here for Bro just now, and T1 have a lot of control vision, so I think they will just carefully, surgically remove this turret off the map and then back away.
Yeah. T1's flank vision was actually insane in that moment.
It's almost like they learned.
Triangle of wards.
Yeah, it's almost like they learned from what happened last time. Faker here, you know, he ends up getting bared, but he's got flash, so he can just get over the wall here. The equalizer is completely wasted, so he doesn't actually have to peel for himself or turn anything around here. So arm guard also broken as a result of this one. Does pick up Azonia's, as you can see it in live, so it doesn't necessarily matter anymore, but a close game still. And I don't feel like it should have been, but Bro just have so many tools, and when all the money is in one basket, right? Like all the eggs in one basket, but in this case, the gold is all in Pays. Can lose the game just straight up in an instant.
Yeah, Pays does get that black shield. Tibbers just to join in. Bit of a gate crash there, as we can see, as Carrier looks for the angle. Roma flashes out of the way. It's a broken up fight, though, as the flash out from Gideon's fantastic, but he's put in the Cataclysm. Cease and desist comes through. His owner's pulled away from the rest of his team. It's only Doran there to try and defend this job, and it's Teddy that's able to help put him down, with Gideon there getting the last hit. Casting still in a decent spot as Pays gets on over. Roma probably didn't want to tank that one, but does at least have the Molten Shield on the retreat. It's owner in trade for no one, though.
Casting still has his ultimate. I think he wants to try to use it somehow here.
Oh, Faker does have a blast cone and does use it to get into the Dragon Pit with full information over to the Bros.
TP coming through from Romer. His Tibbers is back up. This could be an amazing equalizer flank if T1 don't realize what's going on.
Well, there is the bullet time coming on through. Namgun goes in. There's the equalizer coming on down. The Leona sacrifices herself, but Casting gets on top of Pays and wipes out the Caitlyn. It's another one for the double under Casting here as Faker is put into the egg and Teddy locks down the kill. The Bros were thinking about a dragon. They'll get a Baron.
I mean, this is another great play from Casting on this Rumble. He's flanking, making this work. They push through, and I think T1 just were a little bit duped there. Great setup there on the front part of the fight as well. They push Pays down. Like I said, doesn't matter how much gold ahead you are. If you're dead at the beginning of the fight, Baron goes over here to Bro, and they've equalized the gold. They've taken a gold lead. And look, you have so many opportunities when you're Bro in these types of situations to look for proactive plays.
Tell you what, this is one of the first times Roma's name has been correct.
Yeah.
Like, he is all over the map. He's coming from every single angle, be it on Annie or on Akali.
And the end result here is unfortunately just a bit of a split call. Owner is flashing forward to try to set up these plays, but the DPS is not following.
I mean, it's the old adage of I'm Jav and I'm helping 5 screens away from the rest of his team.
And then Pays here is just, he has to cleanse.
Oh, the sidesteps from Teddy as well, man.
And then Teddy is just like, all right, well, I kill Nivea in the 1v1, kiting it through, has his Bloodthirster, gets a little bit of help from Casting, and then Faker's dead, no passive. Dragon goes over to Bro, they're on soul point now, and they have this Baron to push this lead even further.
It would be very funny if T1 loses soul twice in a row and gets a 2-0. That could actually be what happens here today. 4.5 minutes on that next Dragon if the Bros do want to get that soul.
And it is, you know, 2 of the souls there where it's believable, I suppose, but the game state here crazy the turnaround potentially for Bro in this one.
Yeah.
It's not over till it's over, and T1 still have a Caitlyn that's 2,000 gold ahead. And similarly to how you were talking about the overall gold, that gold hasn't moved, but that still stays relevant the entire game because that's an extra item that you usually have picked up as the Caitlyn in this situation. But
There's
it
also,
doesn't matter if he keeps dying.
There's also the issue of waves that haven't necessarily been managed quite as well by the Bros, but they do send Roma towards the top side. And now, for the very first time this game, the Bros have a gold lead. 200 at 34.5 minutes. This is once again so incredibly close.
It's right now, so many things for T1 that they had kind of in the bag are now kind of in question. And FaZe doesn't have Flash, doesn't have Cleanse for a few more seconds here.
20.
He is huge. And if FaZe dies first again, it feels like you just kiss this game goodbye. We'll see you in game 3. Because there's a Leona, right? There's an Annie, there's a Vi.
And Faker has the Fiendish Codices as well. I really appreciate buying 2 of those items because it's a really great plural.
It's a great set as well. They look good together on the mantle.
Yeah.
If you have just one, it looks like you're not really that into the
Yeah, I mean, they're
codex.
books and they can be a bookend.
Yeah.
Which is just beautiful. So he does have those codices. And as you can look at that tiny little red speck at the end of that gold graph.
The thing I want to see most in this next fight is how Doran feels, because he has often been trying to go in with Owner, and FaZe and Faker are like, oh, they got a lot engaged, we got to stay back. And so they create somewhat of a split. And even though they're very tanky in the front line, the damage is there. The damage is real. This Rumble itself does so much, even without Equalizer, that you can't afford to be splitting your front and back lines. We need to see, I think, Doran, rather than ulting in, maybe just staying near the carries so that FaZe can melt the enemy team here. There isn't much of a front line for Bro. The front line is the CC, and they win the fight through that. But if the CC doesn't land, or if FaZe is able to escape, or Doran absorbs all the pressure, that's it. That's the fight. Like, Teddy can't just front to back. He can to a certain extent. He can, especially if the Caitlyn is dead. But if the Caitlyn is still alive, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, he will have a GA relatively soon. And if they get Ocean Soul, I mean, then maybe you can kind of stand your ground, right? As the Caitlyn, as the Misfortune with this Bloodthirster, right? Like, you will be getting a lot of health back per auto. But as you say, I mean, it's not necessarily someone that's all.
It's not likely.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rough time. Still, Namgung with Eclipse leveled up, like he's level 14 now. Once he's got it maxed, like, he will be pretty tanky, I guess. He's died 6 times, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't have very many items, but he's got a Locket and a Dream. And the Dream right now is of dragons.
Yeah, still dreaming though, because Dragon ain't waking up until 80 more seconds from now, so maybe we would take a reset.
Yeah,
we're going to do that.
Flapping on over.
Did get some vision set up around the Dragon area. Not a ton of it, but
Casting
enough.
gets his Rabadons before this Dragon fight potentially breaks out as well.
And let's see if Roamer is close to doing so as well. I think they might give him this Gromp, and that might be enough for him. This is potentially the fight to decide the game. Baron's going to be up right afterwards. And in fact, we might even just ignore Dragon and go straight to Baron. But this next fight feels like it's going to blow the game open completely.
Not to mention, Pei's just completed his GA. So that's full items for Caitlyn. And he was popping at the beginning of the fight. And he's not going to do that anymore
Roamer,
because he has a GA.
He waited. Okay, he's got Death Cap. This is it.
All right, double hats. And Namgung already softened here. They know that he's the engage. Decent knock up there onto Teddy, but he has a big old shield. He is kind of okay.
Jack shows value here for Doran is high.
Yeah, Solar Flare, not exactly getting a lot of value as Namgung goes in one more time. Does cleanse himself as they look to engage onto Doran. Not exactly the priority target, and that is Namgung just dead. The rest of the Bros just going to bail from this one, as they should just give up this Dragon.
But there's a 20-second desync between Dragon and Baron, and as a result of that, like, they can't just trade for Baron for free. They're gonna
it's
try
just going to be both. I think T1 should be able to still compete for this. 13 seconds.
They really
Baron swims over.
Like, they're just not even in position for it. They're going to try to look for a push here, or so a push to control this vision to set a trap for T1 instead. But Carry is already on it. Faker's on the wraparound. They read this bluff, rather.
Yeah, Faker is going to spot Gideon, who does Vault Breaker late. That is smart in order to get himself out of there. Make It Rain comes down from Teddy as well, just to see whether anyone was in the area as FaZe clears out the wave.
Another fairly indecisive call here from Bro.
I mean, I think Namgung, he decided.
Yeah.
The rest of the team did not decide.
Well, Namgung's ult was also, like, his ult and his engage, neither were really threatening Pays at all. And it looks like he didn't get the memo that that's the target they need to kill. And then Doran is like, I've got Jack shows, I'm chilling.
Oh dear, this is very scary for the bros.
Very scary for everyone, I think.
Yeah. Namgung's back. Teddy clears out the wave. And Pays is off screen. He just does not want to get engaged on. Roma here towards the top side, just dealing with whatever he can. But there is control vision from both teams on this Baron. And so no one going to get caught unawares. Doran going to be the one sent over here. Level 20 Scion with about 1 billion health.
Yeah, Casting is trying to push this turret down. He has teleports, so can join. T1 are going to back away. Like you said, both teams very aware of what's going on, but Casting is going to be the biggest benefactor of this kind of slow, measured play around Baron here because he gets the entirety of the turret. Gold not important really for him that much at this moment in time. Still has an item left to potentially build with that Dark Seal in his inventory, but it's more about getting that structure down so they can threaten inhibitors later on. And T1 are not pulling the trigger on this Baron, surprisingly. Almost looks like they're spooked, but yeah, are going to come over here and eventually clear this ward. They've given enough time for that free reset for Casting, and it's very unlike T1 to not try to threaten this Baron in the turn with the
I'm very surprised that they haven't just pressed the button as Pays gets engaged on here by Teddy. Does get hit by the Dark Binding, does immediately cleanse. And Mikhail's, in fact, double cooldowns being thrown at the Misfortune is unfortunate.
It's crazy how much power T1 have because they have essentially 3 GAs with that egg.
Sometimes you just want to hit the button as they're unable to break the Black Shield. As Area goes down to half health as Gideon still alive gets the shield. And it is, in fact, Ona that has to flash away. Namgung's still alive, flashes out, but is still going to get taken down. This Flame Spitter doing some work, but Doran, actually gets taken out. Faker makes his way over, though, and that Glacial Storm is really hurting. The bros, they lose their support, but they take down the top laner.
Teddy is playing this Misfortune like it's just a straight-up normal hyper carry. It almost looks like he's the one who's outranging the Caitlyn. All the poke, all the damage he's layered in here. Casting has TP, but he does not have Equalizer. Same for Roamer's ultimate. Tibbers is down. They're going to have to fight their way through this if they're going to deny the Baron.
You can see Gideon wanting to get some vision on this as they pull away from the Baron. T1 notice the control ward. They realize they cannot sneak it. It was a nice little attempt, just a vision test here for the bros.
This is another 40 plus.
Yeah, why is it a gigabanger? It's just gigabanger after gigabanger today.
This is crazy. Okay. My heart can't take too much more.
Who is winning, Wolf?
I hope we're winning and Bro wins so that we get 3 games that are 40 minutes
that's
plus.
what winning really looks like.
Hayes does have 1 Black Shield, but he's pushed away here. And then Teddy layers so much damage, and they turn on to Owner again. The disconnect, the desync here.
Living is absurd.
And then watch Teddy. Not only does he help push Doran out, but then he like walks away. He walks in and chips Pays as well. As Pays looking for cast. Look at this. He's like, yeah, I outranged you, sir.
Well, I mean, if you hit every double up, then yeah, I guess you kind of do. Maybe that's just how it goes. GA held onto here by Gideon. They managed to kill Ona and take his Guardian Angel. As Ace in the Hole comes through and Teddy says, and what? Because he does have his Bloodthirster shield. Now going to build that one back up again immediately.
It just doesn't seem like it should be possible that with this insane front line, T1 could lose team fights.
Gosh. That's another double up that's going to connect. Make It Rain comes on down as Teddy is just skipping towards them menacingly.
Gideon lurking here, but they will get pushed away.
Yeah,
and we reset again.
And we have 6 Elemental Drakes that have been taken. Soul point for both teams. Drake up again in 35 seconds. Great Wall is going to connect as Teddy gets stunned up, hit by a train, and taken down to the... Oh, never mind! The GA doesn't actually pop just yet. He stands his ground. The bullet time is going to get interrupted, but he takes out Owner in the meantime as another GA comes on through. Roamer is just dead as Teddy's taken down. And T1, I think they may have done it. It's a double kill for Doran somehow. The ace comes in, and T1... they'll win a clean 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, to take the line from KT. It's clean. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, certainly not. Certainly no resistance at any point. No scary moments.
Nope. Just look at the scoreboard.
Finally, the Scion Jarvan gets the Misfortune. Finally, it happens. It took a little bit longer than you expected in the play-by-play, but he does go down. And even though Rumble was on the other side, pumping out damage, finally T1 are able to stick the landing here. When we look at this in the history books in the future, in future home grounds, it'll say 2-0, but the ones who were here today and the Pro fans who were here today will remember it differently as T1 were pushed to the brink back-to-back, but ultimately are the victors here, 2-0, and we'll move up to 4 wins in LCK 2026.
Yeah, impressive stuff from T1 in the end, but the fact that the Bros made them work so hard for it, I have to say, even though it's a 0-2, successful re-debut of Roma. I think he had some great angles in that game. His Akali was fantastic in game number 1. And sometimes the results don't tell the whole story. And T1, they will take a bow, but I think they're probably feeling a little sheepish about this one because that was exceptionally close.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 9th place team. T1 are on the edge right now in the middle. This is the first win that pushes them above 500, right? They're 4-3 now.
Yep.
And it doesn't necessarily feel like Legend Group is a lock for this squad right now. Especially, you know, if you could almost lost to Bro both games, you could have gotten 2-0'd here if just a few things went more right, or maybe just one more Bro fan existed. Maybe one that's here in Lal Park at the moment. Maybe they predicted you might have made it, but it makes you wonder what happens when round 2 hits. Do you beat Nongshim consistently? I mean, Hanwha, you got them last time, but not sure if that's going to happen again. It feels a little scary here for T1. Even though they get the 2-0 win, it's not enough of a convincing win to make you feel like things are still completely righted the ship.
I would agree. So I think that it makes the LCK exceptionally interesting.
Yeah.
This bottom lane was so difficult for the Bros. Namgung also having a bit of a terror of a game in this game number 2. I think his Elise was pretty good, but his Leona just did not quite cut it.
The crazy thing for me was that how close this game was for Bro, because we went so long, 45 minutes into the game, you kind of forget that for the first like 15 minutes, Bro were not doing the gaming. They were, you know, desperately trying to make topside plays through this Rumble, but Namgung was also trying to make plays in the bottom lane and just feeding more money over to this Caitlyn, who got plates on the top side as well. Like, this game felt like it should have just been a done deal, and Bro were so resilient. They punished this Jarvan Sion so many times, but I guess like the 7th time was the charm for T1, where they finally were able to eventually get Teddy there.
I have to say, Teddy played like a man possessed today. Even if they didn't win, his footwork, like the play here, like where he's just skirting around so many skill shots, getting so much damage down, wins it out. Even in the last play where they got aced, I was still pretty impressed with how he managed to do it.
This time they get him. Stun gets there from Faker.
That wall was so close to pushing him to the other side, and that would have meant that it would have been a wash. I don't think they would have actually found the engage.
Look at Faker just layering that damage in. Finally, Doran is like, I've got him, and somebody is there to finish him off.
Yep.
And Faker made the huge plays there. May ultimately end up getting player of the match because of his also pretty insane Azir engages we saw.
Oh my god, Paze did a lot of damage.
He did do a lot of the damage when we got to the late game, that is for sure. Owner saved game 1 with his Nocturne engage into steal of the Baron. Had a few good moments in game 2. You know, it's probably going to be a split vote because this one was a little crazy.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some merit going over to Paze as well, who I think was the win condition in both of the games. But when Teddy was so good, I think this is a great vote, though. So the Nico come through from Keria, saving a lot of the team fights in game number 1. And the Morgana, not only did it work very well, but he had the goal to pick it.
He also,
this is Keria cooking.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The champion power, like the power of his champion pool was massive, but his play in lane and also so many of his black shields were saving Paze's life because he had to deal with so much CC. He had a great performance there. His Nico was pretty solid as well. Just Keria seems like the one consistent piece right now for T1, whereas everyone else is having their ups and downs still here in LCK 2026.
Yeah, I think Keria is the one playing safety, and everyone else is on the trapeze in the circus when it comes to T1 at this point in time, but I don't think we would have them any other way. It's a 2-0, but the circus was certainly in town, and I think if you were there in the Inspire Arena, you're probably happier this way. I know Wadid was trying to tell us that we didn't want the circus. I think the majority of T1 fans probably embrace the drama, you know?
because the results are still there.
If they just won in an uninteresting way, they would not have gotten the crazy roller coaster of emotions the whole way. And that's what fans live for, is to see their team prevail, not dunk on people. Like, I want to see them overcome the hardships, overcome the challenges. That's why you become a fan of teams like T1, SK Telecom in the old days. And for Bro, sometimes it's like a little bit of a different reason to become a fan of. They're kind of unique in that way.
Yeah, and I do think that if you're a Bro fan, even the Bro players walking off this stage should hold their heads high, because it was an incredible game.
Digon is a fan of Bro because they often succumb to the challenge.
The most important part about that shot, though, is not Digon. It's the fact that we got to see the cowboy on the back of Orcs' jacket. Can you come back, Orcs? Can you just get in front of the camera? Look at that. Isn't that majestic?
That is majestic.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
What a lasso.
Where do they come up with these gorgeous jackets that we're wearing this season? It's just next level. Digon, do you have anything cool on the back of your jacket as well? Does it say fake Bro fan?
It does seem like it has a little bit of a stain on the edge there.
Yeah, I think that's G-Sun says it's a stain from sweat, but I don't think he's sick enough to sweat in that weird way.
It looks like one of the... Did you ever play the game Meteos? You know,
Meteos? I know Meteos.
It kind of looks like one of those blocks from Meteos on the back of his shirt there. Meteos would know.
Meteos would know Meteos things.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think it's time to go over to an interview to save us from this conversation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We are joined by our POM today, Keria on the side of T1, who just took down Hanjin Brion. Powered by the fans' cheers, you've pulled a 2-0. How do you feel? Well, first of all, it wasn't an easy match, but our fans were going so wild. They did so much just supporting us today. Even coming back from a disadvantage, it was actually possible to come back and turn things around thanks to our fans. And in the T1 home ground match, you're now won 3 in a row at the Inspire Arena, which is a 100% win rate at Inspire. So how does that feel? Yeah, it feels like we are a good match at the Inspire Arena. And even last year, we did win twice in a row at Inspire. And the fact that I got a POM as well. So I feel like, yeah, it feels great. I feel great here. And in Game 1, with the 2 Elder Dragon spawn, there was so much back and forth that lasted all game. It was a bloody battle that lasted 48 minutes. So what did you focus on it to close it out? I feel like we had made a lot of mistakes in the moments, but we were able to play well. So I think the early and mid-game, Brion actually did really show their potential. And I think we just tried to continuously find out our answer to the game. And in Game 1, with only the Nexus to hit, the crowd was sweating bullets and the fans' energy was incredible. So how were the players feeling in that moment? You know, everybody was feeling quite anxious. There was a lot of rush shot calls. Maybe a little bit of nervous voices in the voice comms, and it just felt like we could not. There's a chance that we couldn't break the Nexus, and it just our heart was pounding. But honestly, we're just really relieved that we're able to close it out. We were actually quite nervous in that moment. And after a long time, Morgana actually made a comeback. And pairing Morgana with Caitlyn against Leona, the synergy looked great. So how was it playing her in competitive after a while? Well, Morgana is a pick that I'm pretty confident in usually. And I think I had a lot of fun and we did really well in this game. But Game 2 wasn't easy either. So at which point did you feel confident about the win? In Game 2, when we got the solo kill first in bot lane, that's when we thought that we would be able to close it out, but as we played it out, there were some incidents throughout the map, you know. It was such a scary game to play out. And there is another news to celebrate. Faker has achieved 6,000 LCK assists, a first in LCK history. It must be quite meaningful here. So would you like to say a word of congrats? Faker, he is #1 when it comes to reaching milestones, and although he has reached 6,000 LCK assists, I want to be the one to hit 7,000 assists. I want to be the first one to hit 7,000 assists. And from round 2, the Emperor, Coach Lee Si-hoon will be joining the team, and the fans are absolutely thrilled about this news. So what kind of synergy are you looking forward to? You know, even back when he was a player and while he was coaching, he has achieved a lot, and he already looks like an intelligent person. I think he is actually intelligent, as intelligent as he looks. So I think we'll just have a lot of good conversation. I'm definitely looking forward to working with him. And you mentioned that the T1 home ground match with the fans is a happy memory. So any word for the fans who came all the way to Yeongjeongdo? You know, Inspire Arena is quite far. And I'm just really grateful that all the fans made their way out to support us. And I wanted to repay it. And I want to make sure that even tomorrow we'll be able to win and show a great performance. And I think we'll be able to continue having fan meetings with you guys. I'm really looking forward to that. And that is all from Keria, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Subin for that longer than average interview. And dear Ayaya for the translation, as it is Keria and the rest of T1 getting the job done in the entertaining fashion that almost all of us wanted to see. It was a 2-0 over Hanjin Brion, but a great performance nonetheless.
It was really close, honestly. I think Bro gave a huge effort. I think a lot of us, you know, it's really cool having this be a big matchup at the arena, but it's like, are Bro going to be able to challenge T1? And they really did today. Even though it was a 2-0, I think they challenged in the games. Felt like there was just that little bit missing that they needed. You know, maybe a vote of confidence from someone.
You could see the smile on his face, like during the setup. And when you work with Ox enough, you know that the Ox sausage is coming.
No, I mean...
He's like, you know, there's like just
I totally
a little
agree.
bit missing.
I totally agree with Ox because I think they played really well in the early game, especially throughout the laning phase. You know, like the second game was not maybe because of the matchup on the bot lane, but I think still we could see the potential, especially Roamer back on that roster. I think we can definitely have some hope in the Brion.
For sure. I think everyone on the Hanjin Brion side played well.
Oh, yeah.
And we did have a bit of an oopsie in that mid game here in game 2, but they battled back and in both games had opportunities to win compared to, let's say, how they played against KT where they weren't in the series. And so just growth there and opportunity for them to build as this 5-man unit moving forward. Huge shout outs to Bromer for a fantastic debut series in that kind of environment as well, which is going to be back tomorrow for the second half of the LCK Roadshow, as it is 9 votes for Keria, 1 shout there for Pays, and 3 for Owner. The Owner ones, one of you guys went for Owner. Who?
I mean, I did because I think he literally saved the game 1. In my opinion, I think T1, they could have just ended the game earlier with the advantage that they got with the Nocturne ulti. And I think it was a really clean game plan from him. I think not many good Nocturne players, just in general, because the usage of the Nocturne ulti is quite hard. I think you have to work with your teammate. But I think, again, he had such a great early game. But also on top of that, he stole the Nashor as well for the game 1. So I think if he didn't do that in the game 1, game 2 didn't even exist, you know? So I think the game 1, his Nocturne play was on point.
Yeah, I love the fact that you and Wolf both of the same mind. That crucial moment in game 1,
I mean,
coming up huge.
Yeah, Hanjin Brion had such a great laning phase on the top lane and the mid lane, but it was Owner who actually fixes all the matchups that with the Nocturne ulti here. So I think it was, I mean, he deserves some votes for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a solid second vote there. If he won it, no one would have been complaining. Ox, what was yours?
So I was kind of deliberating between Owner and Keria. I went with Keria. I feel like the meta at the moment is so good for a support who has a wide champion pool, and Keria is a player with a champion ocean. I think you see countless times on Nico, the little innovations he does. There was that moment where they engaged onto him instead of Ona. They kind of set up the Elder fight in game one. And then bringing out the Morgana. Morgana's a pick we don't really see outside of Caitlyn Morgana, but even then, we've seen a lot more Caitlyn Karma, Caitlyn Nico, Caitlyn Lux. I feel like Keria, obviously, they crushed lane, but also was a relevant factor throughout the game on a pick that we just really don't see that much anymore. And I think there's no limit to the picks he can bring out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the confidence, you know. The reason why we don't play Morgana support is because the champion is too slow, you know. The champion is not that good enough right now. But I think he pulled it off, and his Black Shield value was insane in the late game as well. Sir Keria, how many more do you have up your sleeves right now? I think he have more, for sure. We didn't see the range, AD carry, support yet.
Yeah, and the thing is, that could be so many different things. It's how many different picks, how many different tricks, how many more POMs, how many more world championships you have up your sleeve. Who knows? As Umpty is pointing out here, another vintage Keria performance on that one. Let's see what else that we had from the Korean side for Keria. Do not try this at home. Yes. We know that Helios has been grinding the solo queue, and he's reminding everyone at home, you are not Keria, as well as Gogo. Both of those guys play a ton of solo queue.
You know what? I actually have a different opinion on this one, because we see a lot of picks where it's like, don't try this one at home, don't play this one at home. Morgana, I don't think is a very good pick in the support role right now, but it stomps at low elo. So maybe that's one where it's like, you're actually okay to play more. If you're watching this and you're like, I want to take this to my silver games, you know, Morgana does well on silver, so I think maybe this is one where it's a bit more okay. Definitely more okay than like when we saw the Kalista support and stuff like that. I think that stuff, I 100% agree with this advice.
Well, hopefully solo queue terrors aren't too bad. Cloud Templar closing it out here with, this is more than just art. I mean, again, on the backdrop of the home ground with all the fans there in the red, and in a position that they didn't expect to be, given the fact that they were so far ahead in some of those moments.
Yeah.
And then it's just entertainment beyond what words can comprehend sometimes.
You can never outban Keria here. Like, he plays Camille, he plays Lux, he plays even Morgana. So I'm waiting for more to come right now.
All right, well, a great match indeed for T1. They get the job done. All the fans over at Inspire get to go home happy. And the bros, although they dropped down to 10th, feel like they've got something to build on. I agree with what the caster said. A great re-debut by Bromer. Gideon Grubbs holding true to the early game, and then Casting having himself some solid early laning phases as well.
Yeah, we see T1 jump up to 3rd place after this win, which is obviously pretty huge for them. But if we look at this middle of the pack, 4-3 is the score for 4 different teams. There's a pretty sizable gap between them and HLE. And you got to remember, 5 of these teams will go through to the Legend group. And we saw last time it was very disappointing for D-Plus to go down to the Rise group. Once again, we have a tight race already starting to develop for who's going to make it into Legend, who's going to be in Rise.
So there are some points that I want to talk about for both teams. First, Hanjin Brion, I think, there are some improvements for sure after today. But again, they had the same issue where they had insane lead from the laning phase, but at the end, they were too speedy. They just need to stabilize, and then they need someone to call out. Let's slow some down, and we can just play slow from this point, and then they can actually have some great points after all. And for T1 right now, I mean, even though they had a great win today, I think Faker had such a rough time in the laning phase on the matchup, and I think also for Doran, I think this is a meta where you have to pick the blind pick on the top side, and you have to play weak side really well. Otherwise, you're gonna get punished really hard. Or you pick the second pick to punish the top lane, but I think he didn't really pull that off. Whenever I think the top tier teams, if enemy team picks Renekton, you definitely go for Vayne pick or Gnar or Varus on the top lane to punish hard. But he picked Aurora. I mean, he did well in some team fight, but Casting was not struggling in the laning phase, right? So I think they need to figure out what's the solution for them right now. And even though it was 2-0, I don't think I'm really confident enough for T1 right now.
Yeah, well, that puts a cap here on the T1 home ground, as it is a victory for them. We were talking about that middle of the pack there. D plus Kia do battle next against the DN Automotive Supers, and maybe today is the day for upsets, given the fact that the Bros put in a good performance. We know the talent is there for the Supers. Let's see if they're able to put it together here against D plus Kia. We'll see you after the break.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just when I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just when I lift my mic into the stone.
볼만해? 보자. 봐봐. Euro and Canyon positioning pretty aggressively. And Kanavi's gonna go in, of course. There's the rumble and Divine, and also the One over the top of Canyon with the shield up, survived for so long. But the DPS still there. Tobiel's gonna be taken out by this rumble. Looking for Keenan.
Really clean game despite getting put back.
Zeus! What am I watching? What is this? 잘한다. Not really miss anything, so it's not the end of the world. So now we have an all-out here. Perfect is going to stack that passive. He's continued to go along to Dudu as there is the Grim Deliverance, and now Dudu's in a bit of trouble as still not able to get him into it. Pretty out of hands there by esports. Very clearly. I think they got to show some respect to Gen G on some of these plays. TP is coming in here. The arrow also going to hit Zeka into the mechanics. Right in there. The equalizer. Gigantic this time. The catch ruler. The double knockup is gigantic here from Zeka. And that is the fight that Life are looking for. As you allow so much space for your Yunara as well to push forward. They pick up 3 and are looking to get better.
Ini 뭐죠?
아
That is going to be another bonus skewer connecting. And Showmaker, gets caught by the flash from Carrier.
You know, something I was going to say earlier was Korea used the steadfast presence to peel the smash, and it grounded Carrier.
구르기 빠지면 안 보게.
Okay.
한 바퀴.
Okay. Well, Jiu is going to condemn one and then still just get killed by Carrier again. Oh, never mind.
모조리 해치워주마.
적을 처치했습니다. 맵 찍고 한 거야?
그지?
Happy to take the 4 versus 5, or maybe it's a 4v4 as there's Book in mid lane. In goes Ona, and he's pretty tanky. Flash out from Wizards, that phone skewer connects! As Carrier turns the montage back on! He'll find another one with the help of Faker.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You want to play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost. one there to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
플라스기야 화이팅! DNS 버스 화이팅! 두두 도식 DNS 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a beautiful Saturday here at Low Park now. We were very, very recently over in Incheon. We have now made our way back, teleported, if you will, and we are ready for another series. This time, DK taking on DNS, and should be, you know, DK favorites, but we've seen today already that upsets can almost happen in back-to-back games.
We've had a lot of upsets almost happen this week because this entire week has been what feels like somewhat predetermined. It is the week of our favorites versus our underdogs. And so far, we are not seeing the underdogs get the upsets. But a few close calls, especially in games. We haven't had as many series go the distance. I think only one so far this entire week in that Hanwha series. But today, we could have potentially the DNS upset happen against D+, but it is just one of many that we have almost seen, potentially seen, may have seen, right? DNS are 1-6. A win here would push them ahead of Kiwoom DRX.
And very, very important for D+ to win this series as well if they want to end the week in third place. A 2-0 would be very, very nice because T1 and Gen G still have a match to play, and currently they are both tied in that third place position with only one game score separating them from D+ Kia. And it's going to be some young guns that are going to bring their team to victory here today. 2004 is when both Korea and Quantum were born. I was older than an infant at that stage. They are quite young.
Yeah, they are very young, and they are very up and coming, let's say. Quantum is actually a veteran in comparison to Career, as he's played a lot of games here in the LCK as a substitute, which is where he started when he was first subbed in, but he's continued to be played here for the side of DN Supers, which is interesting considering he has Life as one of his players ahead of him who's a ton of experience, way more than Peter, who's a Worlds finalist. In fact, defending Worlds finalist. So surprising to see that he is actually the one they've chosen. They're putting him on Seraphine a lot. He still hasn't won with it yet, but I mean, that has been his best pick historically in his career. See if those drafts do continue. I think there are bigger issues for DN Supers than their support, and I expect that the coaching staff think that Quantum is trying to do things a little bit more in line with the rest of the team, more than Life and more than Peter. But I think this is, you can't blame Quantum for the losses they've had since he's been subbed in. It's just, there are a lot of other issues.
Yeah, Career and Quantum, you can see, sharing a bit of a giggle as the teams make their way out into Chichidik Lol Park here for our second series of the night. We'll see. I don't know whether they're mates or anything like that behind the scenes, but it certainly looks like they are. As
So CV Max had a photo that go viral in their last matchup where his hair was just sticking up like you guys saw in that drawing.
Yep.
And that sign said winning mentality.
Perfect.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of viral memes across the Korean community for his hair in this matchup earlier this week, but we haven't seen what it looks like just yet there. At least I haven't.
No, not quite yet. I also haven't had a look. I wonder whether he styles it that way, or whether it's just naturally all over the place. I feel like there are a lot of people that try to make their hair that crazy,
sure,
you know, and fail. I
mean, CV Max did have a little bit of like crazy genius energy in that last series.
D+ have certainly, I feel, come a long way this season so far. I feel like they're not quite the inconsistency people that we have come to expect.
There were a few teams missing at Kespa Cup, but even as far back as then, we kind of had glimpses of like, okay, this team could really do a lot. This team is incredibly powerful. And then LCK Cup happened, and we were like, okay, maybe not, we're not sure yet. And then we've seen a bit of a resurgence here. Like you're saying, with Career getting a lot better, Showmaker returning to form, still has a massive champion pool, which we're seeing him utilize quite well this season.
I think it's the drafts that DK really have nailed over the last couple of patches. I think things are going to change a little bit more in the future. Obviously, with Season 2 coming up and everything like that, the game will certainly change. But I do feel like D+ are one of our front runners as far as figuring out this current meta and knowing the ways you can bend it towards your team's strengths. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what CV Max has cooked up in his laboratory this time around. Smash, the young gun there towards the bottom side of the map, I think has had some great performances more recently. I think there was a bit of a slump that he had earlier on in the year. I think that we were really high on Smash very early on. You and I, of course, casting his debut over in the Kespa Cup. We're very excited to see what he could do for this squad. Slow start, but really is starting to come into his own, and Career alongside him is making it happen as well. As weird and wonderful as he is.
He always does this on the camera shot every time.
Everything's
where he's like,
so
"What, you
awkward."
mean?
He's like, am I supposed to look at it?
Like, you guys put me on camera?
Yeah.
It's not that I've done this like 13 times already this year.
Does he not get the memo that you're supposed to just kind of ignore the camera? Look at what Quantum's doing here. Absolute veteran status.
Quantum, I mean, with his haircut, he looks like he looks hardened.
Oh,
you know, he looks like he has lived through. All right, so now we're going to see the reveal. So we go from here.
All right, yeah, give it to us.
A little disappointing.
No!
A little disappointing. See, Max looks
it's
like...
going to be Azir Scion all day.
It does.
That can't be. It's fearless.
It does look like he's stayed up late drafting some drafts.
Yeah. But
he still took a shower and got his hair back together.
Wore a beanie to work today. Something like that, just to make sure that everything is taken care of. Over on the other side of things, Odin, well kept. Looking absolutely fine here. As I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they are.
Max apparently defended his hair last week by saying, I did shower, but my hair got crazy while I was sleeping in the car on the way to work.
Or something.
Or something.
He added the or something, which I think is very, very important. Okay.
I'm getting the update on what he said, but it came in broken pieces. So I'm not entirely sure what the second part means there, but
yeah. He also got some product for a cleaner appearance as well.
Look, I was into it. I like crazy CV Max.
Right. Sometimes you just have to make sure that your hair is under control. I personally think that he could focus on drafting and just not care about the hair. If it's crazy, I love it. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Jarvan going to be banned away in our first ban of our draft here as we get into Champion Select for Game 1. Rumble will be banned in this series. Suffered another loss. I believe that is 2 now or 3. I think it's 2 losses for Rumble.
Yes.
Here
That's
in the LCK.
second time. It was very close to a win. Bros will remember, but
they will.
Jarvan Rise into this team makes a lot of sense. They have first pick, so they get to do the eclectic bans, whereas we'll see the Rumble, the Pantheon, and the Varus.
Or Rumble.
Oh?
Nocturne Varus. The Karma might then slink through. Quantum could be on that one. Instead of Seraphine, that'd be fun.
This is going to get interesting because they're going to ban the Varus, and now it's like, okay.
Wait, we ban the Karma?
What are you going to ban?
What is the other option? I guess it's Orianna or Pantheon.
Orianna a little bit less scary without the Nocturne, but still powerful. But I'm guessing they're going to ban Pantheon.
Oh. They're going to ban Xin Zhao instead. Checkmate, Wolf. It's none of those things. So first pick Karma, Pantheon, Orianna.
I think you're onto it. I think you've got it on lock. I'm a little bit surprised by this ban.
Yeah.
But it means that they're willing to trade the Karma for that rotation. Quantum is like, wait, I get to win lane. Been trying to do that with these Seraphine picks, but maybe this one is for free.
Well, we'll see whether D+ have anything
No!
for it. Never mind, it is the pivot.
The pivot!
Over to the Orianna.
The last minute pivot, and now
wait,
it's going to be Karma on the other side.
And you get to Karma Ezreal just straight out of the gate?
You do.
Or Karma Pantheon,
well,
because you don't care.
You might just get to Karma Ezreal anyways, unless it's picked away here with a strong support. And I think Ezreal Nico into Karma sounds terrible. It sounds like a bad time.
Yeah, so you could just take Ezreal to deny it. Obviously, D+ then has Caitlyn.
But then you get, well, or your favorite Jhin.
Or Lee Sin could just be locked in here for Pyosik.
Pyosik's like, I do what I please, I do what I want.
Exactly. It's like, I go where I please because I can't see anyway. And doesn't have one of those cool sticks.
Okay, well, this is a choice. It works well with Orianna, so that's a good thing. I mean, it's a strong pick right now. It's kind of in the meta because players have such mastery of it where you just kind of pick it where you want to. Now they've got kind of a dive comp brewing, sort of, with this. It's interesting, to say the least. Ezreal Karma is going to be on the other side, though.
Yeah, I feel like D+ have just, like, I feel like DNS are, like, diving through hoops and, like, doing an obstacle course. And D+ just kind of walked to the thing at the end and picked it up.
Sivir's also fine here because Jarvan is banned.
They gotta go fast.
And like you said, with the Inspire and the speed boost from Karma, plus on the hunt, can be quite powerful. Yeah, it does feel like the Indiana Jones thing where DN Supers are like flinging the sword around and D+ Kia just like pow, shot you in the face. With Karma Sivir lane, with Pantheon for side lane control and some extra power. A little bit tougher to dive with Pantheon into Nautilus, but can certainly still pull it off depending on how the lane goes.
I think this is massive spell shield value as well. You can't just, like, as Quantum, walk up to Smash and press depth charge and have a guaranteed knockup. You need to break that shield beforehand.
You've got to get it out early.
Yeah, so it's going to be Dredgeline or bust, right? He needs to hit that, otherwise it's not going to work out. So pretty nice for D+ Kia to make that pivot away from the obvious Ezreal lock-in, as Yunara are going to be taken away. And we'll see what Doctarm is going to head towards. Obviously is famous for his Aphelios, but Aphelios Nautilus is probably not going to work into Sivir Karma.
Nautilus is the only non-range support that Quantum has played, and he's 1-0 on it in 20 games he's played across LCK and Challengers. He does not play the not enchanters. He doesn't do it.
He does not.
We'll see how he does in his second game of Nautilus this year.
I also had a peek of that one, and the not doing winning on Lulu is another thing that he does.
Yeah, he's 0-4 on that one, but let's see how this goes because it is going to be a tough lane, as we do see the LeBlanc and the Jace banned away here, so protecting the Orianna and then also potentially setting Dudu up for something safe. The Jhin is gone. I think that's probably the best pick they could have gone with this Nautilus to try to combat this lane. If they go MF, it is just not going to feel great, to be honest, Atlas.
What about TF, though?
TF is great, actually, in this one, because they got the Pantheon to follow. Gio looks outright bored by this draft.
He's bored because, I get to counterpick. I guess it's a free lane. It's fine. It is the year of Dudu, though. So Xiu does need to be on form if he wants to take him down.
Misfortune, I don't like it. but we knew it was going to happen, right? Like,
yeah. He's going to make
the Nautilus in draft is so warping of your draft when you're playing into range supports. You're like, oh, I better pick something that's sort of okay. Oh, wait, it doesn't work with the rest of our comp. We're doomed.
What about Nah 80 carry so that he doesn't just get counterpicked immediately?
Corki, I'm kind of okay with it because they do have, like I said, sort of a pseudo dive combo with the Renekton coming through. This does kind of work, and it's relatively safe into Pantheon and Twisted Fate. You could buy some space. You don't get gold carded. If you get stunned by the Pantheon, you can get away. And Karma isn't great for engage, so I mean, buying that extra space with Valkyrie can be quite nice. I think this is way better than the MF. Gnar, well, you probably already wrote it down because the Renekton was picked here blind and it was not banned. So
I put my pen down, Wolf.
Shiu is very, he's suddenly a little bit more interested in the draft.
Yeah, he gets to have fun this time around, as the Gnar certainly can work into the Renekton. Obviously, if you are very confident in your Renekton play, you can make things happen. Very similar to the way Keen describes the Jax matchup. That's Alawi! Now I'm picking up the pen again, Wolf!
He was like, look, if you're going to give me counter pick, I'm going to do something fun so I can make this game a little bit more interesting. Make the draft a little more interesting. So Alawi...
Do you know what I was expecting?
Pantheon and with Twisted Fate? Like, this is Yorick on steroids, basically.
Yeah, this is crazy. What I was expecting, Wolf, was CV Max was just going to start cackling and then just shake up his hair and it would just go back to exactly the way it was a couple of days ago.
And then he locks Talia top. And he's like, Pantheon, Talia's back, baby!
Oh, no! I didn't want it that way. This was a positive. This was I'm doing science and stuff, not I'm losing 3 games in a final. I think it's fun, though. And Alawi is just kind of a black hole of a top lane matchup, right? Like, if you can isolate it, it's so hard to play into the champion if she does get her tentacles up. So this is very, very fun.
When you have a Pantheon and a Twisted Fate, it takes basically like more people than exists on the enemy team to kill the Alawi. Like, well, we got to send 6 people up there.
Yeah.
And we only have 5.
That's some math that really does not work for the DN Supers. And they're going to have to figure out a way to just change how mathematics works if they want to make that one happen. They do have some great champions, though. There is a chance here, but I do really like D+ Kia's draft. Let's get on the rift for game number 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 1. D+ Kia taking on the DN Supers. And there's an Alawi in the top lane.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
He went Grasp, so he is just going to be even more annoying to kill. The thing with Alawi is that she split pushes well because with her ultimate and her annoying, I believe it's her W, she pulls your like, I don't know, Ocean Soul out of your body, but it's not, that sounds weird because Ocean Soul is a thing you can go with dragons. You just can't really kill her very easily. She does a lot of damage, and even if you bring a lot of people, she does a lot of damage to everybody as she is, you know, living and doing a ton of damage back. So yeah, you can kill her, but if she's set up where she wants to be with her tentacles in the side lane, it takes so many resources to do so, and that means that Showmaker can Destiny in. That means Pantheon can ult in, and you're like, okay, well now we got 2 other problems to deal with.
Yeah.
If you are in a game state, though, where she can't get through sides and you're behind, and you know you're in a game state where she needs to join team fights, that usually doesn't work too well for you. But I kind of feel like with the Karma in the bottom lane, that's self-sufficient. You've got Pantheon and Twisted Fate to win early skirmishes. So you should get to a game state here as D+ Kia where being behind is something that you, maybe you had a slight worry about, but it's never really actually going to happen in practice, right? You know? Yeah. We're really going to fall behind with this comp? Nah.
And the thing about Alawi, if she's in a lane and does have like her stuff, she can just kind of always win, is what it feels like. It doesn't matter how far you put her behind. She will just keep pushing and keep finding angles. And you really do have to respect the amount of health that you get back. You like press your leap of faith button and it just like every tentacle smash feels like it just keeps rubber banding her health bar. It's just a ridiculous thing. And very similar to Yorick, if you guys have forgotten how Alawi kind of works, if you miss your E, you don't really do anything.
Test of Spirit is
your
called.
Test of Spirit, the one where you just pull out the enemy spirit thing and they have to break the tether, but then they get hit by tentacles all the time. And if you hit that, you do damage to them. And
It's just in my creed that I don't play Alawi.
Really?
I like to
really
think of
like
myself as a
Alawi.
good person.
I've always really liked Alawi. Quantum always likes dredge lining. As Lucid flashes away, Pyoshik down to about 100 will be able to get a drive-by crab for a bit of extra health. As now Showmaker flashes in with the gold card, lands the wild cards there as well. Flash forward from Career as the anchor is not going to save Quantum, and Doctom's in a lot of trouble as well. Smash utilizing his passive quite well as he flashes after Doctom, but Doctom holds on to his flash, and Smash has no mana.
I think should be able to delay his back. So even though it was an expensive flash there, I think
wait,
it's
he
worth.
might be able to kill him. Never mind. The flash is now going to be used. So an even exchange of AD carry flashes.
So delaying the back and also denying this wave. As you can see, Ducktom is like trying to go back to the wave at like 5% health. Wow. Yeah, I remember when Rascal played this game. I think it was Chronicler was very upset about the whole situation.
It was into Jax last time, so maybe it's going to be better this time.
So this fight is very awkward for the Supers, especially because Pyoshik is here without any support. Quantum doesn't actually have a good angle here. And Closer is faster on the rotation, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't actually have damage. He's level 4, and the CC that Showmaker has here is much more valuable. He gets the stun here. And Ducktom, as you can see on the bottom side of this, is really just not able to offer anything back. And then he has to Valkyrie, and then ultimately Barrier, and then Flash when he's delayed by Career. It's a small fight, small scrappy skirmish, but it means a lot, you know?
Yeah.
And this is the lead that you want to hold on to as D+, but I think it came a little bit early.
And the thing that's really rough is that Showmaker is going to continue to print money as Quantum goes in once again. It's a good dredge line onto Korea, but he's then just going to take the Nautilus for a walk. Smash still offering a fair bit of damage back. He's picked up a cull, and Lucid is making his way down to this bottom side. There's definitely an angle towards Doctom. No barrier, no flash, and
Yeah,
Lucid
he's
is
dead.
very deep. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for him to get out. Valkyrie's powerful, maybe not that powerful, as instead they're just going to get the guaranteed kill onto Quantum, who's going to look to turn it. It is going to be a 2 versus 3, though, as Pyoshik comes in and misses a Q, and then says, my work here is done, and out he goes.
I think they could have chosen either one there with what we know, but they weren't 100% sure where Pyoshik was, and Ducktom was further away, so they went for Quantum instead.
Yeah, I think Valkyrie can make things a bit awkward.
Yeah.
So.
He doesn't have flash, but he has that little bit of extra movement, and they don't want to pull themselves too deep. Like Pantheon gets stuck under the turret, could have been frustrating there. As Lucid doesn't have flash either, so they just do not want to go onto that. They want to go onto the guaranteed kill. Like you mentioned, Pyoshik a little bit slow here to come over and salvage this. Lucid gets the kill, and Pyoshik misses the Q. I don't know if he really wanted to go on it, even if he did hit it, but...
There it is. She landed an E.
Well, that's the thing about Ilaoi is if you miss the E, you're like, well, I'm waiting for my next E. We're not really going to interact now.
Yeah.
But when you hit it, you're like, ooh, you're miserable. Which is why I was talking about the moral quandary of playing Ilaoi earlier. Not a big fan.
Yeah, Quantum, not going to hit that dredge line this time. All right, we do have the leap of faith here towards the top side of the map, and Pyoshik just says, unfortunately, sometimes you take a leap of faith and you fall down an abyss.
A bit of a deep one, that one. That's not great for Shu, but he has his TP. He'll be able to get back to lane. It's only a few hundred gold behind.
Yeah,
not great.
I'd say
it's in the cons column, as you probably were about to say.
I was about to say that. How did you know?
I don't know, I have an inkling for these things like Chronicler often did.
You really are something Splatoon. It's okay.
Yeah,
okay. Was trying to teach Dudu a harsh lesson, Wolf.
Yeah.
Dudu is a ruthless predator and did not care.
Double dominus.
Haha.
It's Pyoshik shows up. They do not have or rather, Ilaoi does not have the damage at this point. And Renekton, early game, pretty strong. And now he's got the Executioner's Calling, so he's going to be denying even more of that healing.
Yeah, it looks
maybe he can, keep this lane frustrating for a while.
And I'm interested in what Shiu's going to be building. I think it's Iceborne Gauntlet and Black Cleaver seem to be the most popular choices for the Ilaoi at this point in time. Generally, you're building relatively tanky. Spirit Visage, good item, things like this. as I used to be building Trinity Force every time. As Quantum goes in, hits the wall, unfortunately, and that is going to spell the end of the Nautilus. Good shockwave onto 2, but it's just not really hitting for enough damage at this stage of the game. Showmaker gets kicked away, and Pyosik unable to really do too much more. As Lucid down relatively low, it looks like they're not opting in to go for a Dragon at this stage.
They just have too much damage in early skirmishes with the Pantheon. And Showmaker has obviously the guaranteed CC. Even if Quantum doesn't miss there, I think the choice to fight was a little bit brash by DNS. And it's the second time now they've just scrapped on Dragon and gotten called out for it. It's only 1,000 gold to lead, but we're also only 8 minutes in, so it does feel like this is potentially going to become a larger problem as Quantum here goes in, just basically engages for the Pantheon. And Lucid's like, all right, we'll give this one over to Smash. And this is practically a defensive ultimate from Closer as they kind of just kite away.
Yeah. Also defensive from Pyosik there as well. As Shiu is going to annoy Dudu. We'll need to start hitting some tentacles. And we'll be able to chase him down. So this Alawi, I think you can like die a couple of times and still maybe make it to a late game where it's going to work. Obviously, your job is to just continue pushing forever and set up around Barons and stuff like that.
Okay, Closer is stunned.
Yeah, Gold Card is going to connect there, as Lucid is probably just going to kill him. Yeah, Flash not going to be enough.
Not great. Showmaker gonna grab a plate as well, and with his passive, like you were talking, he's already printed 1,000 gold, the advantage over his opponent. The Alawi point you mentioned, though, I think is definitely true. It's not like a lot of other side laners like Camille or Irelia, where it's like, ooh, you're 0-1. Like, I guess you can't play the game the way you wanted to. You're still going to be relevant. You're still going to be hard to kill. And see, Pyosik can get a punish here. Pyosik get a punish here? No.
Yeah, not this time. Showmaker is just able to get to the safety of his turret.
I mean, I guess he did get a punish ultimately.
Yeah, he did stop the back.
Unfortunately for Closer, the card was in the air before he flashed, so he's just dead. And also now doesn't have flash.
Yeah, it does still have a wave in advantage, but it doesn't actually matter because it's Twisted Fate, so he's got 1 billion gold. Smash here on this bottom side, great spell shield there as Quantum tries to go in. Still, Quantum not going to get punished. We'll have Dredgeline back up and available pretty soon. As the DN Supers are already most of the way through this Dragon. Career going to wander on up as Lucid doesn't have the Grand Starfall, so that should be Drake going over to DNS, and it is.
And they leave. They made the right choice. I thought they were going to stick around and fight like they did the last 2 times, but they're like, you know what, we got a prize. We don't have to fight them.
Yeah, they just get out. Showmaker does have his Flash available as well, so they could go for another play on a Closer with his Flash unavailable, but it looks like they're just going to be taking away this jungle on the bottom side and furthering Smash's lead in the bottom lane, 1-0-2 on the Sivir. Thankfully for Dr. Army, he hasn't died yet, but his lane partner has died 3 times.
I don't know what the story behind Muscle Shirt Man is, but he seemed quite perplexed by the fact that DNS left there.
They
it said,
were giving him a chance to flex.
It said, please give me a chance to something. I couldn't read what it said, but yeah.
Yeah, his first time at LoL Park, and he wants to see DK win, and we wanted to see him flex.
Okay.
Maybe someone's going to get what they want.
All right. Well, it's always a good time, your first time at LoL Park.
Yep.
I remember mine very well.
Oh, follow it. Oh, man, we missed it. There was a little Beyblade that was just going to go all the way into the base.
It's okay. Yeah,
it's not okay. That would have been so fun.
Quantum's going to go a little bit of a blast cone distance towards the base as well, which I think he should definitely do.
Okay.
And he's out of there. So it does seem that the early lead I was talking about for D+ is it's there. It's very tangible. And Dudu is going to find out soon that Alawi is very frustrating if he doesn't know it already. He's trying to really generate something up here. He's the only one to lead. Not again.
Yeah, there's the flash in from Showmaker. We mentioned it. He did try to put that hula hoop in, but it did not work.
The good news is Lucid was like, you know what? I'll let you keep your ultimate.
And the other good news is that Dudu's having a fine time.
Yeah, look, I guess he's trying to make something happen up here.
If Closer keeps dying on repeat, that means the Grand Starfall's always on cooldown, and so Dudu can push.
Yeah.
You know? There we go. Buying space for his teammates. As Doctom is going to be able to break the leash. Quantum thinking about a re-engage, manages to land that one onto the Sivir. The spell shield is not even all that necessary. As the Destiny Gate comes on in, and Quantum is immediately punished for his hubris.
I almost said it, but then I would have interrupted your play-by-play. But
you could
when he went for the engage, I was like, yeah, but Smash is just like, but I kill you. Like, you don't have health. I have barrier. And Duckdom is like, I have to flash now. And then it's the 4th death for Quantum.
Wait, does he get to go back, or does the tentacle hit him?
I think he gets to go back. Yeah, that's a win. That's in the positives.
지금 어디 있는데 지금?
Yep, he's like, we're going in now.
오케이. 잡은 듯?
I'm like, all right, there it is. He's dead. Nice.
He's just like, got him. It's, yeah, pretty simple here. Like, this is not a, look at Duckdom's health. He just presses barrier, and then Duckdom's like, oh god, Showmaker's coming. There's not. Yeah. Showmaker got the kill in mid, has complete control over the map. I don't know if you want to be doing that.
It's 6-1. It's now almost 4,000 gold the advantage. Pyosik has only ever kicked people away from him.
Yeah, that's like the 3rd time that feels like that's happened this game.
This is like when a Nocturne is pressing Paranoia so he can run away in the dark.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel very good.
He's got the Paranoia.
Yep.
Well, the good news is Dudu still has a gold lead.
There you go. The Alawi counter pick, not necessarily working. She does have his Iceborne Gauntlet now. We'll see what he's going to build into afterwards.
Probably
likely going to be the Black Cleaver.
Just because it's so easy to stack it up.
Yeah, ability haste also very, very important for good old Alawi.
Yep, gotta press your 1 button that you need to hit every time, as many times as possible.
Yep. And also, you just want to press W all the time.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
Teach them that harsh lesson over and over again.
Yeah, you know, turn sticky keys on.
Yeah.
Where's the turbo button for League of Legends?
I haven't played the controller version of League just yet. Looking forward to that one, though. That's all right. Showmaker down here in this bottom lane. And we'll just likely be able to take this turret. Never mind. Closer does have the wave clear in order to get rid of it, but it's only a matter of time before that goes down.
This game feels so... It feels so on lock because the Sivir is ahead. Like Twisted Fate getting those kills, setting up the fights, getting a little bit of an early skirmish. It's like, okay, yeah, Pantheon's doing some stuff with the TF, but Duckers just isn't in it in comparison.
She was really expecting Dudu to use his slice the other direction.
I don't know how the Corki follows a 0-2 Orianna in this game anymore. I mean, Pyoshik's like, we're going to get double dragon? Showmaker's like, I have Lichbane. It's not my first item.
Oh, dear. He also does have his R button. Lucid is also taking this Rift Herald, but he can ult over towards the Dragon if he wants to. It looks like they are just going to give that one up, though. And that is just the one Hextech Drake taken here as Orcs. You really need to pay attention, dude. I don't know.
With what's going on today,
Hextech Souls today.
D+ just knew they didn't need to go for it. And that Herald almost feels unnecessary here, but it is going to allow them to get this turret for free.
Yep. Also can tank it up, and it will guarantee that Smash is able to get the damage down. Yoshi goes in. Not sure about that one as the stun comes down onto the Lee Sin. Smash throwing these ricochets over as Quantum will sacrifice himself, and in fact will survive the depth charge double knockup. Really paying dividends there to get him out of dodge. But still, as the dust settles, so Showmaker's taking a turret.
Yeah, he's going to get this turret, which is second brick. They got the mid turret, and they're almost able to get the inner turret in mid as well.
Okay, well, Showmaker has a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's looking like Showmaker right now, he has 2,500 more gold than his opposition.
Oh, that is a larger number than when I last checked.
But it's not that much larger than the advantage that Smash has over his counterpart at the bottom.
And just
getting even bigger.
I guess. Just take the Raptor.
Look, we don't need to see.
But
Alawi is immoral.
Yeah.
I think I'll give Shiu a pass this one time because I like him and he's a nice guy. I think he's a good kid, but
he's done a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Dudu does, of course, have Column, so he's not too worried.
You know how you hate Jin, and everyone has their thing, and Valdez hates blast cones.
Yeah,
Alawi's mine. Okay, like I really don't like this champion, but luckily for me, it's rarely seen in pro. Hasn't been seen for 3 years.
Yeah, I mean you're just normally a beacon of positivity because no one plays Alawi, and now all of your negativity is on show. Unfortunately for me, I have to deal with Jin every series.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for you.
Yeah, it's also unfortunate for Jin fans that feel like Jin is being treated unfairly. By the commentator who is there half the time. I apologize to you, but I'm not going to change my behavior.
No, you're fine. That's Jin is, you're right most of the time.
Yeah.
What you're saying. So occasionally it's like the Giga Jin angle, like every time Han was playing, but sometimes you got to be like, I really like this.
I feel like there's a lot of people who find a lot of success on Jin as well, but I often feel like they're finding the success despite the champion.
I think that attack speed is a thing that most AD carry enjoyers enjoy, and so Jin just doesn't hit for the people like that.
I guess so. He is it's very rhythmic though, and at least if you do build the attack speed, then it does convert and all that sort of funny Jin calculation stuff.
This game has made us devolve into talking about Jin even though he isn't in the game, and I think we should stop because he's probably going to be in game 2.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and that's way too much Jin for me to deal with.
So what should we talk about instead? Yoshik is going to come over here and cover, but it's not the 2v2 he wants, I don't think.
Gets the control ward down. I just don't see an angle for trying to do too much more. They do spot Career and Smash moving up. Quantum also going to be discovered. And that Boomerang Blade doing a whole bunch of work both ways. Still, Showmaker going to back away. And does have this Scryer's Bloom to see what's going on.
This is probably D+ feeling a little bit frustrated and almost bored because they have a huge lead, they know it, but also his comp collapses on single targets and side lanes incredibly well. But because DNS are grouped, they're just kind of like, oh, we're trying to be a proactive, do a thing. What's going on? Why are you guys all up here? I guess we'll just leave and let Duckdom catch the wave. Well, turn this off. Yeah, get it out.
Yeah, I think Dudu has done a lot of, he's done a lot of the, you can do practice exams and stuff. Like this test of Spirit, he's done a lot of tests of his Spirit. As Quantum, we're going to try and get out of here. He's not going to be able to because it's his destiny to die, says Showmaker.
They finally figured out how to get the one guy in the side lane. It was just that they had to go into the side lane and then push the support into the jungle and then go deep behind the red buff, and then they got him. Got him.
Yeah, got him indeed. Lucid going to be able to at least use his Aegis to avoid some damage on a Dissonance, but seems like DNS are going to hold onto this turret just fine. And I feel like Lucid has been trying to go back this entire time.
Yeah, the possibilities of aggression when he has his ultimate up, I mean, they're just too tempting. Gotta stay. Always gotta stay.
Yeah, Showmaker also just missed a cannon, so it might look like 6.2 thousand gold, but actually they're behind. Rapid Fire Cannon just died.
Yeah, no, it's his third item at 20 minutes.
He found the cannon, Wolf. It's the Rapid Fire version.
He's a little bit ahead of Closer in experience right now, almost half a level. And in just a moment, that's going to jump up to being, at least very briefly, 2 levels ahead, potentially. Okay, Closer's, no, he got that whole wave. Oh, I didn't get 14, though, so maybe it will be 2 levels briefly. I don't know how close we are to the 10 out of 10.
Feels like... I feel like it should be happening in any moment as the Drake is going to be taken here.
It's the only mystery in this game is how close are we to taking to 10? Everything else seems quite known.
Yeah, he's already halfway to level 15 before
there it
it's
is.
even come through, and there it is. Okay.
All the mystery's gone, though. Now we know everything about this game.
Yeah.
No! What else do we not know?
Well, we don't know whose Nexus is going to explode, technically.
Technically true.
Yeah, we don't know whether DNS will be able to take one of the next few Drakes to get Soul Point.
I feel like we do kind of know that.
Yeah,
I think they're not going to do it.
They might not be able to do it. Do we know whether Showmaker is going to hit 5,000 gold in advantage? Shu is taking a bit of damage.
That's a good thing we could track because I think the game might end too quickly for that to happen, but I don't know. There could be some shenanigans. DNS could mount a little bit of a comeback, but Showmaker doesn't drop his gold lead.
What about we try to track the value that this Alawi is getting in this game?
I don't like that.
Because so far it's low.
Yeah.
Maybe you like that?
I like that part of it. That's a good point.
All right, Golcud is going to soften up Duckdom, but he does Valkyrie away. That does give some space for Smash to siege down this turret.
I mean, she's going to get his turret over here. They're not giving resources to the Alawi, but eventually she's like, well, I guess I'll take some stuff.
I mean, the thing is, for 1-3-1, Alawi is pretty phenomenal. And Twisted Fate is probably the best champion to enable it alongside a global jungler. Showmaker has now built the Forbidden Book, and you know when Showmaker's building this item, that the game's probably over. This is a very rough time.
Yeah, I seriously, I always say this, but I really want to see his win rate when he builds this item. It's got to be 90+. Like, he does not lose when he builds this item. He knows it's done, and we also know. Yeah.
Yeah. Smash also almost has his Infinity Edge complete as well. It's a very scary stage of the game, and Destiny does come on through. Showmaker looking to set up the kill here. Shockwave is pretty good for the disengages. Closer is flashing in, looking for even more. Korea does have the ability to potentially protect his teammates, but that's a great stun onto Pyochik. Now Dudu gets in amongst it, and no exhaust is going to help them survive from this crocodile. And the DN Supers are just thinking about a Baron straight after that.
Well, I mean, they're all here, and Showmaker ended up getting caught, so...
I mean, Shiu doesn't have teleport. He is almost here.
But he's Alawi, so maybe they just don't care. Quantum with the turn.
See whether he can get an ult flash working here as the harsh lesson goes on to Dudu. He's still top laning because he's just fighting the top laner. But you can see DK, even without Showmaker, are doing all right. They are going to be able to break that test. Quantum just wants nothing of it, but the tentacles are still getting aggressive. Korea just decided to die by the looks of things, as now Lucid is going to get kicked back into the open arms of the DN Supers. And that is going to be the kill, as there it is. Finally, the leap of faith comes down, and Shiu keeping himself alive and takes 2 of them down. This is the thing. You have to make sure that you stop the Alawi from just murdering you. And now Showmaker has turned up with the Destiny, gated on in, seeing whether he can take him down.
Quantum.
And I don't know whether they're going to be able to escape. However, they do get to their inner turret, and it's just Showmaker because Smash has decided to take structures.
He's doing the PvE over here. All right, well, Showmaker lost his Magi's stacks. They lost the team fight, which was extended, but they did not get the Baron.
And there's the Alawi value that we were talking about. Sorry to bring it up again, Wolf.
No, I know.
But I know I have to if we're going to talk about it at all.
I shouldn't say they lost the team fight per se, because they lost this skirmish because Showmaker came in on top of that Shockwave, and so a ton of value came through there, especially when Closer pressed W then as well. And Showmaker's just dead. And from here, Dudu and crew are like, all right, let's do this Baron. And then Alawi is like, okay, how many people? You guys have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to take 6.
Also manages to get a couple, and he uses the ult and then flashes out so that he survives, man.
I mean, it was good play from Shiu, but it's still criminal.
Oh, and now there's a dead Renekton. Shiu going to get his revenge with the help of all of his friends.
You caster cursed the Alawi value into existence.
I know.
He's 700 gold ahead now. He was behind the whole game.
He's
now
3-1-0. I mean, it's just the late game dominance of a well-played Alawi Wolf.
Yeah, really well played, yes.
It's okay.
Yeah, he's playing very well. He is. No, he's got his cleaver. He's cleaving them.
I wish it was this funny when I was talking about Jin, but I feel like it's not.
How are the tentacles cleaving? That doesn't make sense. They're supposed to be all floppy and stuff.
Yeah, we all know the kind of games that Wolf has had against Alawi. She was dead this time. There it is. Did that feel cathartic?
Yes. Okay,
there
but can they stop the Baron? I think D+
Do they have to stop the Baron is the question. Now we flip these, and Lucid is able to lock down the smite. I like the confidence.
This game
she would have loved to have a Baron buff, by the way.
This game went from, like, it could have been an email / text / maybe page. Could have been a beep.
Yeah.
Could have been, like, written on a cave wall to, okay, wait a minute. D+ are still going to win this game, right? Few overextensions, few mistakes, but there's still 7,000 gold in the lead. It's not a fake gold lead, but a lot of that's in Twisted Fate's passive, right? But DNS are still getting some back here, and I think that D+ may have played with their food a little bit here. Not at this particular moment, but what happens next is where things get a little bit weird. We're not going to show that, though, because in live,
Soul
DNS
Point?
getting Soul
They
Point.
did get it!
Yeah.
Remember, we posed that question. Ignore the rest of the map, where it's all just on fire. They get a dragon. They all group up for it. I do want to say, really good of DK to understand what their composition does, play for the cross map. And they are very, very good
Well, the crazy
at
thing
capitalizing
is,
on it.
not only do they have this 1-3-1 comp, but it's with a Sivir that has crazy wave clear. And even though they're not doing 5v5 team fighting where the Sivir is going to be insane, she's still pushing structures as we have a TP flank coming through here from Dudu. They're so far behind, though. I don't know if it will matter. Let's see what angle they can catch here. The blast cone.
It's the casting cone. It's the casting cone, and he's straight into a gold card. Huh. Well, Pioshik looking for an angle here as DK just elects to go in. Pioshik looking for an angle towards Smash. The shockwave on top of the Lee Sin, and he takes down the Sivir so comfortably with a boot to the head. Still, Doctom is likely to die as Lucid finishes him off. And unfortunately, the rest of DK is still alive. It's another kill for the Alawi to the chagrin of Wolf, and down will go Closer as well. He has his spirit yoinked and then also taken out of there. The flash forward from Lucid as Pioshik will carry the stun over the wall, and it's a triple in the end for the Pantheon.
I guess they just end the game.
As Showmaker is going to give him the old thumbs up and look to teleport into the base. Ace completed for D+K as they move to a 10,000 gold lead. And after about 1,100 and something odd days, Alawi will pick up a victory here in the LCK.
All right, a little bit of cooking from Crazy CV Max. You popping off on this one. I'm curious to see Smash's damage numbers because it felt like for most of this game he was hitting the structures and hitting the minions, but he controlled the game through the fact that they had these incredibly strong side-laning champions and a Pantheon to link it all together. We never really saw a straight-up 5v5 objective fight for D+, but they won the early skirmishes, which I think was the biggest problem for the side of DNS, and then had too much side lane power later on, as every time Showmaker gets his hands on the Twisted Fate, you know that D+ have a game plan, you know they're going to be pushing through sides, you know they're going to have this incredibly oppressive game. Look, Smash, 16,000 damage, you know, he does out-damage Showmaker here, but he was not getting that late-game Sivir pop-off damage. He just was another piece in the machine that was D+ all over the map.
And Lucid really having a day out today. She did so much damage to Dudu throughout this entire game. Having a look at him there, it was not very dominant. It was pretty quiet in the early game. I'm really glad that we got to see what Alawi is capable of, that so many of us have been the subject of in our solo queue games. And she's fearlessly banned. She is fearlessly banned. It's okay. She can't hurt you. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back to space, going to break it down. We'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
그냥 싸움 보고 싶기도 해.
천천히 하자, 천천히. 어차피 얘네가
그냥 빼자.
얘네 쇼부야.
빼면 돼. 다시 천천히 따라가자 얘들아. 나 볼카. 야, 스탑 받았다.
얘들아, 우리 바텀 밀고 있다. 저희 쇼부 안 봐도 돼.
야, 리신.
군자 살려야 돼, 군자. 코르키.
야, 다 빨리긴 했는데. 어때? 다 빨렸거든? 그렇게. 야, 거기 갈 필요 없어, 얘들아. 안쪽 가자. 얘들아, 싸움 이길 것 같아. 일러기 가 너무 좋다. 싸움 이길 것 같아.
나 뒤에 박았어.
얘들아, 리신 궁도 없어. 야, 뒤에 잘 박았다. 야, 일러기. 야, 이거 우리 하나. 조냐 있어, 얘들아. 잡으면 끝나. 야, 끝난 거 같아. 야, 미드 갈래, 미드? 얘들아, 미드 지켜볼래? 탑 가도 돼, 아니면? 때려볼게. 탑 가도 돼? 탑 밀자.
야, 미드 하자. 봐볼만.
탑 쭉 가면 끝낼만해, 얘들아. 노펠. 끝났다. 나이스.
불러 맞아줄 거야.
바비. 끝내볼래?
Eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures, lurking, watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow.
cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Close your eyes, breathe in deep, feel the high. Need the hush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the storm.
Add Alawi to the list of champions that have been played and finding a win. Shiu and the rest of D plus Kia kick off the winning ways 1-0 over the DN Automotive Supers. Degon alongside Ox and Wadid. The Supers gave it a good shot. You have champions that people are known for, Pyoshik on the Lee Sin, but weren't quite able to get it done, especially when the jungle was being very much ran by Lucid.
Yeah, you know, we've seen the likes of Pantheon Ryze be like that really strong combo. Ryze priorities kind of fallen off because, you know, we're seeing a lot of the counters be very effective. But that concept of having the double globals in the mid jungle is something they played around so well, and Showmaker's TF has been feared for a long time. And I think that just really set the pace of the game early on.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see it from the first clip is that the usage of the TF and Pantheon in the early game, with the pressure on the bot side, by the way, I think they had such an easier comp to get the bot pressure with it, and Severe Karma joining the fight with the CCs with the Pantheon and TF had such an easy skirmishes here.
Just the fact you have that point-and-click CC, the execute damage from the Pantheon, and then the Karma offers a lot in these early skirmishes, right? The root that can follow up, the shielding, the damage. A hard skirmish to take, I think, for DNS. A lot was burnt, including the flash from the Nautilus, so let's just go for round 2. And Nautilus is a squishy engage support. There's a lot of much tanky engage supports, and I feel like he is the pick more than any of them, that if you fall behind, you can just spiral and keep getting targeted, and that's what we saw this game.
Yeah, and the point is that Lee Sin and Nautilus is the one who wants to make the plays the early on, but I think after all, they couldn't really do anything in the early game that makes those champions useless all game.
Yeah, that early aggression and then non-stop after that just kept them on the back foot. On the top side of the map, you had the Alawi kind of existing for a little bit. Wolf touched on it for a bit, and then finally you get to see the pop off here after the DN Automotive Supers had a great couple of fights.
Yeah, they actually got a pick on a Showmaker. Showmaker got caught by a Shockwave aggressively here. We get the turn that starts to come in, and with the numbers advantage, this looks like DNS is way back into the game. You know, we're seeing the Renekton start to build up the Fury, and he ends up getting a lot of value in this fight.
But if you're an Ilaoi player, this is the moment that you are dreaming for. And yeah, Ilaoi is always good to play against. More players are on her, and I think that was the moment where this is the reason why you picked Ilaoi into these champions.
Oh, look at that.
And bomba!
Everywhere! Look at the healing coming on through. 1, 2, plus the call by Showmaker saying, hey, I've got TP, I can join. He did exactly that. This is where D+ then really started to shut the door here.
And I think this is kind of Alawi in a nutshell, right? In team fights, if they're funneling into you, if they're coming into your domain and you can get that big ult off, so much power. And I think, you know, it's a champion we haven't really seen. It's a champion that, you know, isn't even that popular in solo queue. And I think just disrespecting it there in that moment. And I think if that turnaround hadn't happened, that could have been a turning point for DNS to get back in the game.
Yeah, but again, the comfort with Pyoshik on the Lee Sin. He was still trying to find angles, so it required one more fight. 4 minutes later, Dudu on the flank gets caught, but they actually end up finding a good angle to fight.
Yeah, with you denying the Nasher from DNS, they could be able to get the Nasher by themselves, but as you said, Pyoshik finally find the angle with the Orianna combo, so Smash got one-shotted, so it was 4v5 at the beginning, but I think Smash shot calling, even though he was dead in this moment, he was calling off all the skill shots. They are fully committed, so we can look for the fight. We're winning this fight. That was an impressive moment for me, because I didn't expect that like AD carry actively calling out the call here.
It makes sense, right? It's not something you expect from such a young player, but to switch into that sort of vocal role when you've died makes a lot of sense there. They were really far ahead at that point, despite I think the good attempt to take out the enemy AD carry. DNS just didn't have gas in the tank, and again, it was just D+ moving forward, C target, kill target with that point and click single target CC.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing if you're a Supers fan. There are so many moments where they're almost there, but not all 5 players are on the same page, which is why they're getting good engages, but they're not able to finish the fight. Or they start the fight down 4v5 and then can almost come back there. So it's just a little tough there as Quantum trying to change that fate here for the Supers.
Yeah, Quantum had a really tough game on the Nautilus. Obviously was focused down heavily and just ended up dying a lot. I hope it doesn't shake his confidence too much, you know. There's obviously been a lot of deliberation for DNS in which support they're going to be running. They've said Quantum is a player I want to focus on now, and I hope he bounces back, because obviously ended up going like that in a Nautilus game just doesn't feel good.
I mean, I think they should put him on a better scenario, because I feel like whenever you have to play Nautilus into such as like Karma, then I think you have like too much risk. Like if you don't make the play in the early game, then you're gonna be useless. So I think that was just too much pressure on him as well. And I think if you want that kind of risk, then I think they should share the risk from the jungle, who is Pyoshik. I think he should share the early pressure so he can actually do something in the game. But I think it was not the correct answer that the DNS had for this game one.
All right, well, there it is. It is 1-0 as D+ Kia with Lucid and the rest of the squad looking to close this one out. Maybe a little bit cleaner than some of those fights there that they had, but we'll see what happens here in game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're lingering on camera. That's just kind of the vibe that we've got here today.
Early throw from Mr. Gon.
Yeah, we just like to keep people on their toes. I feel like we didn't even have lights fully up, you know? Although, wait, they are.
They are now, but I felt like they were not. They were a little
bit
dark.
darker than usual. But
the series has taken a dark turn, Atlas.
Well, I mean, they did pick a Lowy Wolf, and so in your books, I imagine the dark turn happened very early on. Thankfully for you, not going to be played again.
No, I don't want to harp on it too much. I will take any chance I can get to talk about how the champion is very frustrating at times. And Xiu, by playing incredibly well and positioning well and picking his battles correctly, showcased that very, very well. And
yeah,
might even be front runner for POM right now. But D+ had such a great game overall that it's really anyone's vote you could go for. But moving to game 2, I don't know what is going to patch the holes here for DNS. They went for comfort, as Digon mentioned several times. It didn't work. And you know, I can't blame Quantum. You know, in this first game, he had a lot of issues, right? But in the overall, like, overarching big picture of the games he's played so far here for DNS, it's just not about him. But they have extra players in the support role, so they have experimented a little bit. But the results, I think, maybe haven't, like, they're not conclusive. We don't know.
Well, DK are going to be on our blue side once again. And so the DN Supers not going to be, it's just going to be normal, okay? So second pick was chosen, and therefore it will be blue side here for DK because they love blue side. And so it's just a normal draft of League of Legends. Nocturne going to be taken away once again. We saw Rumble, Nocturne, and Xin Zhao taken away by D+ in game number 1. J4, Ryze, and Varus were taken away in by the DN Supers in game number 1. So the Varus is going to be stolen as a ban. And the Jace will take his place.
All right, so stocks on a lot of mid picks going up here.
Oh, yeah. And Rumble still hasn't been banned yet.
I think that will be banned by the Supers in their final spot. D+ get one extra flex ban here.
Yeah.
Could be an Anivia ban, a Ryze ban. Feels a little bit less powerful. Jarvan is still available, or you know, so it's banned here on the side of DN Supers. The Ambessa ban will come through in the final spot.
And this is what people have been picking into the Rumble. So this is sort of guaranteeing that Rumble ban.
We're trading. Well, I think she will take it.
I'm going to write the Rumble in, and then we'll see what the answer is here by the DN Supers.
Well, it's probably going to be Cassante or potentially a Scion. No one's really running the Ornn right now. Oh, I say no one. We've had, I think this will be the 4th game of Rumble that we've had this season.
Yeah, I do expect the Dusante to come out as the response. That's often where Dudu does like to go.
But the question is, with what do they play that? You know, there's Xin Zhao is available for Pyoshik if you wanted to go for that early here. Ashe Seraphine also potentially another look, and then they go for on 3 that counter pick for the Rumble. Could be another approach they want to take. Well, like you and I both know, Dudu.
Yeah.
Dudu knows himself, and they are going to go for that Xin Zhao alongside. So no strong bottom Ashe Seraphine lane here for Quantum and Duckdom.
And I think if they had decided to lock in a bottom lane, then there would have been no way for Dudu to actually get the Cassante. Because you want to lock in the full bottom lane and then try and grab this Xin Zhao. I think the Xin Zhao would have been the higher priority than getting both of the bottom laners in this 1-2 spot on red side. And so you can understand why they elected to go this way.
There's also so much flexibility with this for what you're going to do with your AD carries because you have such a strong front line.
Yeah.
You can play any Lulu bottom lane. You can play Ashe Seraphine still incredibly well. So this is definitely a much more open-ended setup, which also gives Dudu his best pick into the Rumble. So I like the choice the Supers have made here. See what the response is going to be for Lucid, as they're going to take the Lunara.
Lunara! I love it.
I kind of predicted it.
No, you did it on purpose, Wolf.
Yeah,
Come on, commit.
On purpose, yeah, sure.
Absolutely gorgeous. Lunara Lulu, otherwise known as the Lunara lane,
otherwise
by Wolf.
known as the Yulu. Sometimes you just slam it. You only lose once.
Oh,
Yulu is
so much better. All right, Yulu locked in. Let's see what Close is going to do. It's just going to be an Azir. All right, pretty stock standard here on both sides.
A lot of scaling on both sides of the draft, but more of a front line here for the Supers.
I don't really like Azir with Cassante, though. I feel like Azir benefits from things like Jace on the top side of the map to add a bit of extra damage, have a bit of extra threat. I know when he goes all out, he can do some stuff, but it doesn't feel quite as powerful.
It can be salvaged if Duckdom is also playing a bit of a scaling pick here.
The problem then is you can just kind of lose lane, and then if you're losing lane to Lulu Yunara,
that's the problem.
Can kind of fall apart, especially in the mid game against a Rumble, who can really dictate fights on his terms. She also had really good team fights in the last game, so you know that he's on form in that regard. I think it's a really difficult thing to play into here, and Duckdom's pick is going to have to be, I think, something very specifically good in this case.
Some of the best engage, like wild growth engage setups are the Vi, which is banned, the Pantheon, which is banned, the Nocturne, which is banned, the Jarvan, which is banned. So I am curious what Lucid's going to end up with here. The Fury has also done very well with Lulu so far, but doesn't really fit the theme of their draft otherwise because there's no CC there.
Yeah, unless Showmaker plays it.
I guess that's possible.
Theoretically, you can press W to avoid the Emperor's Divide. That would be really, really cute. I just don't think the matchup would be very fun otherwise.
The most opinions I've seen Showmaker give in a draft like this during a ban phase I've seen in a while. He's doing hand gestures, but the Ashe
ban,
Seraphine gone. I don't think you want to deal with, or I don't think you're going to deal with Zeri here, but it would be a safe ban. Caitlyn doesn't have great picks alongside it to win this lane. It could have been like Caitlyn Nico.
Yeah.
Or because Bard was banned long ago. They are going to get the Nico, it looks like here, and save that final pick. Okay, they pivot.
Ezreal are going to be lock-in instead. They want to make sure that Quantum does get a good pick. Although you can see the bottom lane already. It's Yulu. We've already spoken about it.
Yeah, so they're already going to kind of pick on both sides no matter what.
Wait, Sejuani Yone? Haven't we seen this exact draft this week?
I think so.
Didn't it lose horribly?
I think it was Bro who played it, right?
Was it Bro in their first series of the week? Well,
I just remember, I feel like I remember Gideon playing Sejuani and it not working.
Yeah, I do remember talking about how good this draft was and then it just not doing anything
at all. It is very good. It has a lot of threats. It's a great matchup for the Yone into the Azir, especially when you get to late game team fights. There's a lot of power there, and the Yone can unbind and reposition incredibly well. The Ezreal Nico, eventually they chose the Ezreal first, but they are, as you mentioned, they already knew what the bottom lane matchup was, so nothing really crazy changing here. The Ezreal was safe, and the Nico is going to be one of the only range supports left that feels good, or less bad, let's say, in the lane. If you make a mistake as career, and you're pushing too far forward and you end up getting rooted, you can lose the lane. It is possible, but I really think that what D+ Kia has here is, outside the Sejuani, a bunch of really incredibly strong picks right now on this map that work well together, but Sejuani works well specifically with Yone. Also decent with the Rumble. The ultimate can be used very well. It's not always the best wild growth engage, but if you go for the Arctic Assault, you flash forward, you can extend the range of that and then end up with a nice wild growth combo and setup in the backline. And the laning phase is going to be very difficult. Again, not impossible, but very difficult here for the Supers. And I don't know if we're going to see Sejuani lose again.
No, I don't think so either. I can't find the game. I was trying to have a look while you were having a little bit of a chat there, and I can't quite find it. It was not DRX, it was not Bro, at least not this week. So back to the drawing board as far as my choices are concerned. Still, let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen, as we get onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. This series between D+ Kia and the DN Supers. D+ with another composition that can actually side lane pretty effectively, but this time more focused on team fighting, I could imagine. As Showmaker with the Yone into Azir, pretty classic matchup. As we know, I think Closer has been oftentimes on the Yone side of this matchup. Does really like this pick, so we'll certainly know the ins and outs of how to play it on the Azir side as well.
It is very much a matchup that many Yone players enjoy. We've seen it into Azir so many times. And it is a matchup where if you have any jungle attention at all, it can be very difficult for the Azir to outplay because you're just so sticky and you continue to run past the Sand Soldiers, you're doing a ton of damage, you snap back. And because the Sand Soldiers are stationary, it's very difficult to deal with the Yone. Fleet Footwork is the choice of Showmaker. He has a Sejuani, so that is the scary setup where you can get Permafrost very quickly. And, you know, it is just in general going to be a bad time for anyone who interacts with the duo.
Yeah. Having a look right now, level 2's hit exactly the same time as the heal is going to be used by Korea, going aggressive towards Quantum and Doctarm. Great Glitter Lance will land. That'll get the barrier out from Doctarm as well. And the good old Nico Ezreal, Wadid's favorite, already on the back foot as far as summoner spells are concerned.
It was Gideon who played the Sejuani.
It was Gideon that did it. Okay, so it was the pros. Okay, so it was just a Sejuani, maybe not the same situation, or maybe it was last.
It was Bro versus D+.
Oh, the flash forward, and it's the Lulu that picks up the kill. First blood for the DK bottom lane that have Yunara Lulu.
Yeah,
Yulu, baby!
Yulu. Yulu. It's Yulu. Yeah, that I was watching that trade, and then I continued to look for which matchup it was for Gideon, and I looked up,
and
they were dead. Yeah, that's what happened. All right, well, the Slurkle value was actually pretty high.
Yeah, Arcane shifting into a Slurkle is not really what you want to be doing.
Yeah, Career gets the flash in. It was a very Yulu move.
Yeah.
And that's the death of Quantum, and the lane is going to be a little bit more lopsided as a result. I mean, look at the item buys for Lulu. It's not like game-breaking, that the kill that goes over, but she does end up getting a lot of AP.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that Smash will have a little bit of that extra time in lane. Doctarm was doing a decent job as far as farm is concerned, but now Pioshik's making his way down, and Korea is very, very dead. No flash on the Lulu, and Pioshik will be able to capitalize. Very nicely done.
Play from Pioshik here. Great read, knowing that Career doesn't have flash from the earlier all-in, and also is going to be trying to salvage this lane, right? Wants to come over here as Ezreal's on a bit of a loss streak. A little bit surprised to see that.
Teddy's 2 Ls, one of those Ls is almost a W, okay? So I don't count that necessarily. Yeah, Ezreal's priority has been exceptionally high, but hasn't necessarily been finding this success.
Career also sticks trying to clear that ward. Just gives Pioshik an even better opportunity to come up here and grab this kill.
Yeah, just perfect positioning there from Pioshik to capitalize.
All right, this is very aggressive from Smash, who does not have barrier. Looks like it's not going to amount to anything here, though, for DNS.
Yep, still a little bit of a lead for Doctarm as far as farm is concerned. Going to keep him competitive as far as the gold as well. As you can see, only 30 in it.
And this is, you know, after that first kill, Duckton came back with tier refillable, and the recurve bow was in Smash's hands, right? Obviously, I already talked about the Lulu, but still keeping this really interesting because of that gank from Pioshik. Okay.
Wow.
They're like, man, DNS picked the champs that are not winning. Come on, production, give them a chance. Like, I know it's the week of no upsets possible, but we could, like, if I get another 10 out of 10 week, I probably wouldn't like not be talking about it.
Well,
you know?
let me tell you now,
I think everybody got it, you know?
Yeah, if you got a 10 out of 10 week, I'd be really happy with my 10 out of 10 week, Wolf. I actually like it. You know, it's kind of like you know, Syndrome from The Incredibles. You know, this is the way that we counteract your perfect week. Is everyone gets a perfect
Everyone
week.
has a perfect week. Okay.
You can't be super anymore. The DN Supers can though. Because they're always super.
They're always super.
Indeed.
I love the logo. It looks like it's got the superhero hair, but it's also an S.
All right, Smash and Korea, and back to lane as Quantum. Oh, does he get the cannon though? The answer's no. Doctarm was actually in range. Possibly could have picked that one up as Showmaker just unbinding to try and get some damage onto Closer, and is going to be able to find a fair bit of it.
Pioshik wants something here, but it looks like not going to even really be able to scratch Showmaker.
Ooh, Lucid at level 5 doesn't have the Glacial Prison just yet. The level 6s from both of these mid laners.
Scuttle fight.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. And Control Vision going down on both sides. Lucid should be able to clear this one out though, so dangerous territory for the DN Supers. There's the engage. as Lucid will be able to get that permafrost, sets up for the ulti out of Showmaker. I don't know what the DN Supers were expecting, as there is the equalizer going down and a very dead Xin Zhao as a result. Now the all-out is going to be used from Dudu, trying to salvage this play as Xiu attempted to sidestep. There's the Arctic Assault though, as Lucid is going to stick to him. Doctom has to flash in the bottom lane, and Smash just dies in the bottom lane. What the heck was going on around the map?
Yeah, that was a lot going down the bottom lane. Head of a disaster there on the top side.
I don't know who came out on top. The gold's even, so let's just say it's a wash.
Also, Showmaker dropping a lot of minions because he committed to come up here this far, but so Pyosik and Lucid are fighting over Scuttle, which is also going to be level 6 first, whoever gets it, if there is no intervention. There is intervention. Showmaker comes through here, has the ult closer, cannot gain access, and almost feels like Xiu is like, what? So I guess I'll kill him. And then down here, let's take a look at this. Smash gets chunked a little bit.
Misses the Slurkle, perhaps that was the problem. Maybe just
the W
around and getting hit by everything.
Yeah. He just stood his ground and Doctom hit everything.
Yeah.
And had some help there from Quantum.
Now we're starting to see the priority on the Ezreal, even though he hasn't been winning, can certainly find some angles. Ezreal Nico has been finding some lane victories here in the LCK.
And even though Showmaker lost a lot of, it looked like it was a large wave there, the closer's not ahead in CS. It's true shots today.
Yeah, Smash only just came back to lane. Does have level 6, but not a lot of health bar, as he's just going to drink some potions and hopefully be all right. Still, I mean, gold entirely even. I feel like DK's composition is going to get much better throughout the mid-game.
Yeah, the mid-game is the real strong point.
Yep, but the DN Supers have so much late-game insurance, right?
Yeah.
Closer on this Azir will be doing so much DPS, Doctom as well. It's going to be so difficult to pin down.
Once Doctom hits 2 items, he's going to do a lot of damage while, like you say, being difficult to kill. And they have the Azir side lane threat scaling, great engage with this Nico. But the Yunara is also a big problem. And even though it's not a extremely tanky frontline, the frontline of Yone and Sejuani being on top of the enemies gives the Yunara a lot of space to work with. And the Yulu power of the Wild Growth for safety is also there for Smash. So he's relatively safe in this game as well. I think this game is just really straight up very even. I think if D+ dropped the ball in the mid-game, things could get better very quickly for DNS. But otherwise, I think we're kind of heading towards a competitive game here, barring a big mistake.
Let's hope so. We were denied it in game number 1. As Lucid is going to come down and try and babysit this bottom lane a little bit. Pyosik turns up as well. Spots out the Horror moving up the river. But it looks like Lucid not looking for too much aggression. Nico going to make some Nico noises, and everyone's going to go home.
Yeah, well, that's usually what I do when I hear that.
Yeah, me too.
But not here while I'm working. I can't go yet, but...
He would if he could, ladies and gentlemen. There was an Alawi game, and then Nico did the stupid sounds, and it's just not a great time.
Hey, I had a great time at the Bro T1 series. And I'm hoping to have a great time in this second game. I'm trying to be optimistic that it's going to look
Honestly,
good.
this
Dead
series
even
can
gold.
do whatever it wants, right? We've got enough cinema today, you know?
Dead even in gold. Yeah, I feel a little bit spoiled maybe. Like I enjoyed that T1 Bro series, and then everything else just seems like it's just not, it's playing for second, but see what happens with this aggressive play here from Lucid. I'm trying to grab these Raptors, and I think with the Prio in mid, he should be able to secure them.
Yep. Cannon goes down in favor of Closer. That is pretty nice. And Quantum looking for an angle towards Smash. Slurkle is going to deny Quantum's entry, though. But Smash still just so incredibly low. Vision is going to get cleared here, as he does have a control ward. But Doctom is just looking for the 1v1 underneath the turret as Smash does get a level up. The barrier is there as well, but the flash is just a little late. And Career is also just a little late, as Pop Blossom is going to pick him up. He does have the Wild Growth. He does use it here, and now Pix is going to help him grab a solo kill. Now Doctom has another one under the turret and might look to go for this with the help of Pyosik.
I think Career needs to get out of here. He needs to get out of here now.
Really nice Little Lance. That is going to help the disengage.
So he gets a kill back, so that is, at least for him, really well played, by the way, but huge. But the problem with, you know, trying to defend a turret against Ezreal as the AD carry is the Ezreal won't pick up turret aggro if he's just using Q to hit you outside of turret range. He takes one turret shot here, but otherwise is just hitting you for from safety because he was able to get past the turret with his E. Career comes over here, and Quantum is very low. He sets it up with the Wild Growth and secures the kill here in response to Quantum's Pop Blossom. So that's a big win for him, like I said, but the ultimate win is definitely DNS's.
Yep. Does get the flash of the Lulu afterwards as well. As Doctor now 2-0 on this Ezreal, in a great position to carry in this game. We'll see whether he can actually make it happen. True Shot Barrage finally misses. Kind of felt like from even the previous series that ability was targeted. But Doctor is going to demonstrate that it isn't. Good sidesteps there on DK because it's doing a lot of damage. Trinity Force now done for Doctor. Still needs to hit his Manamune, but he's otherwise well and truly on the way with a 1.4k gold lead.
Yeah, very strong. Ardent Sensor opt in here for career early on. A lot of damage in this Yunara in early skirmishes if they can set it up. We have seen one of those big skirmishes on the top side. We haven't really seen them involve the Yunara just yet. So
I think they need to try and get Smash some money any way they can.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a good idea.
As he does not yet have that first item, and the Ezreal is just coasting towards his 2-item spike.
Yeah.
Showmaker getting bigger here in the mid lane, though, and the whole top side is painted blue in terms of gold. The Rumble, with no jungle intervention up there on the top side, has been doing quite well.
Yeah, Showmaker does improve his shoes as Dudu goes all out towards Shiu here on the top side of the map. It's a lot of damage from this Cassante. Doesn't land the third Q, though, and so Shiu is able to walk it off. And all right, Pyoshik now moving back towards the mid lane. Don't you think it's kind of weird that Rumble silences himself, but when he silences himself,
he's very loud.
He's the most loud.
Yeah. It is a bit strange.
Isn't it wrong? I feel like it's wrong.
I think it's wrong.
We should probably talk to the devs about that. I'll talk to David. There's a lot of things that I have, you know, in the backlog that I need to talk to
like
Mr. Turley about.
They could have just made it so he couldn't use his abilities, but they wanted to use the silence tag specifically. Yeah. Which is a rare one, you know? Not a lot of champions.
If there's a silence tag, why isn't there a loud tag? What happens if you get louded?
Well, ask some of the teams that have faced that org over the course of League of Legends history.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Maybe it's just you get Brazilian fans.
They're pretty good at Valorant as well. Duckdown gets the double backstop here, by the way, which put a huge ooh through the crowd when he got that. And now, I mean, Smash is kind of pinned down here. They don't have a jungler to push this advantage further, but they're trying to chip away at this plate. It's just going to be a defense here, so ultimately not the craziest stop of the backs, but we'll see the Dragon going over. Potentially, it looks very likely as a result of this. Surely it won't be Ocean Soul again.
Oh my goodness. If we get Chemtech Ocean, like both times in a row, that would be absurd.
It's the soggy souls, man.
Oh, really? Very soggy souls. Exactly right. And it's not even raining today.
No.
Could have been soggy souls in a soggy soul.
Okay, we're heating up.
Yeah, we are. So Infernal going to be a lot more worthwhile to fight over.
And very good for DNS.
With, double Dragon as well. Feeling very happy about the prospect of picking up that soul.
And it's the Duckdown lead.
Now, I'm aware that I'm in Korea again.
The Duckdown lead in the bottom 2v2 that has been turned on its head. That has really been what this game is all about. You know, the early Lulu lane was doing well, but then once they got that turn, they've held on to this whole time. It's led to Dragon Prio. He has a massive lead. Shiu.
Yeah, Shiu might be a little bit too far up as he flashes. Hot Blossom still going to collect him, though, and there is the Wind Becomes Lightning. Finally does get the equalizer down, and the Wild Growth from downtown will keep Shiu alive. But that is a lot to invest in order to keep this Rumble up, and he did have to flash.
But a lot of investment to try to kill him means Smash is going to grab some plate gold here in the mid lane. Showmaker also grabs some on the top side, so D+ absorb the pressure and end up getting a lot of return across the map here and have evened up the gold, or nearly.
Yeah, Lucid looking for an angle towards Doctom here as well. We were saying that hitting an Ezreal is difficult. Lucid going to run into that issue.
Got the flash, though, so that's a big win.
That's a very good point. I thought it was an arcane shift. Never mind. So
I think he had just shifted, so he had to flash. Good reaction time there, but...
Yeah, good timing as well. So never mind. Absolutely worth.
So let's see what happens on this upcoming Herald fight here, because this is an incredibly strong time to fight for D+, right? They have this Yunara, only on Kraken Slayer, mind you, but still, they have a Yone. It's got tier 3 boots. They have a Rumble. They've got the Sejuani set up here. This is a really strong moment here for D+, and if they mess this up, the Ezreal that's already ahead is going to be looking for that second item very soon here, and then they already have a 2-dragon lead, so I think this D+ need to opt into Herald no matter what.
The problem is Doctom might actually get to 2 items as the Drake is spawning.
Yeah, that could happen. They need to prevent it somehow.
Yeah, Lucid doesn't have his ulti. It's very close to coming back up, though, as Quantum taking a bit of damage. Will get the snare off, though. Does have at least the Frost Armor to help him out. Circle goes wide. Smash will be able to clear out some vision. Still Shelly down to 50%. Showmaker gets the knock up onto Closer. Emperor's Divide now on cooldown. Won't be there for a potential team fight if it does actually erupt. 2 seconds on the Glacial Prison here from Lucid. Let's see whether he can get it off. Never mind. It is going to be the Rift Herald taken by Pyosik. And D+ will actually have inside track towards this outer turret in mid lane. So they might actually just be able to take a turret off the back end.
Doctom does not have true shots, so he's not going to be able to clear this wave. I think you might be right.
Either.
And I think it's just going to be gone. Dudu walked up but did not teleport, so he still has TP, but I don't think he's going to be TPing anywhere on the map right now, but lost a lot of, lost that plate, lost a lot of control of the bottom lane. So she was able to get a lot of money there, which is reflected in the gold lead for D+ the whole time while that was happening. He didn't have TP. D+ did not get the Herald, but they also didn't opt into a potentially losing fight there. And we kind of reset the game state into a similar situation. I think getting that turret is pretty huge for this Yone Sejuani composition because now they can play aggressive. Now they can actually jump out of the jungle and look for picks onto this flashless Ezreal, for example. But I think we need a little bit more for D+ before we're ready to think that they can get back control of this game because this Ezreal is so huge and everyone else is just scaling so incredibly well.
Yeah. I think Smash probably wants to get another item or two under his belt in order to feel a little bit better. Speaking of belts, Lucid just purchased one, as he's managed to hit the cheapest 2 items that you can possibly get. Feels like it's
basically cheating,
yeah. It's like Pyosik is very, very close in gold, you know, and he only has like 1 and a bit items, and Lucid's already like, oh no, I'm on 2 items, man, I'm hitting my power spike. As Closer taking so much damage from Showmaker. He does take the damage from the Emperor's Divide though, and that is going to be a fair bit, but still stacks up the cube. Pyosik does get the ulti down, that's going to disengage them, but DK putting DNS very low before the fight really starts.
Yeah, Doctom is going super far away. He does not want to get caught here. He is going to blast Cone out, which make Valdez very upset. But I think this is all just a big win for D+. Like, they end up getting the chunk there. They get the ult out of Closer.
Get the teleport as well out of Dudu. But he does get the turret in trade.
I'm not sure what the game plan for DNS really was there because the dragon hasn't even spawned yet, and they kind of looked like they were trying to hold a dragon that didn't exist, and D+ just ran the circles around them, and then she got almost the entire turret. It feels like the gold here for DNS, even the lead that Doctom has, doesn't feel very stable right now. And this Yunara is getting bigger. D+ still need to win a team fight, right? They still need to secure this dragon, but now they have free prio for said dragon, and it just feels like that shouldn't have happened.
Doctom does make it back, though, with that 2-item spike. So it's a very good time for DNS to fight, and they have Herald to try and get it started. It's not going to be the Battle Herald, though. They're just looking to try and get mid-prio with it, as Pyosik will ride Shelly towards the turret. Just throws her in there, so not getting too much. And a team fight is still a-brewing, as Soul Point with Infernal Soul, it's not something that D+ are going to give away lightly.
Shiu has TP. He's pushed a huge wave into the top lane.
Yeah, Showmaker as well has cleared out the bottom wave at the same time.
Flanking Rumble.
Yeah, 4 versus 5 at the moment, but Shiu is making his way in, like you were saying. Lucid dives forward. There's Wild Growth on top of the Sejuani Pop Blossom to try and stop Shiu from getting here, but he flashes in to kill the Nico, and he just walks away while she burns to death. Doctom now in trouble, and it's Shiu that turns up. Showmaker locks down the kill, and the Dusante trying to go all out, but unfortunately, the only way out is via the Death Chamber. That's going to be Soul Point denied. D+ leave only Closer left alive.
This was the fight D+ needed. They needed to force a fight on an objective. They needed to win it convincingly, and then this composition has so much longevity. Shiu's teleport here alongside this Wild Growth.
Oh,
it's a triple, and Pyosik kind of opted into that one. Quantum is trying to peel here, but he gets flashed on. Shiu knows he has the burn damage and changes
Shiu
target.
got the equalizer up. I didn't see it. It was hiding in the brush.
It was,
but that's what did all that damage.
It was crazy. While he was also fighting on the other side, away from his equalizer. And like, he straight up carried this fight by showing up at a crazy angle, but also the Wild Growth setup from Lucid in career almost was criminal because it was so good, but also it was DNS just didn't play around it at all. And it was a kind of rocky setup for DNS where they didn't check they didn't check flank wards or anything, and they just straight up got destroyed in the fight right when D+ are arguably at their strongest in the mid game, and now they have a 4,000 gold lead. That gold lead was like 700, and it was going between like 100 and 700. Boom, 4,000 by the way, and it denies the first Infernal Soul away from DNS, which could have been otherwise Soul Point.
And it was almost a 2,000 gold lead for Doctom, and now it is 350. Basically nothing. Fiend Hunter Bolts are now done for Smash as well, on his way to his Infinity Edge as fast as he possibly can. And you have a look around the rest of the map, and DK have 2,000 gold advantages on both of their other carries. The ones that this composition is built around, right? Like Lucid augments both the Rumble and the Yone so beautifully. And Showmaker has just been hanging out in side lanes and being a nuisance. DNS are dealing with said nuisance right now, but while they do, you've got the Rumble in the bottom lane. Korea making his way up here towards his top side as Lucid will show up as well, but look at how tanky he is. It's just kind of ridiculous.
It's for how little gold he spent. It's great value.
Oh yeah.
Sejuani loves these cheap support items.
Not to mention he's got the Frost Armor as well, so it's just value everywhere. Lots of stats.
And all the while, a huge wave is getting pushed in mid by Smash. Someone's going to have to answer that. Looks like Duckdom's going to shift back, but that's a lot of their damage gone. And honestly, if there was an outer turret to dive, D+ would dive it. They're kind of like, can we set up on this inner? They are so far forward here. They're clearing all the vision out of DNS's jungle. And it's the scariest thing ever. If Sejuani jumps out of the jungle, drops a Glacial Prison on you, Duckdom doesn't have Flash. He does have Arcane Shift, but he's only got one Arcane Shift. And challenging this would be, I think, a mistake for DNS right here.
Yeah, Pyoshik does have ulti, and he is going to go in, trying to utilize it as Closer looks for the angle towards Showmaker. Pop Blossom does nothing because the Fate Sealed is going to get Showmaker out of there, but Dudu is going to turn up. It's a beautiful angle, and Showmaker has to commit to the fight. He is going to get taken down. And the DN Supers, they get one in trade for possibly this inner turret in its entirety in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and so much damage is done to the middle turret as well. Another wave is going through there. I think Shio's going to get the whole thing. He has TP, by the way.
Yeah.
So if they try to fight Smash right now, he's just going to put an end to that. And ultimately, yes,
Wait,
DNS...
so 2 inner turrets in trade for Showmaker.
And ultimately, yes, DNS got the kill. But it still wasn't worth it because they had to use so much to do so they could not defend their turrets. I mean, this turret isn't dead yet, but it is practically dead. Dudu gets one in return, but it is just not an equal trade. And Xiu, he is printing money. We've talked about this a lot, but not quite the... like, he's not even going for first strike or anything like that. He's just straight up...
How does he have more money than the 80 carry quest? Like, that's crazy.
He's just side laning. Showmaker gets the ult off here. Also, Lucid peels for him. But they commit this TP. So Showmaker is just up creek without a paddle here at this moment. But look at the mini-map. They're like, all right, let's just go push the waves.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they do. 1 or 2 more autos and that mid-turret falls. So the turret lead here right now, 4-2, almost 5-2. And they have full Baron control. There's just nowhere on the map DNS can safely be to challenge anything right now.
Well, they're going to have to challenge for this next dragon, perhaps. We do have Serpent's Fang done for Doctom, can cut down some of these shields. There is a shield boat already completed here on Showmaker, as well as Korea handing out a bunch of them. Scrap shield there for Shio as well. There's a fair bit of value as far as breaking them shields is concerned.
I think that the main force in this fight will be Dudu setting up for a cutoff. You know, if they can catch a single target or punish Showmaker if he's trying to go in too aggressively, then they can win the fight with Doctom. He can clean up house. Closer's going to do a lot of damage right now. He has also the arm guard. But if they just try to straight up front to back, there's just too many tools at this point with D+'s lead. And the Sejuani is just practically unkillable. So let's see what DNS want to do. They're teasing the idea of trying to threaten Baron, but there's a ward on it. So D+ are just like, well, we'll keep pushing.
Well, teleport out from Xiu. He's standing on a blast cone, which is something dangerous, as Dudu is going to attempt it, but does not manage to get him away. Teleport from Closer feels a little bit silly.
And Showmaker.
Xiu's, and yeah, Showmaker is just going to take the second Infernal Drake for DK, while the DN Supers look to find this Baron. D+ know exactly what's going on. Xiu rotating over now. Showmaker committing to this, wants to be able to take the Drake before all is said and done, and there it is. Now he can immediately teleport in. Level 16 collected as well. A Fate Sealed is terrifying. Can he find the angle as, man, it's sort of set up right now with this Baron Pit. There's the Equalizer as well, it's gorgeous! And the double knock-up with the Q comes on through. Quantum just dead as Smash finds him and his health bar is so high. Lucid strolls over to destroy the Baron, and it's a disaster for the DN Supers. Dom is going the wrong direction. He's arcane shifting to try and get to the DK base, but that's not safety, my friend, and Smash will get some well-deserved revenge.
Don't press the barrier, Duckers. I don't know if it's really going to matter if that one's up or down when he respawns at this point, but DNS, they tried for the trade, but the problem is Showmaker has TP and he's Yone. He's one of the best solo laners at soloing a dragon in the game, and he's pretty far ahead at this point. And then when DNS tried to look for this, they're like, okay, how do we secure this smite? We do not have any control. We cannot zone Lucid out. And then this equalizer hits, and everybody is pushed back. And Lucid is able to, despite all the engage here, secure this one. They end up getting multiple kills, and then Shiyu gets the wild growth here, absorbs so much of the pressure, and yes, he dies, but in order to kill him, Duckers and crew have to go to no man's land, and this is just a huge backfire.
Yeah. Dudu as well went all out onto a Yone with his soul unbound.
Yeah.
So it's just not quite going to work out there. So bit of a cavalcade of errors, or, well, not necessarily errors, but just unfortunate mishaps, you could say, for the DN Supers in that last fight.
They didn't have the stats to back it up, right? They're so far behind. They tried something desperate, but Showmaker was already thinking 2 steps ahead, starting up that dragon. And now, you know, it almost feels like you're circling the drain at this point.
Yep, it's a little bit of a rough time. Smash and Korea just hanging out as the Yulu in the mid lane, and are very, very comfortably clearing out these waves. The 1-3-1 setup that you can now call for on DK, it's pretty scary. With Showmaker pushing through the top side, Lucid covering here as Smash and Korea moving up as well. Looks like a siege on this inner turret is what they're looking for. See whether they do go for some sort of dive. As there's Glacial Prison, Showmaker goes forward, dodges the Pop Blossom, but Quantum is going to be able to get rid of them, at least for the moment. Lucid can just tank for absolutely forever.
Yeah, and, you know, Closer did end up taking a huge chunk there. Pyoshik's in trouble.
Yeah, he's taking so much damage here, but Smash, he will also take a lot back as Dom fires the True Shot Barrage, while Growth had to be invested there at the same time as Shiyu and Dudu have been fighting. And I think this war of attrition will be won by DK and their Baron buff, as the inner turret will be taken down. Did take a little bit more to get it than I think a fair few of us were expecting.
Got so much money. He was 7.5k ahead, and plus all of the stats from both Infernal Dragons they've picked up, and in 2 minutes time they might get a third one. This is compounding all of the advantages they have right now already in terms of items. Feels horrible if you're DNS. Almost feels like you regret getting the first 2 dragons, because D+ are stacking all these Infernals. I'm being a bit facetious, but at this point, you're just regretting everything. It's been a bit of a disaster in the mid game, and this is where D+'s comp was always going to be strong, and they have utilized it to a T. And Shiyu's got to be poised to be picking up POM at this point with his Rumble performance and his amazing Alawi in Game 1, but Showmaker's making an argument.
I mean, Lucid as well.
Lucid also
amazing, and his Sejuani that has been benched for quite some time. He's looking kind of brilliant here in this game. Bandle Pipes as well. Man, he's in the bargain bin today.
He really is, but the value is high.
Oh, it absolutely is. And he's playing a nice song for us as well as they look to take down this inhibitor turret. That is going to die. Smash pretty comfortable now after what was a rough time in the early game. And the DN Supers now closing in, possibly looking for a little bit of an angle, but Lucid as the front line is very scary. There's a Q going to connect from Showmaker, but doesn't push the ult forward. As Smash, Pyoshik is clipped by the Glacial Prison, gets the Crescent Guard off, but now without that, he has to go back to the Fountain. That's going to spell the end of this inhibitor.
All 3 inhibitors are under siege here. This middle one going to take a few more autos, but look at the push here from Shiyu. Okay, a bit of a flank, though, from Closer.
Yeah, the flanking could help Smash looking to make his way in as Dudu. Okay, Shiyu just teleports out. Never mind, he's going to be fine. Dudu left looking a little bit silly as D+ will be able to take down this bottom inhibitor turret as well. Oh,
Closer had Emperor's Divide, but I guess he just didn't think he was going to be able to interrupt faster there. Didn't want to use it. And so he will get away, Shiyu, and
10 seconds, and that is Infernal Soul point now for both teams.
Crazy how much this game feels like out of the hands of DNS. Dudu trying to step forward.
Yeah, Equalizer goes down there as well. The amount of value for Shiyu is gigantic. softens them up, but they're not dead just yet. Lucid does get pulled back by the all-out. That is going to be Pyoshik going on in. 7 seconds until that Crescent Guard does come on through as well. And he'll be able to fight once more. Shiu's health bar still full, but doesn't have the equalizer now. And the ulti from Lucid is also down as Smash trying to just stand his ground here as Pop Blossom looks a little bit silly. It lands only onto Korea, who's able to survive. Shiu is the one that's drawing so much of the attention. The Wild Growth onto him is not going to be enough to save him, though, as now Lucid as well going down low. Showmaker gets into the backline, looks for Duckdom, and gets himself back out again, somehow surviving, but so is all of DNS. They're down so incredibly low.
Smash.
As now Dudu in that front line, Smash is at full health. This is a pentakill on a silver platter right here as Pyoshik goes in, and Smash will indeed kill him. Can he find any more, though, is the question, as Duckdom almost dies to a Slurkle, and now you've got the rest of DNS able to create enough distance, and I think they've got out. However, Korea will also die.
Yeah, I mean, Closer has got to clear this wave here. Duckdom's going to get caught.
Almost got last hit by a Glacial Prison. And that is going to be 2,000 assists for Closer.
I hate when these things come up in dire situations. It's so awkward, but
I feel like it's happened to Closer before as well.
All right, well, he's significantly ahead of Fate, let's put it that way, in the mid lane. Smash is going to solo this dragon here and give D+ soul point, as, you know, AD carry is also at 30+ minutes, are great at doing that. You saw Showmaker do the previous one. DNS, that felt like maybe the best fight they were ever going to get. But so much damage was done. And like you said, I was ready to start yelling Penta because Smash was at full health. He's Yunara, and he was like, oh man, they're so low. But DNS played respectfully, still got ran down by Showmaker though, still ended up losing way too many members. And D+ get another Baron. When you look at this situation for Duckdom, it's incredibly risky what he does. He gets polymorphed here, but he survives. And so you're like, okay, can they fight their way out of this? And, you know, Shiu has the Wild Growth. He's a little bit too far forward. Duckdom is hitting the skill shots. He's backing off. Showmaker gets on top of him, right? Still survives. And I think for DNS, you're probably in mixed calls here of like, can we fight this?
Korea got a little jump scared there.
Yeah, but, you know, in this moment, like, I would love to hear the comms of DNS. Duckdom probably being like, maybe we can fight this, but they kind of slowly kite out and eventually run out of space. And D+ poised to slowly end this game now here at 33 minutes, sieging up what's left of these inhibitors.
Yeah, the Baron buff certainly making it so difficult as the Cassante nowhere near tanky enough. Down goes Pyoshik as well, as there's a Pop Blossom. Emperor's Divide is massive from Closer as they take out Smash. They lose the Nico, but there goes Duckdom as well. And it's only Closer that's left to do the damage to try and stop this base from falling apart. And by stop it, I mean the base was already basically gone. Still, Showmaker gets on top of him, does have to rebind as it turns out, as Korea is just going to be tasked with stopping Closer from making it back to base. And unfortunately, Closer is going to be able to do that, and DK will finish the game beforehand. The Nexus will go down at 2-0 here for D+ Kia. This one a little bit more interesting than the first, but man, pretty dominant here for this squad as they do get the 2-0 and move now to sole possession of third place, at least for a moment.
D+ had such a great turnaround from the LCK Cup loss, right? Where they were in Hong Kong, they made top 3, but it felt like lost in such demoralizing fashion. In the very beginning of LCK 2026, we weren't sure what the form would be, but we're just seeing improvements across the board as this team continues to iterate and improve, but also trying to push the drafts forward a little bit as well. We're seeing a lot more flexibility from this roster. At the beginning, we were just like, oh, it's blue side every time here for CV Max, so we'll see what happens. But now it feels like the drafts are super thoughtful.
Yep. I like how Shiu just decided that he was Lucid. He's like, I can't think of a celebration. I'll just be Lucid as well. I like it. We get the classic from Showmaker here, as that guy's still not flexing for us. Which is a little bit of a shame. But he does manage to get his D+ victory. Smash looking pretty good in that game, although the early stages of it was not fantastic. And Korea always an absolute joy. But the Yulu worked out. I think it was largely the top side of the map, though, that carried in that second game.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely, everyone played their role, everyone did their job incredibly well. The laning phase did fall apart a little bit, though, for the Yulu lane ultimately, but Duckdom, even with the lead he had, wasn't able to get it done. And then those final fights, he tried. He played really well. His true shot barrages were almost as good as Teddy's earlier today, but the Ezreal loss streak continues.
Yeah, a little bit of a shame. Still, some fun drafts here, as once again we get to see the Yone Sejuani Rumble. Rumble still probably needs to just be on the ban list, guys. It's probably a risk not worth taking. But Korea securing that first blood was pretty cool until the lane went bananas. And this as well could have gone better for DK. So there were early inroads for DNS in this game.
I do think that early skirmishing seems to be a big problem here for DNS.
Oh, this equalizer, I can't believe I missed it. It was so huge in getting all of that damage
Well,
down.
it's that, and then she was like killing 2 people on the other side of the fight as well. Closer does escape, but Duckdom does not. So he ends up taking out the Nico Ezreal. And it's a thing of beauty when this team is playing together, right? When D+ are all managing to take leads and snowball them forward. And I don't want to get the fall for the award, but I kind of
do every year, Wolf. Like, this is tradition now.
I do feel like they have fixed a lot of their shot calling issues. It seems like that's no longer a consistent problem here for D+. They're not losing games because they just don't make choices. They play together well. They rotate to objectives quickly. Like the call in this game to put Showmaker on the Dragon solo while then challenging so he could then teleport over and impact the play. Those are the kind of macro calls that were missing for D+ in years past that we're seeing here again.
Yeah, and honestly, it was the voice that was missing. I just didn't realize that it was Smash that was going to be the answer for that shot calling problem that this D+ team has always seemed to have like outside of Beryl, obviously. But sometimes when you follow Beryl, it's not necessarily in the right direction, and even though he might have a plan, it's not often a good one.
I just wonder
for it anyway.
In Beryl's last year on D+, it did sometimes feel like he was making the calls, but the team didn't want to listen.
Yeah. Or he was making the calls, and they weren't exactly very good ideas, even if they did all commit to it. But still, some smiles on the faces of D+ Kia, looking a little bit like another day at the office, as somehow Smash did the most damage in the game at the end, after what was a pretty horrible early game.
Shiyu putting up big numbers. I think you can go for Shiyu, you can go for Lucid pretty easily in terms of POM votes. Showmaker could get a good shout, but those are where I would be putting mine.
Yeah, I don't mind very many of them, but I think this guy would have been my vote, 6-1-7, then 5-1-7. Very, very close. If he got one more kill, wow, the symmetry would have just been gorgeous. But Lucid gets his first POM of the season. Kind of surprising, given the fact that this guy has been so incredibly crucial for D+ in their success. But it just shows this team is, like you say, playing like a unit, and it requires sort of everyone to be having a good day for this squad to look good.
I think D+ definitely have a real opportunity to solidify themselves as a top 3 team in the LCK. I know that sounds crazy. I know we fell for it before, but...
Well, they literally just did.
I just mean, like, yes, they have it now, but can they keep it? Because every year, and around this point, we're like, well, D+ are looking pretty good. They've made a little bit further this year than past years, but then, like, they ended up in Rise Group last year. Let's see if they can continue this momentum forward. Right now, I'm on the fell for it award. Like, I'm trusting. I'm believing they're going to keep going forward.
I feel like we're just at that time of the year. We're at that time of the year. It's like Wolf's internal monologue as he's like, but D+ could potentially do it, right, guys?
Like, every year in January, I'm like, I won't say this in April. And then we come to April, I'm like, oh, look at these guys. They look really good.
Yeah, it is just how it goes with Wolf and D+. I'm just hoping that they don't do what happened sort of last year where it was a real fall off. And we were wondering how these players are really not getting it together. This time around, though, I do like the fact that Korea and Smash really have come into their own on this squad, and I think their only direction is going to be up, right? Like, these are very, very young players that have a lot of potential. Let's speak to one of them as Lucid is standing alongside.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Lucid on the side of D+ Kia. Congratulations! Thank you. With today's victory, you are on a 3-winning streak. How do you feel? Now, 3 wins in a row feels amazing. I just want to keep on stacking more wins from now on. And Lucid, this is your first POM, although you have been consistently getting the POM votes. So did you expect the POM today? You know, after debut, it just felt like every season I would get a lot of POMs, but this season it's been a while, but you know, I think I do feel like it's been my effort has been rewarded, and I think the game 2 is what really got me the POM today. And in game 1, there were some skirmishes at Scuttle and you guys took the win. So what backed up the idea to engage? Yeah, the skirmish was really really important here. It just felt like we had to snowball off of those small engages and exchanges and skirmishes, and we would be able to have a smooth game from then on. And in game 1, you guys gave the Orianna away, and Showmaker answered it with Twisted Fate, and he had a pretty dominant game. So how was the team looking to deal with the Orianna? Orianna is considered pretty OP right now. But, you know, Showmaker, he has a wide champion pool and he actually has a very good understanding of the matchup, so I think he was just doing really well. And can you explain and go over the draft? Thanks, Shu. You know, he's really good at what he does, so we just told him, just do what you're comfortable with. Personally, I wanted to play something. I wanted him to play something different, but he ended up picking the Laoi. You know, when there was 3 seconds left, she went, I just want to play Laoi. So were you quite happy with what the outcome was? I mean, yeah, I don't think he made any big mistakes. I think he did well overall. So yeah, I was pretty happy. And you ganked mid multiple times, focusing down the Orianna, which let you carry the game in your favor, and your Pantheon got very fed. So how much of the game 1 win was your contribution? I think that game, everyone did really well. I think everyone did one person's role and job. So I guess I'll give everyone 20%. And in game 2, you guys went with Sejuani and Yone, which was used by Hanjin Brion just 2 days ago. So how would you rank the Sejuani-Yone combo? I think it really depends on the whole comp, so it could be tier 1 or it can be low tier, but for this game in particular, it felt like a very, very high tier, high priority pick, so I think that's why we went with it. And in game 2, around 19-minute mark, D plus Kia closed it out with a team fight in the best possible way in this following clip. So can you walk us through what happened? You know, it just felt like they were trying to deny us from the front. So, you know, I really liked going for that crack play. So I went for that angle. I think I got pretty lucky right here, and everything played out as well as we wanted. And then right here, Shu said, wow, Lucid is bringing it. Is this the highest praise you got from Shu? Yeah, I mean, I just laughed at it. You know, Shu seems like he was quite hyped. Yeah, he doesn't really shout at anyone out during the game, but it felt really nice that he actually called me out in a good way. Anything you would like to say to Shu? You know, Shu, he always says well for us, so I don't think I need to say anything else. Enough said. And D plus Kia lately is in very great spirits, so what are your thoughts? I think our team consists of players that are around the same age, and I think our temperament actually complements each other a lot. And of course, Showmaker is in the heart of it all, balancing everything out, and I think I'm really grateful for that. Thank you. And your next match will be the last one in round 1, and you will be against Fearx. This is actually the LCK Cup Finals qualifier rematch, so since it's time you make up for the 0-3 loss, any word? Compared to back then, I think our team is doing much better, so we're just going to make sure that we win. I want to make sure to keep our performance up, and we'll do well. And that is all from Lucid and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Iyayas. It is Lucid getting his first POM on the Sejuani. Get the job done. It is a nice, clean 2-0. Nothing to see here. As per usual, a little giggle as well because there was a little bit to see. We had a top lane vote from Wolf and VNcast and Media trying to get Showmaker in there because he did get that TF win. But ultimately, it was Lucid who reigned supreme. Double-digit votes here, 10 of them. And let's start with you, Ox.
Well, I mean, clearly, a smashing day for the Lucid fan club, and we even saw a member of the Lucid fan club.
Oh yeah,
during the interview.
That was great.
Having a great time.
That sign said they were the secretary of the Lucid fan club.
Yep.
So, what is your official title again?
I'm chairman of the Lucid fan club.
Chairman.
Obviously there was some deliberation over this. There was this crazy person who was. This Dutch person who was contesting it, but he has since been removed from the broadcast and is no longer representing or claiming to represent the Lucid fan club in any way. We actually sent him a cease and desist, so it's all cleared up. It's all good. Anyone is welcome to join the Lucid fan club, but he would just, it's a complicated, I don't want to get into it too much, but it, you know.
Oh! There we go! I don't know. The secretary? Isn't the secretary, like, the Secretary of State of the Lucid fan club? That's like a pretty high up position.
It is. I mean, they're showing up to show their support.
I see.
That's why they have such a high position in the Lucid fan club, so it's great to see.
Wait, he got the POM as well. Such a great day.
Great job, Secretary of Lucid fan club. We all of us back here were all watching the interview. We're like, oh, we know that club. We know the chairman of it.
Yeah.
We did.
So yeah.
And Showmaker.
Lucid and Showmaker. I think they both deserve some shout out because I think they were two that like making all the plays from game 1 and also game 2 with the Sejuani Yone plays. What do you mean? You know, I would say it was 51% of Lucid and 49% of Showmaker.
You got one vote, Wooded. You only got one vote.
Yeah, but
this might be the new meta. I don't like this.
I mean, I gotta mention it. You know, it was like not Lucid like solo playing. It was like Showmaker and Lucid and Showmaker, like TF Pantheon. Yone Sejuani.
We've seen Pommons before that were like, you know, with Genji, like the double C duo when Canyon and Chovy pop off. Like you can definitely praise someone else in the Pommon, but just going Lucid and Showmaker No, he voted for Lucid. And we all thought Showmaker played really well, but I voted for Lucid. You voted, who did you vote for?
I voted for Lucid.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Chat, is this allowed? Yes or
what
no?
Do you mean?
Yes or no? Is this allowed, or is Wadid breaking the rules?
What? I mean, I can just say whatever I want.
Yellow card.
On my Pommon.
Yellow card on your Pommon.
No, you can't just do that. Like, you don't have a jurisdiction, you know?
He's the chairman.
I'm the chairman. I can do that.
Chairman. Let's see what else we had here for our palm votes. Wolf. Ah, yes. If you play Alawi.
Oh my god.
That's good.
How they're gonna like translate this? I guess they're just gonna like translate directly. But I think it's really good. Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see how they're going to do it on the Korean.
I think it hits even harder because we just came from a rule-breaking Pommon to this absolute banger. Like from a low to an absolute high. So great work, Wolf.
Let's see. No, not allowed, Madge. Yes. No Omega Lol. Yeah. Reportable.
Oh man. Okay, cool.
Yeah. The chairman and the secretary will meet later to discuss your fate for breaking the rules. Especially after Wolf just slammed it home following the rules. So did Helios. I said that line first before Shiwu. That he was really bringing it. You know, the voice line that was there from the listen in. Welcome to the Lucid Dream. Okay, Auntie. He follows the rules though.
You know?
Oh, what about this one? What about this one though?
You know what? Umpties was okay, but Umpties wasn't so bad.
All right.
You know, Lucid Dream, that's fine.
So, you know, I was also like thinking the same, just putting like GG well played or something, because the games are too easy for him, you know? So what can you say more? Great job. Well played.
Well, at least he said great job. You were saying and Showmaker, so...
Yeah, you're trying to vote for two people.
Maybe you were going to put great job Showmaker?
Yeah, you can't do that.
No, I'm going to come back
Finish 10 out
with
of 10.
the and Lucid when I vote for Showmaker. Just wait for that moment, you know. I will come back.
Pins and needles. We'll be waiting on pins and needles for Wadid's comeback here as Gogo with the Lucid. From start to finish, 10 out of 10. Thank you, Gogo.
Lucid the player or lucid like lucid state of mind? Ooh. Double meaning. Pretty good.
Wadid, any final words before the secretary and the chairman meet?
This is your chance to apologize.
Oh, all right. Banned. Yeah, can't hear Wadid's apology. That's unfortunate.
I'm sorry, Lucid Fan Club chairman. Can you officially accept my apology?
You know, I appreciate it very much, but I'll have to deliberate with the secretary, other members of staff, before we officially recognize your apology.
Next to doubt.
Personally, I can say I appreciate you saying that. But again, the Lucid Fan Club as a whole needs to officially recognize it. So we'll go away and have a meeting. You know, I'll let you know.
Madge. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. But we did see what happened where D plus Gia jump up 2 spots as, again, many teams sitting at that 4 and 3, including all 3 teams having a game tomorrow. T1, Gen G, and Nongshim, as Gen G and Nongshim will do battle, and T1 go back to the home ground to play BNK Fear X. Wow. What a way to end the week with stakes.
Yeah, stakes and bangers. And I think ultimately, with how close all these teams are, these wins mean so much. Remember, last year when we had Legend and Rise, there was 3 teams neck and neck till the very end. If we end up in a similar situation, you're going to look back at every match in the season and gone, man, we really should have won that match. So a lot on the line, I feel like, every day.
Yeah, great matches. And also we'll have another Roadshow as well. So I'm really excited for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But thankfully, we had a great batch of games today. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow for the closing of the week. Bye-bye.
Free skies align, I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've won. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.